played your part.
Soul is quenched. You are no match for me.
Can't see the forest.
It was time to clear the
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant must summon the spirit to defend their top tower. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. The Dire should insist attacking Radiant's top tower.
Your essence goes into my collection.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Right, Radiant's carrier is stricken. Let none rejoice, except perhaps in secret.
I could have been powerful friend to you. Down
Merchant of death wanders our wood.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Oh, cover your eyes! Dire's bottom tower is taking If you were Dire's bottom tower, you would have fallen just now. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Is in your future.
The Dire's poor top tower. Can its end be drawing nigh? Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Time is running out for Dire's middle tower. Storm doors in place. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Nature's
Be careful throwing your lot in with mine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This will hasten my footfalls. Turns to gray.
My just reward.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Part it up, bucko. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Invisibility!
Doubt.
elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Torn from ligaments, meat hangs from the bone.
Bounty. Void infusion.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are just magnificently fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Damage. Wretches.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
My waters rise. I restore my connection to the void.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant
was
team
able to get a victory
Dire team
out of one of the
ban.
top teams. It felt like everybody else is actually a chance now. But you know who else is a chance? The draft is ready. Tilted Boys
Dire
versus
team
Grin
ban.
Esports best of 1 is ready to go. We're in the draft. It took us multiple attempts, but we're finally in.
10 seconds
Just
remaining.
What beholds and what happens here. A lot of bans here at the start. We're also
5
learning on the fly.
seconds
This is my
remaining.
first actual cast on this new
Radiant
patch. I've been
team
watching streams. I've
ban.
been watching players play it out, but it will be interesting to see what kind of meta is already being built. But note, again, BO1,
10
anything
seconds
can happen.
remaining.
All right, yeah. So let's break this down a little bit. So the new ban
5
phase.
seconds
First
remaining.
pick gets 1 ban. Second pick gets 2 bans. First pick goes back and gets 1 more ban. And then second pick gets 2 bans. And then first pick gets a ban again. So it's kind of like crazy what's going to happen here if you're just tuning in from watching previous tournaments. Haven't watched Captain's Mode. I even have not watched a Captain's Mode game yet on this patch. It is relatively new. You're going to see a completely different drafting order. And there's going to be so many bans in the first phase now. We're going to see that a lot of the heroes we
Dire
talked
team
about being
ban.
good in this patch being removed.
Dire team ban.
First Spirit, one of them, him becoming invulnerable, taking
Radiant
the
team
role was a big
ban.
buff to that hero. There goes the Invoker as well. Brewmaster, you mentioned, Skywrath, Dawnbreaker. We got 4 bans here.
10
Grin
seconds
Esports, and I
remaining.
believe you get 1 more ban on the side
5
of the
seconds
Radiant
remaining.
here. So on first pick, you get 3 bans, and on second pick, you get 4 bans.
Yeah.
And first pick will get a first pick, obviously. That'll be followed by second pick getting 2 picks, or 1 pick, actually.
I feel like when you have like the second pick, potentially you could be looking at banning like laning combos,
Radiant
potential
team pick.
duos, you know, like IO plus something,
Dire
or just the
team
IO
pick.
itself. Kind of leave it open for your opponent to analyze. What's the direction they're looking at? Is this directed towards us? Is this like a comfort ban, comfort pick that they're looking for to pair it up with something? And you can
Radiant
start your
team
draft up
ban.
with something very stable, very simple. I believe support openers are the way to
Yeah,
go,
just
and
pick
it
your
is.
5.
Radiant
And we're
team
back to the
ban.
banning phase.
Yeah, and we're back to the ban. So let's ban some
So
more.
I
this
get 2
time.
more bans.
2 more. Yeah.
Yeah, and then going on the second pick, they're going to get 1 ban. And then after these bans, you're going to be like, wow, they picked 1 hero and there's going to be like almost all our bans done yet. But don't worry, after this banning phase, we're
10
going to have a
seconds
bunch of hero
remaining.
picks coming through here.
I feel like this
5
is
seconds
this could
remaining.
potentially be the way to go. Is like you just open up with a 5, you ban some more heroes, and you don't really know what is like actually building up and happening. Grin's kind of working with this Vengeful Spirit into a bit
Dire
of a
team
damage
ban.
amplifier for the team.
Dire
You've got a bit of
team
minus
pick.
armor as well into the mix. Potentially you're looking for that direction. And Tilted Boys, they opened into nothing. They just picked an Undying, very stable idea to just go for. Hero might end up getting countered. There's still a couple of them added into the pool, but they got rid of the Snapfire. That's 1. That's basically just great at destroying the Tombstone.
10
And of course,
seconds
if you
remaining.
look for like Undying, potentially a core 3 or maybe even a 4 Phoenix or
5
something like
seconds
that,
remaining.
well, got to get rid of some of these targeted bans at least. So this is when you really start to understand more what's going on, but it's still very open.
It definitely is here, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around how this works here. So you get 1 pick here for second pick, and then first pick will get 2 more picks.
This is kind of like you're opening with either your opponent's going to try to at least pick 1 hero to counter and another to pair it up and then bounce around the balance of power basically between each others, or you pick another support, you have no bans in between, you can pick any core you want that suits the situation, and you get a double as Grin. So Tilted Boys gonna have to either respond or take it their own way.
Radiant
This is where
team
we
pick.
maybe understand a bit more where they want to head this way. So they got a flex pick. I'm not entirely sure if the Venom support is a thing, though. Well, at least I don't like
It
the
is,
board,
yeah.
I know that much, but it's still a bit of a flex pick, and so is the Venge. You can put them as a 3. Some people have been doing it before. I remember Tilted
10
Boys have a
seconds
feeling that
remaining.
maybe Ferte would have
Radiant
played a
team
Venge
pick.
carry, but it could have been another
Dire
Division 2
team
team that's
pick.
played it before. So, let's see what they go for. Pudge and DP.
All right. I mean, I'm mainly just wrapping my head around the new system here, because like you have to keep in mind, this is like a brand new patch. People have ideas. There's nothing about what they picked here that
10
totally makes a lot of
seconds
sense to me.
remaining.
Like Podge against Veno in a lot of ways can be good, because you can just
5 seconds
press the
remaining.
flesh heap. You don't take damage over time, which is very nice against Veno, but you do get kited. DP doesn't particularly like playing versus Venomancer, so they haven't really addressed either of these heroes. Mainly probably thinking they're supports. However, They do have an Undying. Pudge is open. It could be a support. We've seen support TP in the past too. I'm not super familiar with either of these teams. I haven't watched a lot of their games, so I'm not sure if these players have specialists on either of these heroes. Well, I know Monkey's Forever, of course. He does love playing not only Pudge, but Death Prophet as well. So that is a potential that they could be playing. And I know Monkey's Forever is also the type of hero that has a very concise hero pool. He just plays heroes that he thinks are good in the patch, and he doesn't mind playing them 100 times in a row. So he probably thinks one of these heroes are good. He's been playing his pubs. I know he's been spamming Invoker in his pubs as an offlaner, but that one did get banned out. But then we're gonna see Tusk and Ricky. Ricky's a hero that got a lot of love this patch. He did get so much love that he had to get nerfed in the B patch, where he no longer is that hero that just has incredibly high base stats, not by stats, just like high damage, high, you know, HP, high everything, but really bad stat gain. He has good stat gain now, which makes him scale better into the game. Nerfed his early game just a little bit to do that, but this hero is now much more viable as a carry and can actually do quite a lot of damage with his scaling potential.
And also adding in the early game potential from Tusk and the tag team, so you can definitely throw in some early big punches. He's got pretty fast right click speed as well, so that does benefit. Plus the Venge as well, so they're potentially even looking at a core Ricky, maybe even a core Tusk, if they want to keep the Veno 3-4. Venge could somewhere between 3-4-5 area. Tusk could also be just a support as well if they want to play it out as a core, but I feel like this Ricky is more and more looking like this could potentially be even our carry if we want to put things that way. But carry matchup, it's still maybe open. Ferte, I know he likes to play stuff like the Morphling, the Slark, stuff like that. So
I want to play those first, Ricky.
Yeah.
You want to play more of like the Bloodseeker type heroes when you're playing against Ricky, which would be pretty good this game if they want to go that route. It really comes down to his personal favorites. Heroes like Slark, Morphling, Ursa, these heroes really don't enjoy playing versus these heroes that are invisible and can silence you. So you know his preference. And he seems like one of those players that's just going to, plus you're a diffusal virus, Ricky. This is not really a bad matchup for the Ricky whatsoever. However, Morphling is good versus Venomancer in a lot of ways. However,
5 seconds
if
remaining.
I'm seeing this correctly, I might make the read and just put Venge off lane with the Tusk.
Dire team ban.
Put Veno in the safe lane with the Ricky. That's a strong lane. Ban. Try to make that happen. I'm still trying to see what this Venge is all about. Like, why did they want this Venge so badly? Is as a first pick offlaner, is it that good?
Radiant team ban.
Not convinced. I know this hero got a lot of buffs in the recent patch. And actually, now that I think about it, Venge is quite good against Morphling now. With the Wave of Terror, it now reduces your total attack damage. So the minus armor, not a big deal for Morphling, but reducing like 30% of his attack damage is
Radiant team pick.
Yeah, it's kind of like an ability that has to be removed with Morphling Manta or even a BKB. You gotta get rid of that debuff ASAP. So now that we've banned out the AM, the Bloodseeker, the Quap, and I believe the Ember, also at the late stages
10
here, we
seconds
need
remaining.
a hero for Volotka into the mid lane, unless he wants to play the Death Prophet.
5
but
seconds
at least they're
remaining.
thinking this DP Pudge is going to be either one of the
Dire
3-4.
team
It might
pick.
just be our offlane duo here.
Points away.
There's the Pango. This is one hero that he
Choose
does
your
like to
hero.
play a lot. An instant response from the Lina from Grin Esports. So Lina back in the Lima Major, making a comeback.
Yeah, this hero got some interesting changes. The Q now leaves a 3-second debuff that does damage over time, which just increases her damage overall. So as a nuker, even more potent than before. So I think in this mid lane position, it makes a lot of sense. And of course, you're talking about Pango mid. Lina's a hero that really punishes these melee heroes in the mid lane here. So this is a good pick for winning the lanes. You do have the Ricky, who's potentially going to be in the carry role, just running around, getting some kills, playing very fast. And then that's the type of carry you do need when you do have a Lina mid. So I'm not sure how the lanes are going to go for Grin here, but I like the idea of what they are trying to do.
If I indulge at least a bit of how I understand they might be playing it, this is a Lina carry for Soul and Salvating Salamander with the 5 Venge, Muzi and Brightside, Veno, Tusk offlane. So Benno offlane, Tusk is a 4, and a Ricky mid. How does the Ricky mid actually fare against the Pango? It's 2 melees versus each other.
It's not going to be a winning matchup for the Ricky, that's for sure, because Pango is the type of hero that can just trade with you quite easily. He can shield crash on top of you. He can shove the lane out, and one of Ricky's biggest weaknesses is he can't shove lanes out. However, you are going to get your levels pretty quickly. Concerned about the mid Ricky in this game is going to be the tempo, because Pango's a hero, like I mentioned. He's going to push the lanes out really fast, then he's going to go get a rune, and then on top of that, you're now going to be dealing with a Pango who's going to be ganking the side lanes, where Ricky is not really going to come online until a bit later, maybe until he gets like treads up, diffusal blade ideally, but I think he can't just AFK farm until that stage. But two teams are going to smoke out right away here.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to do a lane swap, which they definitely can. Luna's a very capable mid hero, so if they want to do that way, that they put the Ricky into the safe lane, got to make that decision pretty early on. And as you mentioned, both teams smoked up. Wildcard smoke already popped in the river, so they have indication that Grin could be heading their way. We are right next to Wake Me Up as well, inside that smoke, able to go behind the trees, and the smokes for Pop and Venge is a pretty deep end, but that Watcher, that's going to reveal Grin's positions, and Tilted Boys
30 seconds to
able
battle.
to dodge this one. Wake Me Up, pop the mango. Okay, so he just burnt a mango right away.
Why you gotta do him like that? Do the man dirty. No one saw that. No one saw that.
No, nobody saw it. Yeah, I was just waiting for the meat hook, but no hook being used. At least, yeah, he could build up for the bounty rune. Maybe for the last 10
to see.
seconds.
Oh, we gotta. Do they want to go for the hook on the rune? I think there's no reason not to try it.
The battle begins.
First, they could yoink the bounty behind, but it's also pretty risky. And they've caught themselves a Vengeful Spirit. Saladin, Salamander 37, taking a couple hits there. Pango being isolated inside the shards, but it's going to be a pretty tricky one for them to get to. That also means our bounties are going to be split 2 for 2. And the game is underway. It's a best of 1, gents and ladies.
Yep. Maybe explains why the early mango pop. There's a lot of nerves here. This is for TI. All these players have not been in the situation to play for a TI yet, so it can be a bit nerve-wracking, especially in a best-of-1 situation. If we take a minute to appreciate, though, salivating Salamander 37's name, Seal Anime S2. He has the biggest name I've ever seen, I think. Or the longest name.
Yeah, I think the only one that would go into comparison is probably one of the Chinese players' names if they weren't written in letters, because they're usually made out of like long sentences. They just can't stick into the game screen.
Yeah. Either way here, we'll see how the lanes end up going here. Mid lane, I did notice that Rojo Fire Flu did make some early aggression with the blink strikes, getting the Pango fairly low there. So this Ricky matchup, maybe doing a little bit better than I expected it to do already. Already off to a great 6-3 start, only to the 4-0 of Pango here.
Yeah, pretty high right-click damage as well, plus the blink strike on top, adding that extra 40 bonus damage. Should be able to see us pretty well, having dodged the swashbuckles, playing it really well versus Wildcard so far in this mid matchup. So good start for the Ricky out of all things. But one thing we didn't really talk about was we talked about roster changes for sure, but Tilted Boys, they were reinforced with Monkeys Forever. We know this guy's been around at some of the classiest, fanciest NA teams that have been around there. Very highlighted player, very liked player as well in terms of a lot. So he's definitely a powerful add to the team. But Muzi is going to get the first blood for Grin off of Doors Undying.
Yeah, maybe just overstepping his boundaries just a little bit there. Oh, this tag team buff is a little interesting. They made it so it reduces enemy attack speed now as an aura by considerable amount. You get to see this hero in action. Been playing quite a bit of Dota, but haven't had the pleasure to see anyone pick Tusk yet.
That's a lot of stuff. When you think about it, you've got aura attacks slow. You talked about the Vengeful Spirit having that attack damage reduction. One thing's not going to enjoy a lot this game.
Yeah, definitely not. And you're not moving very much too with these right clicks coming on top of you there. So let's see what this lane can do here. Yeah, I think for the most part, though, this Morph is doing well in the lane. He is free farm. Of course, Vino got the first blood, which isn't great, but this isn't going to be a lane where you can pressure the Morphling. You can Gale him all you want. You can Ice Shard him, but at some point, he's going to have the shift available. And maybe he might have to go for an early point in the waveform as well, just to get out of Ice Shards. But that's not something you necessarily want to do as a Morphling, but you might be forced into it.
Also a very good hero in the lane, considering Lotuses too. So you can just go all the way to max Agi, pop that Lotus, start going into strength gain, so you get yourself like a good extra pump of regen.
Oh, it's on top lane.
The top lane is going to be a bit of a fight. Salamander taking a lot of hits here, and Wake Me Up will survive the initial engagement, and Soul has to deal with monkeys forever as the DP just being a bit of a nuisance onto Soul. He is kind of out of spells for the time being. Long cooldown for Spirit Siphon, so it's just a right-click battle. And has to pop the Lotus, nevertheless. A tie-up kill hook. Oh, that's a good attempt. Doesn't quite hit the marker, though.
Sorry, he already hit when he needed to. If we look back to when Lina was super... So I got 2 points. The one thing when Lina was super popular back in the day is one thing that killed her here was like Primal Beast, Nature's Prophet. When you can get on top of her, this lane can be scary. If Pudge ends up hooking Lina even at one time, this hero will die. And he's trying. He's got plenty of like regen. I'm sure he's going to ferry some more out there. But he's going to keep going for these hooks. And I guarantee you at least one of these is going to hit eventually.
Still gonna be a bit until we get those first power runes onto the map. 1.5 minutes to go for that marker. So the rotations happening around the map. And who gets the biggest benefit out of that too? Right now, CS is still being pretty evenly divided around the map. Maybe the Veno falling a bit behind, but did get that first blood, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Still going for the urn.
And this is what I'm worried about the Ricky mid a little bit. Like, he was doing well in the early stages because this hero doesn't buy a bottle, doesn't push lanes out. You see Pango. He's got the water rune in the bottle. The lane's pushing in. Now Rojo Fireflow is in a little bit of trouble here with the pressure that you can apply here. As does Pangolier.
Also,
he's going to keep getting low.
Yeah, Malaka's now kind of toying with him as well. He sees he wants that range creep. He'll just land a swashbuckle on top of him instead of the other way around.
Oh, the hook
in the top lane, the Lina being chased around a bit, and Soul, he's going to be in trouble. That could be a Lina falling down, and that's your carry dead. Wake Me Up to take the kill. Extended a bit too far with that hook from Wake Me Up.
This is where you start to wonder, like, was these lane swaps appropriate? Because if you're a Ricky and you get hooked, right, you have 2 ways to kind of get back with the tricks of the trade, with the blue strike. The positioning doesn't really matter. You can also kind of get away from the ability of being Spirit Siphon with these set abilities. And Lina, you're guaranteed to win mid no matter what. What they're trying to do here is be a bit greedy, try to win 2 of these out of 2, yeah. And they're, unfortunately, yeah, mid's going well, but is it going well enough to justify what's happening to this Lina on the top lane? I don't think so.
Something that you got to salvage pretty early on into the game because it's not paying off at the moment. It's working to some extent. It's not a complete disaster, but it's already a deficit. You need to try and pull together. Verte still enjoying his free farm. Uzi not really getting too much bullying out of that. And so the Tusk's XP is also falling because of that. Not enough brawling, not enough fighting for him to get experience.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you look at the Pudge is already level 4, the others are level 3. They're trying to rotate to the body. Stun to BP, Wake Me Up coming into the help. Trying to get this Vengeful Spirit. Vengeful Spirit might be the one to drop first for Monkey. Still battling it out. 1 kill going their way. Anybody else coming into the help? No, they're just going to fight it all the way into 2 on the bright side. About to drop the Wake Me Up. Blocked by the creep. Gets a double kill. And still fighting towards Soul. Monkey's coming back in and almost gets the kill there. But the infused raindrops will kick in. And here comes Ricky. Rojo Fireflow with the TP. Rotation. But it's not going to be enough damage to take down the DP. So Soul getting his first kill, surviving that battle is pretty huge for the Lina, but both supports fall.
That was very unfortunate for Brightside there. If you watched, he got the shards off, but he was trapped in the trees. He popped the tag team, but he wasn't close to him. He got pathing blocked, so that extra damage from the tag team, the Tusk slowing the attack speed, it just wasn't there. And the worst part about it all is he was getting hit by a Spirit Siphon the entire time, healing the DP without really applying any type of damage himself. So Monkey's Forever a little bit lucky there to get out of that one alive, and even more lucky by dragging the Ricky as well to that top lane. At least Ricky got a Lotus out of it, but not exactly what he was looking for. 8-minute runes.
Radiant's middle tower
He took his own tango away from getting rid of it.
Happens lose. He's down though. Forte finds a freebie for himself, takes down the Venomancer. Also a couple extra Serpent Wards for extra gold. Why not? There's an Arcane Ricky though. They'd like to get some benefit out of this, but this rotation will be spotted in a matter of seconds. Oh, they smoked on the edge of the ward. Not sure if that animation reaches far enough for the Morphling to know. You hear the Ricky pings already coming out from Volotka. And Forte under the tower, so no gank kill for the time being.
He might get the courier though. Salivating
Dire's middle
Salamander.
tower is under attack.
Nope.
Salivating past his luck.
He did. That would have been a really big courier snipe if he could have got it, removing that
Dire's
from the
top
morph.
tower is
Really
under
would slow down
attack.
his farming progression. Going for this Helm means he most likely doesn't want to go for Lincoln's.
The
Probably your
Dire's
traditional
poor
just
top
Manta
tower.
build. Maybe a
Can
Falcon
its
Blade in
end
between
be
if he really wants
drawing
to.
nigh?
But this morphing is getting really big.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And one of the changes that we
I'm
might see come
sorry
into
to say
effect
it.
this game that they made on the Ricky in the most recent B patch is
Radiant's bottom tower
the smoke
is
screen no
under
longer
attack.
lingers. Before it lingered for 0.5 seconds. And when you're a Morphling, that 0.5 seconds of being silenced, even when you're out of the cloud, could cost you your life. But now he just needs to get out of it, and he can start shifting immediately. And items that he should be looking for is, I think, no brainer. You probably go for this Manta because Veno's going to go for a Vessel, and there's a lot of things you can dispel. But Hurricane Pike at some point might be a necessity to get away from this Ricky. But there's going to be a timing here for Tilted Boys where Rojo Fireflu on his Ricky Maru will have a Diffusal Blade, and he will be the strongest hero on the map without a doubt. And he's on his way towards there. He's already got a bunch of small items. He's already super strong. But if they can weather that storm on Tilted Boys here, they, in my opinion, by far have the superior late game, better scaling, and the game is going really well. So this Ricky has to do a lot of work here, along with the supports.
Yeah, those diffusal timings, the Pango's also 100 gold behind the Ricky right now, so the timings are going to be somewhat similar. Plus that Orb of Corrosion will help out if this Morphling or even the DP are going to be fighting early. Death Prophet already 1, 0, and 3, so part of 4 out of the 5 kills for Tilted Boys. Monkeys Forever getting himself a good show, good start for this TI run. Reminding this is also a BO1, so one of the things that you mentioned that not necessarily always translates to the audience is this could be your one and only game in TI, so the nerves are high, so there's going to be a lot of mistakes, a lot of shakiness from time to time, and you can almost see it happen, especially with those rotations. You know, when do we smoke? We got to make it happen. If it doesn't, how does that hurt your mentality? How do you keep up the balance? These aren't your tier 1 teams, but they would want to be someday.
Right. It's not like at TI, but it's like, it is TI, right? It's like you are playing a TI qualifier. The name is behind it, the prestige. You are playing this for a chance to play at TI. And I think that already is kind of nerve-wracking for a lot of players. And I wouldn't be surprised to see if these games drag out. So if we see some very high intensity or low turtle games, I think you get one of the two. Either you get hyper aggression because you don't know what to be doing on the map because your nerves are high, or you just don't do anything.
Yeah.
And it's not until later where you look at the replays and you're just like, yeah, why were we playing like that? I don't know why we played like that. We never play like that in scrims. And it really just comes down to you're a bit nervous.
Yeah, stuff just
stakes are high.
happens. And some of the things you can't really judge. You're like, well, I was thinking about this and that in that particular moment, but the focus needs to be super high. And I think in terms of Grin, you look at Lina building into that Maelstrom, already has a Javelin, the Falcon Blade already built on top.
Right.
Like, this hero needs to get an early impact, but it's one that you can't afford to let go. She's already died once in the lane. You got a killing spree streak off of your opponent's punch, which kind of helped you still stay on top of, like, well, you're not drowning. You're still on top of the surface, and you want to stay there. Like, with that Maelstrom, you get that good first rotation that leads into multiple kills. It's a big win condition for Grin to get control of the game.
We'll have to see. I need, like, I don't have any good thoughts right now about this carry Lina. I did
Only
have some
negative
positives.
Radiant's
I
bottom
did have some
tower is
positive
under
stuff
attack.
about playing the mid Lina, going with the new Dragon Slave, and how it does burn damage over time, but like, they kind of made it so this level 1 Dragon Slave is not really a great spell.
Okay. That's going to be an ill awakening as they get the rotation to connect on the big target hero, but Pudge is TPing in. He could just hook him out, but not needed. Verte will survive. That silence doesn't last for long enough to get the kill. Almost gets the connection there with the hook, but Grin, that's not going to be a successful
The
gank.
direst
Verte
elements
lives.
are pelting Radiant's bottom tower.
Luckily enough to get that
is running out
tribute
for
chip, but he
Dire's
is
middle
low
tower.
now. Round 2.
Radiant's bottom tower
see
is
why,
under
okay.
attack.
This guy, I see why he picked Morph. He knows his way around his Morphling.
that coming.
One thing I look for when I watch Morphling players is like,
The
you have
direst
to have
elements are
situational
pelting
awareness, and
Radiant's
a lot of
bottom
it to know
tower.
when to be
Radiant's
high speed,
courier
when to
has
be low
been
HP.
slain.
He knew that
Oh,
Ricky
look,
could
they
be
found
around,
the
so he was
button.
constantly
Radiant
just
structures
shifting
have
up and
been
down.
Radiant's bottom
Sure, you
tower
can get
is
caught
under
when the
attack.
situation shifting down a little bit, but just making sure HP's high enough that if one solo Ricky went on, you'll be fine there. But Smoke going on top lane,
The direst
Grandmaster
elements
Punch
are
coming in.
pelting Radiant's bottom
So-
tower.
It was a good attempt. Soul decided to just randomly stop farming that, so he did notice that Smoke was coming. Got
Radiant's
back out.
bottom tower is under attack.
But they're not done here. This is a level 6 Pudge, and this is a bootless Lina.
That wasn't too bright.
This looks
Radiant's
pretty...
bottom tower is under
I mean, I
attack.
think you just walk up to
Gonna run very fast for sure, and that's going to be a connection. If they build the Verte gank, they make Soul's death happen. And that's a carry taken away. Most on top of that is Monkeys Forever getting that kill. Look at his network. He's scooting past
Dire's
everybody
top
right
tower
now.
is
A fair
under
one.
attack.
He's a monster, that's for sure. Going for the
Radiant's middle
Eul's
tower
build this
is
game.
under attack.
Interesting choice. I'm wondering... I'm not sure what the monkey build is right now. This hero has kind of...
Wind Waker Rush. Yay.
Wind Waker Rush.
Yeah, push them
Is
out.
that,
of
are
the
you
smoke
is
cloud.
that real?
Probably somewhere. Somebody's thoughts. There's always
Dire's
someone's like, yeah,
structures
that's the
are
way to go.
fortified.
I mean, Yules could make sense if like Ricky's that big power
Dire's
damage that
middle
they get
tower
into the fight.
is
Maybe even
under
Luna
attack.
isolated for the time where the smoke screen is on top of the Morphling. But this is already like thinking about these couple things need to happen. Maybe even
Is
a rook
running
setup.
out for
Like,
Dire's middle tower.
does wake me up.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Gives you mana, move speed as well.
What's that mean?
It pretty much gives you a lot of things that you need on the Death Prophet.
Yeah.
But when I think of heroes like Ricky, you're oftentimes thinking like Force Staffs, BKBs, something to kind of get you out of the smoke screen. You kind of Yules yourself when you're still sitting in the smoke screen, so it doesn't really help in that regard. But it can take off like the Purge from the Diffusal Blade, so when he does land, he can kind of just walk on out. So that is a possibility. But either way, he's just like so far ahead, he might just be +1 item up on top of everyone anyway that it might not matter. And I think Grin realizes that they're going to smoke on out with that Venomancer, with that Vengeful Spirit, and the Tuskar, making the Charger with that Vessel online. Could be a big kill if they can get Monkeys Forever, but the Yules is online.
It is just like one of those moments that you kind of have to make it work. Like, can they get this kill? There's the Yules coming out of play. He's forever alive a bit longer, but he's finally taken out of play. And Dorn is going to be the next target that they focus on. They get the Tombstone out of the way too. Extra up 175. And then the second kill to follow. So Grin Esports, successful gank. What they really needed to happen after the failure on the Morphling before. Now they get 2 plus Tombstone.
That's kind of what I was mentioning about that Yules, right? He heals himself, takes
Dire's
off the
middle tower
everything,
is under
but
attack.
comes back down. He's still sitting in the smoke screen. Blink Strike still does apply a slow, so you just can double Blink Strike him, and you're not getting any siphons off. So, is it the right choice to go this Yules? I don't know. Maybe a BKB would be better. That way he can frontline for his team, because he might need to. Might just need to be a game of positioning, where if Monkeys Forever gets caught, he's just going to die. He thinks going for pipe is going to be the approach here. He's just going to be tanky. But if they choose to focus him, he has no way to get out of the silence, as Force Staffs aren't even being built for his team right now. Pudge wants a blink. Glimmer Cape is on the menu here for them dying, but I think perhaps
Dire just can't
one Force Staff
resist
might be a
attacking
necessity.
A
Radiant's
lot of
top
activity
tower.
towards the bottom lane, right side, hiding inside the tree line. They're already going straight for the Tusk, almost getting a connection for Wake Me Up, but Rojo sitting under the tower. We're looking at the Morphling for a bit. Is coming out from Monkeys Forever. Just get the silence connection as well. Pudge is the one to fall, though. Grin Esports to respond for the kill. maybe they can't get a second kill, but they're able to be
Radiant must summon the spirit
counter
to
aggressive, or at
defend
least
the top
defensive there to
tower.
save their teammates' lives. Get another kill on the books.
This Ricky is destroying them with his smoke screen right now.
Without
Canceling
Diffusal.
Dismember there. Yeah, without Diffusal Blade, and he's even falling pretty far behind because he's running around. I'd like to see him try and... I don't know, maybe this is the way you do have to play, given the way their draft kind of functions with this Lina that's this far behind. You got a Venomancer who doesn't really make any plays. I think he actually does have to just keep running at them. Diffusal Blade is on the way, but it gave time for Pango to already finish his Diffusal with the DD on top of it. It's in comparison to the mid laners here. But the smoke screen has been clutch. It has got them a couple kills here on that Pudge, stopping the Dismember, and of course on the Death Prophet in the top lane. Got to keep it rolling. The really question is comes down to is how reliable is this Lina going to be? That's my question. I'm not so
That's
sure.
a good question.
Because she's taking all the space. Ricky's making a lot of
Radiant's
space.
middle tower
Candace here
is
will carry
under
the game.
attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Carry, however, talking about another carry. Fertin and the boys heading towards the Roche pin for a 16-minute Roche. They can definitely do. Bryn is not reading this at all. They're focusing on a tier 1 tower, especially sideways, maybe respond back to them. So the boys, they were successful with one or two the last few minutes, so they're just going to dodge their opponents, get the Aegis, more farming time for
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, he chose to take the Aegis on the Morphling. To me, that signifies that the Morph wants to get active in the fights. Generally, if you see the carry
Radiant's bottom
not
tower
take
is
the Aegis
under
here,
attack.
I mean,
They're coming in to defend this one. But just already here. We've got more coming in. They're already throwing out the Dragon Slave. Touch looks out the Lina. Lina preemptively stuns the punch. Leon goes down. Luthien dying as well. And there's a Aegis. Balaka trying to salvage the situation with Rolling Thunder moving around. But they got the BP in the middle as well. Monkey's Forever vesseled up. As that duels. They're fighting on the side. Souls barely survive. Well, 40 HP. Rojo throwing in the head. It's going to play another dodge. Is it going to be enough to right? Finally finishes them off. Monkeys Forever versus Ricky. Is Monkeys Forever going to be the final end boss, the raid boss to fight against Salamander? Stuns the creep. Doesn't matter. They're going to finish off Monkeys Forever. They did lose the Lina, but they lost a whole lot more in Tilted Boys.
I'd be a tilted boy after that one if I was on radio, that's for sure. You get that hook immediately, and they had no detection for Ricky. Yet again, the smoke screen destroys them. Like, you hook in the Lina, but there's a smoke screen that's silencing multiple materials. That Morph, he TPs into a smoke screen, instantly loses the Aegis just to a Walrus punch. And yeah, then he dies immediately after there too. Some good moves there by the Lina. I thought he may have TP'd out when he was hiding in the trees there, but decides to just turn.
Look at the timing. Look at the Lina stun timing here. Hook stun, instant same time. Touch does nothing. Plus the silence on top as well.
Yeah, look at that smoke screen. So
Beautiful.
good. This Ricky has been a big issue, and this is where you're really kicking yourself. Like, or maybe I should have had a sentry on the ground if I'm Pudge here. See this Ricky. If you get a dismember on this Ricky to start this fight, maybe this is a completely different fight here. And this is what I'm talking about, the Lina just sitting there. She could have TP'd here. Decides to turn here. Not only Bates gets the Pango kill, but this also gets the TP kill. Of course, she loses her life for this, but her life ended up in 2 more kills, which I would say is completely worth it in this situation.
Also at the same time where they were dealing damage, Ferte was trying to run away. He's like, I've got nothing, boys. I'm trying to make my way out, waveforms out, but still dies to the tick damage and basically just falls on the side of the fight. But this Morphling, he got a, I wouldn't even say he got a good start to the fight. He did what he could, and then he just fell off completely. Boys, I've got a strength gate. I need to get on the move. I need to get out of here, and I'm dead. 4K lead for
Too early.
Yeah.
It's too early for Morph to have much of an impact in this game. Like, he wants to come in later on in the fights. He doesn't want to be the first one in there. It's just an unfortunate situation where, let's just say, we say this a lot in Dota. He got unlucky. He did get a bit unlucky, where he chose to TP, was unfortunately directly into a smoke screen. But he already started his TP in that situation. He wants to be able to join the fights after they started. Ideally, they get a hook, followed up by a roll. Once the hero gets a bit lower, then the Morphling can commit. I also think Morphling probably needs a point in his ultimate pretty soon here. That way he can turn into a Tusk and have some more impact into this game.
Radiant's
Or he can turn
bottom
into anything
tower
serious. He can
is
turn to
under
Ricky for all he care and drop his own smoke
Dire's
screen.
top tower.
That'll be definitely a big
Can
tool that they
its
can use to
end
help
be
team fight.
drawing
Right now,
nigh?
his build is not oriented
Enjoy
towards team
yourself
fighting.
while you can,
It's mainly
for
just for
Dire's
getting
top
bigger,
tower
farming,
is
surviving games. And there's a hook on the Muzi.
Well, let's see what they can do with this. Muzi right deep inside the base. He's going to force that able to get this one. Misses the swashbuckle as well. Throws the rod out.
No way,
Hang
no
on,
way.
He does TP's out.
Radiant's bottom tower
Throws his
is
middle
under
fingers
attack.
into the air. I'm out, boys.
His four staff literally just got delivered on Courier to get him out of there. He had the presence of mind to use the Atos on the Rolling Thunder to cancel the thing mighty immediately. And meanwhile, Monkey's Forever, he's just going to go directly into the silence here, but luckily the Rolling Thunder will be here.
Fire Fluid gets blown up right away. Right side takes the fight to Monkeys Forever, but this Tusk is just buying time for the rest to escape. Salivating Salamander, oh, wake me up! At the same time as the Tusk falls, Punch walks into the camp and he hooks a Centaur, unable to cancel the teleport off of the Venge, but still 2 kills for Tilted Boys. Grin, well, they weren't grinning too much after that successful TP. They decided to stay and fight anyway. Wasn't the right call.
Definitely wasn't. Sometimes you gotta take risks like that in Dota. You're like, okay, Venom's TP'd out.
Is under attack.
We can burst this
Dire's
TP,
structures
let's
are
do
just
it. But unfortunately, with that
magnificently
Venus being there, that was just a dream, not a reality. And unfortunately, they did turn that pretty quickly there by having Pango available with that Rolling Thunder to go and chase them down.
And so it comes to pass. 21 minutes played. Rim's 4K lead, now half 2K. Still anybody's game at the moment. Rim trying to repel the invaders out of their side of the map. That tier 2 tower will hold. Venge is actually pretty bloody close to getting an axe. Very farm support, if you ask me.
Well, I would agree with your statement that this is a very farmed Venge. And if he does manage to get that, both the sports honestly are really farmed. If you look at the Tusk as well, just look at the network disparity of them. You got 6K with Tusk, you got 4K or 5K on the Venge, 3.8 and 2.9 on the opposing.
Yeah, I guess I should say that this Tusk is really farmed because his Venge is, it's just an Aghanim's Rush with brown boots. So that is definitely something to note. Supports are falling in behind. But then again, you've got your Pango in a good position. Monkeys Forever had a good start to the game, so he's already got his, you could say, pre-game farm already built up there. He decided not to go for the hoods and got himself a cloak into the Force Staff. So they've really now understood the importance of that Force Staff this game.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And I think he clicked his supports and were like, yeah, this Undying probably is not getting a Force Staff anytime soon there. And yeah, as our wonderful observers pointing out here, the Shard on the Ricky will stop the Force Staff plays, but only for allies. Still Force Staff is
Radiant's
so
middle
good.
tower is under attack.
Since Monkey's Forever, he's just going to take care of it himself.
Now let's see what the next move is coming out from Grin, because they're already playing aggressive. There's no tier 2 tower in the bottom lane to take anymore, so they have to put their attention towards the triangle area, which currently is occupied by the Tilted Boys. They've left this bottom lane completely, and you don't really want to go high ground for 22 minutes either with this kind of lineup. It's literally just the Lina who hits buildings, and that's where the Pudge gets really good.
Radiant's middle tower is under
What's
attack.
coming out to wake me up if they take this momentum.
They're working on it. That's for sure. This is one of a pretty depressing Tormentor take, I think, here. Tormentor is really not an objective in Dota that you really seek out
Dire's
very
elements
much,
up,
just because of
penalty
how
against
annoying it is to
bottom
do
tower.
and where on the position the map it is. But when you're in the position that Tilted Boys is right now,
Dire's top
you might
tower
as well
is
do it,
under
because you're kind
attack.
of being choked into your base regardless. But the one thing I do like about this patch compared to previous patches
Radiant's
is
middle tower
if you
is
look where
under
most
attack.
things at on the map, he can just farm on like the edges of the map. He's on the top side of the map there, just TP mid. But either way, just having so much freedom to just farm, even though the enemy has map control, is a really nice way to kind of like not feel like you're just AFK in base all the time. And I think that's what 7.3 has really like given us.
Might be able to catch a Vengeful Spirit at the bottom half of the map for Lotka. Just a bit too far away to catch him. There's no information about the Venge farming camps next to your
yeah.
base.
didn't realize as well, but the Venge also has an Ag Shard on top of almost having an Ag. That's really gonna like, that spell is really annoying. I've had the pleasure of playing inside quite a bit. Just these random magic missiles hitting you. Just like this random thing. He's about to hit the Venge. He's just, you know, he bought his Blade of Acme. He doesn't care. His team's farming the whole map here. Sure,
Dying on the enemy side of the map, that's always a good death.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like no death is particularly good this patch, but if you're talking about a death to be not so bad, that's definitely going to be one of them. Because you're going to see the net worth not change once. You're not going to see objective being taken because of that death. So it's totally fine here. And I do like what Lina is doing here with her build. She has a Daedalus up now. It's really, really farmed here. Oh, they're going to get the tusk.
All right.
So this is where you got to be careful. Remember I said deaths aren't so bad. Once one death turns into another death, and then turns into another death, that's when things get pretty bad.
Well, look at Mids. Might just be hard. Another death coming out. They already popped the dust onto him, so he's actually turning around and killing the blue himself. So actually gets a kill instead of dying. Might as well.
Gotta call monkeys forever there, unfortunately.
Oh,
I mean, did he have Manta there? I mean, he missed
He
the
just
silence.
wanted off the courier.
Yeah, no, okay. Monkeys Forever didn't get the silence off before the Ricky got the silence, and that caused them to not get the kill.
Let's see
Little
what we can
mistake
do
there.
Here. Smoking towards the top half of the map with a half HP Ricky. Galocka is expecting something going on here. Monkeys Forever targeted. Global Fire Flu already going on right away. The tricks of the trade caught the stun to be hit for the stun, and this Ricky Manta dodge not going to be enough. He's something everyone else, but so is this Venge. Tilted Boys, they've just been handed out these kills. Wake me up on the hunt. The hook doesn't quite connect. The force snap there from Muzi. Push the soul away. And Roshan's also coming back home. 45 seconds is not quite on the marker, but if it was already up, this could have been fantastic for Tilted Boys. But as you can see, the aggression coming out here.
What are they thinking here? I'm not entirely sure. Like, he knows he has heals. This is his first item. They're going with 2 heroes. They're not chain stunning him. They just saw the Wolfling on top lane because Tusk died to him.
And that was
This
a half
game's getting a little weird really fast.
Not playing to their strengths.
Most definitely. We're just getting some raw Dota here. We're just playing some Dota here. We're making some calls, and this is the definition of trying to play too fast. At some point, you need to settle down, realize it's 26 minutes into the game. You have a carry player. This man has a date. Oh, yeah, the carry. Dragon Man. It's like you can use him. Straight out of the
Direst elements
like,
of pelting radiance
It's been gone
tower.
25 minutes.
I mean, that's a sweet spot for carry players, right? 25 minutes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That's usually when they're useful.
And this one's pass on another Roshan.
Radiant.
This time it's a Cheese and an Aegis. The Cheese going for the Pango and
Got it.
Morphling. He's a heck of a lot stronger now than he was last time. For this Scotty build is the last time he had an Aegis.
Yeah, I like his build this game too. This build is going to make it so you can hit the Silver Edge. Not completed yet, but he's getting very close to it. Get on top of the Lina. And then when he gets on top of the Lina, he has Aya Scotty. And Aya Scotty is going to allow him to just stay on the Lina. And Lina will die very quickly to this. And I think this BKB that Lina has queued up, I am so happy to see it because right now, Aya Scotty does not work on debuff immune targets. So even if Mork is on top of you, you press BKB, you can just walk away. You are no longer slowed. Attack speed and movement speed are unaffected. So this will be a really big pickup. I think it's much needed when you play for Scotty. And this is one of the reasons why we don't see a ton of Scotty nowadays. But then again, we're seeing it more and more because people are playing less BKB. But either way, moral of the story is BKB good versus Scotty now. Never used to be the case, is now.
Aggressive moves here from Tilted Boys as they're trying to cover some of this area for themselves. It's already pushing in. Bottom, still a lane that they don't care about that too much. It's going to be constantly pushed in. The easier side for Grin to play. No engagement yet. This could also mean they could just push out towards that bottom tier 2 if they really want to fight. They've got the cheese, they've got the Aegis, a bit of an advantage going their way. And Grin's just going to have to find that good opening for the fight, just like they did last time in that bottom tier 2 tower. Perfect smoke screen placement. Still yet to see any BKBs on the side of Tilted Boys. They're just going to have to fight through it.
Pango has to be BKB.
Oh, Pango has one. Well, he's got Rolling Thunder anyway.
Well, that's his way of getting out of smoke screen. Which is kind of what I was looking for DP to do, but it's fine. But they're on Tilted Boys, they're going to go take the enemy Tormentor. We'll see how that goes too. And then go ahead and go, so we got grab ally save now, or bunker, whatever you want to call it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Love that spell.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom
Machines
tower is
available now, which is
fortified.
actually quite good.
Radiant's top tower is under
Someone
attack.
is getting bursted.
Oh,
You
cover
can
your
save him real
eyes.
quick with that
Dire's
one.
bottom tower is
They're
taking
going to go
a
high ground up.
Straight up siege towards the high ground. That tier 3 already taken almost 50% of HP. Now over that as well as the illusions continue to pummel their way through. And that's all they need to do. Force them back in, move out, done the damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We got some
The Dire
big
just
items
can't
coming out here.
resist
Smoke is coming online. The big
Radiant's
item that has been
top tower.
purchased right now is Sight Device for the Venomancer.
Time is running out for Dire's
Gonna
middle
smoke out
tower.
with that. With Atos, they could do a swap into a Hex combination here. Maybe kill this Morphling immediately one time. Looking to bait the illusion here with the Riki. Swap Hex combo could be really good.
Wolverines has found the Undying. As they use the swap right away, they want to initiate on it to him, but it's not really successful. Push could be blinking in as well. And the big fight happens. Just ready falling. They've got the bunker plate down as well. They're away with a bit of a scale. And his Venge are almost falling, but the Ag's up. And look at that! Birdsafe down. Volodka about to roll over the beat. Can be able to get out for the time being, but Monkey's forever. He's going to get kicked away from the fight. And Grin, they reset. They reset the fight. They lost Venge, but that illusion is still back in play. That
Ricky's
is burnt.
crazy.
He's burnt.
They want more. Can they find Monkey Sir? Nope. Force stuff out.
Still have the exorcism running, but it's going to be off in a couple seconds. Venge unable to locate a target.
Radiant's
So I
middle tower
really like
is
what
under
Grin
attack.
did there. The execution was quite sloppy, to be real here, but the idea was good.
Radiant's
Like,
middle
they should
tower
get that
has
swap
fallen.
immediately into a Hex that's pre-clicked, and that Undying would just be dead. And then they can continue the fight there. He still had a pretty decent usage of the Hex there. He used it on the Pango towards the end of the Rolling Thunder there, but unfortunately unable to get the burst, gets the BKB off. And it's kind of to show you like the power of their lineup right now. And it's all about this Venge, I think. This Venge into Hex combination is going to be how they should be taking most all their fights. And ideally, honestly, it doesn't matter who they grab. I think if they kill anyone, even if they just kill Undying right away, because Undying is a save. If we can remove him from the game right away, that would be totally fine. But the game is dead.
Question is, like, when we head towards the late game parts of the game on the Venge 25 talent, which one do you want more? You've already got damage reduction on the way to Terror. Shouldn't you just buff up your Lina to be the bait carry that we've kind of been debating on? Just buff up the Lina, the damage with that aura?
25 talent, another swap damage reduction. You don't want that. You want to die anyway. Yeah, you
Dire's
definitely
top
get
tower
the
is under
16%
attack.
aura.
Storm doors in place. Dire's
I
structures
think
are
it's plus and
fortified.
minus. I'm not entirely sure.
The Dire's
Oh yeah,
poor top tower.
16%.
Can its end be
Already
drawing
there, so
nigh?
Yeah.
44% extra damage for the Lina. Lina already does a decent amount of damage right now. It's going to be higher, but the hook's going to be connected. Swap save. That's, was suspecting something there to happen, but they're able to walk out. Nobody lost.
Got a tier 3. Of course, Tombstone got tier 3. They're taking advantage of the fact that TP had no ultimate, but guess what? TP has ultimate now. Now, if you're in a situation for Tilted Boys, you could consider going. But looking at their inventories, they have no smokes available, 2 wards on Pudge. Perhaps this ward placement here might end up... Okay, they winged it.
Yeah, Ward placed down. I think they saw him place it down, so...
Venge has a sentry.
It's a good old bait the Pudge into hooking. Nah, I'll let it go.
I mean, you can tell here that Tilted Boys are very uncomfortable. Their resources they have to take this fight are quite limited. They don't have those smokes. They're trying to get wards down. Grin, they want to go here. Venge with the Dagonums leading the charge here.
Morph is still running home, yeah.
He wants to swap someone. I think Venge should just play this much more aggressively. Don't let him go under Lena.
There we go. Pick up the kick on the punch. Punch is gone. Deleted. Look for the tango as well. Look at that. Hammered away with those big fireballs and takes down another. Now Monkey Forever has to retreat. Keeps that gem intact. The Venge might drop, but he's still back in action. They don't care about that. They don't mind about it at all. 2 big kills. And that high ground is defenseless.
Definitely have a feeling in their stomach right now for Tilted Boys. This is the end of our TI run.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
It's not looking good. It's not over.
Is that whining I
But that's a major blow, not only the confidence, but structural damage here. As they're going to play it safe and not even finish the range tracks there. But damage has been done there. I think more than anything, the Pango just realizing that I can't even roll in there. Lena's just going to two-shot me. I wasn't sure if this Lena was the right pick. Could it be a hard carry? Guess with this Venge behind him, it can. The damage is unreal.
Very, very high damage output. At the start for the fight as well, you were waiting for the Venge to be aggressive. It was Brightside instead. He blinks in, goes for the walrus kick. Pudge dies in like less than a second. As Soul just hammers away those big right clicks straight onto the Pudge, who has, what, 4 armor? Literally 4 armor.
4 plus 4.
Yeah, it was the aura buff from the tower that was the +4, so he's just 4 armor.
I was going to say, 4 plus 4 is not 4, my friend.
It was 4 for a second. It turned into 5.
We're in NA, so we're doing NA math. Yeah.
Let's see what happens next. Managed to start things off with, but he's going to return into action. And get the kill. Nothing changes.
Yeah.
No, they're forced to back, actually.
I think he misclicked as this whole team was laughing.
Well, Rojo's quote there, you didn't see that coming. Well, we did not see that one coming. A retreating buyback.
I mean, his spirit was still alive too, so like a buyback there didn't really make much sense. Like I could have seen that being a good play if they went on his spirit, almost killed it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
right?
That's what I thought.
That was
Oh, first day with the Shadow Walk and also Monkeys Forever right in between. You see the Ricky illusion running around. I know that's not him. It's giving him some information. On that side, they see first day. Comes out, the BKB pump instantly wait for the win. Curtin on a half HP, regenerating right side in trouble. And now they're really in trouble inside the grid. Can they fight this back? The Curtin's already taken 2, and they're going to take down the Venge, and they'll literally just fought back. So they're going to lose 3. Monkeys Forever now being fought back by Rojo Fireflu, and Curtin is going to finish off that Venge Spirit. And he's not coming back for 70 seconds. And hey, would you look at that? Who's home? We're back. Party's here.
Daddy's home. They're gonna lose their range perks for that, but no one really cares about that if you end up getting there. You can see Tilted Boys almost lose the TI run. Getting a little, I'm not gonna say a little floppy, really floppy there. I just want to see some clean execution. I want to see this Hex and Vino. Sure, Walrus can come back into a Hex. That's fine. Swap into Hex, that's even better. But none of that really happened. You kind of Walrus kicked him back and Morph's like, alright, I'll press BKB and just kill you now. And that's exactly what happened. Lena wasn't there to right click him at all.
I'll turn the
and now Ricky.
Detection boys.
I mean, they didn't see that.
A lot of things have been unseen.
Not seen, yeah. Not unseen. Just
oh, not seen.
just not seen. That's similar, but either way. Yeah, game's been a bit wild here. We have a Aegis on the Morphling. Can they go in here?
Yes, they can.
They've done it before. We didn't see that coming yet again.
Returning back to the fray. Ferte lives.
I think he would have died if he dusted right away.
Yeah.
The damage from the Lena was too much.
With momentary, things have already been secured and then panic. Yeah, there's a lot of panic in this game for sure. Both teams are quite on edge.
I mean, yeah, they're both like, you can taste victory if you're Grin after that bottom fight. Then you lose that fight, and then you lose the Aegis, and now Tilted Boys can kind of like taste the victory. So both these teams, as the score indicates, it's a 1K gold lead for Tilted Boys. It's nothing. It's all about education. Education, initiation. I don't know what words I'm saying. I'm tilting now. I'm watching this.
Here is tilted. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. Let's see who educates who, though.
Yeah.
You initiate well enough, you educate the other. Almost 40 minutes into this game one of this best of one. The one to decide, do you stay in the TI regional qualifiers, or is your road over before it even began? Can be anybody's game still. I said the same thing 25 minutes ago. It still feels like it. And all these small things, these small mistakes here and there. They're even afraid to take the Tormentor all the way through. Look at Grim's around the area.
Right, Venomancer, please, Venomancer. Sit next to your bench.
The long range initiation, but Brian's not going to get smoked to safety. Pudge is also stunned around. There goes the bench, but a beautiful two that stop on the low jump. They're also slowed down. Snowball has to be used there, and he's going to have to roll himself back in onto the Pango. Guess some of the he's already going to be popped. They're trying to just corral and get away. Soul's nowhere nearby because he's a losing fight for Grin. So Tilted Boys, they got the Tormentor. They got a fight that they won. And they're feeling pretty happy about that.
Pudge hook. This is something that,
he's counter here. Got TP coming from Lonka as well, and so is Birthday from Birthday. Can he finish off Rojo? Fire Blue, Mastodon, jumping into the trade. Back to the Pudge, but nowhere to go. Costly. He wanted to kill the Pudge so bad. He knows how squishy he is. Let's go tag team.
it's on die.
Oh, that's another one. That's Monkey's forever, but no. Oh, that was close. The Yules. The Yules fear. Oh, he lives thanks to that.
Trickster cloak,
and the Trickster cloak for sure. Morphling gets Moosey out. And again, another kill attempt unsuccessful. That's the second or third time in a row for Grin.
This game so far has been all about two things. One, invisibility and detection. That's been a big one. Number two has been things like hook, nether swap, waller skip, repositioning abilities. And we saw in the top fight there, the Pudge, he got the hook onto the Tusk, and that allowed them to win that team fight. And the fights that have been good, is when Venge gets a good swap off, and not a defensive one, but an aggressive one. That's the whole point of your magnums, right? Like, you want to just go in there, you don't need to care if you die. You get the damage reduction, do a bit tankier, then when you do die, you have a second life, you refreshes all your abilities, you get more stuns. We're not really seeing that. We're not seeing Venge get the initiation, and what I've been harping on for most of this game is I want to see the swap into like a Walrus punch or a Hex on the Veno. That's kind of why they bought it. They haven't really been able to do that combination too many times, and it's really been hurting them in these fights. Whereas Tilted Boys, I think they got the memo of how this works. Just wait for a punch hook and go, or wait for Tilted Boys to do an initiation, get your BKB off on the Morphling, and then hit the counter initiation. So if they can't get that instant Hex onto the Morphling and kill him, it's really not going to work. But they didn't really have that option because this Morphling had the Aegis on him, which he still does for another 48 seconds. So maybe in 48 seconds, moving on here, Tilted Boys will have the opportunity to yet again try to make this combination work.
Talking about hero levels as well. Birthday is about to hit level 25. Big options to go for extra HP, some strength, or just the waveform cooldown. Big buff for Birthday, considering all that burst that Grin has. Counter it with more extra HP and you're good to go.
You're definitely, you got the waveform attacks. Cooldown, you want to be able to morph in, morph out, you got to morph in again.
Survivability, also an option.
More survivability and damage. It's kind of like both.
Oh, cover your eyes! Dire's bottom tower is taking a
combos really well with like the level 20 talents of form attacks targets, right?
That also works.
And there's a DD rune on the bot lane.
Radiant must summon the spirit to defend the top
shall
tower.
get it. Morphling with DD is pretty disgusting.
Might just be Valot gotta pick it up. Already hits for 216 right-click damage, so Ango does hurt with that swashbuckle. It's better on the board, but very good on the Pango.
Yeah, the DD doesn't really apply to Slosh. It doesn't at all.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That won't help too much, but if he just gets in there and right-clicks them with BKB on, it could hurt. I definitely think Morph should have taken it. I think they're a bit lazy to not give Morph that. If he could just bottle it right before a potential fight and just go in. But it is what it is. They're going to go bottom. Pango has it. And we're getting a bit of a stalemate at this point. Tilted Boy's definitely a bit in the lead here, but I don't think this game is really going to be determined by net worth, as we do have a Pudge on one side, we do have a Venge and Tusk on the other side. These repositioning abilities can change any net worth advantage quite easily.
And it also feels like even if you get a great initiation, the counter initiation might even be better. So it's not even about who starts the fight. It really goes into small detail.
Definitely does.
Full-on smoke from Grin Esports heading all the way to the Radiant Triangle. Nobody to be found. Soul wants to force them back by showing himself right in front of the Tier 3 tower. Meanwhile, Tilted Boys, DD already popped the Volotka. It's for almost 500 right-click damage on this Pango.
Dire's bottom
They're actually
tower
opting
is
to
under
TP
attack.
back home instead of push towards the Tier 3.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still can't finish it off. So the waiting game continues.
Yeah, I think we hit the stage of the game where both teams are no longer confident in winning the game like easily. And we're gonna see Venge die twice here. By die twice, I mean Magnums that creates an illusion will die on top of the real hero.
Good buy back.
But his illusion isn't alive. Come on, you gotta wait for illusion to be alive for that.
That is true. That is true.
But to go back to my point here, both these teams not being confident in winning the game, it basically just means they're playing the game at a tempo where they're just seeing what's going to happen. They're not really making any big plays. They're kind of like playing a bit more conservative. They're waiting to find openings like that Venge dying right there. That was an opening that they could use. And then, of course, Roshan. Earliest possible spawn can be in 5 seconds. Very unlikely.
Talking about how even this game is, even the win probability graph with a 10k lead for Tilted Boys says that this game is even. Dead even.
Very much so is.
It feels weird, like when you say it, like 11k is usually an indicator of this team is obviously in the lead. They've got more kills, that also proves a fact on top of that, but no, that's not at all the story of this game.
Yeah, I mean, the way like net worth and everything works, kills, it scales, right?
Yeah.
And net worth means more the earlier it is in the game. The later in the game, less net worth.
Exactly.
Kills are like the opposite. The less they mean earlier on in the game, and the more they mean later on in the game. So when it gets to a game like this, where you get a bunch of kills in the early game, it doesn't really matter that much.
Do you remember? Do you remember a game that you've won where you've had less kills than the opponent, and you've had like barely any kills?
Definitely. I remember games where I just never had a gold lead and I've won.
If you had like 5 kills and won the game.
Whether accidentally
Most of the games where you just like win one fight in the late game and you end up throwing it.
Oh, the hook comes out with the swap's also there. Coach is still in the lead. A gem down on the ground. They're going to finish off the fence. They've also got a lot of stuff going on right now. Grab ally plays down as well, but it's too far away from the front. Fertig blinks into the fight. Wants to take down the Tusk, but Tusk has the Ghost Scepter and takes the Morphin away.
innocent tower is
Making his entry into the fight. Fertig wanted the gem. He wanted the gem. He's for it. He's down. Has to buyback. Has to join in. Tilted Boys. They're in trouble.
Can its end be
Very costly
drawing
defense
nigh?
coming out from them. Fertig just walks in to take off that gem, but it's not over yet. Pango can get hit with a stun, and look at goes hammering away. Finishes off the Pango. If you're Grid, go back away. The hook's not going to connect either.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I mean, you can do a fake back if you want, but you just achieved everything you wanted and more. Data still has BKB. You got 3 buybacks. Write the timer down. You can even be approximate as you want as well, like 54, 55. There you go. All their buybacks.
And Roshan is up as well. Every time it's been going for Tilted Boys when they want to fight. Or got a couple pickoffs. Something here. Punch. Gonna get the jump onto the Tusk on the right side. Get away. He's gonna come right back with a buyback. Bench already blown up. He could
And
buy
here comes the
back.
pendulum.
No, and
Swinging back.
Oh, and now Tilted Boys could just take Roche again, and we're back in the storyline that this whole game has been about.
Which does have buyback here. But the thing is, you didn't expend really anything there for Tilted Boys. Tilted Boys winning the fights that matter around the Roche pit. They're not done here. They want to go in.
Going to the Undying. We're going to get a kill, but Roche is still being taken away. Roche actually gets out. The Simba Roche up. And there's the Aegis. G is on the ground. Refresher on the ground. They're going to take everything for themselves. And that's the fourth Roche on. That's the fourth Roche on for Tilted Boys. And they're going to take the fight to Green. They're going to take that Salamander 37. He's still without illusion. It's about to drop and it's gone. Balon gets chased away. Going over Rohov. They're going to get the turnaround onto the Pango. At the same time, Lina needs control. Soul needs to get repositioned. Putting it to play. Goes into strike. Has no connection. Woods is going to be falling. Balon is going to try to be straight with that rolling thunder. And the snowball cutting out Ricky. Trying to get some save, some help for his teammate. But no. Not for you today. Lina coming in with a buyback. But Grin have lost too much. And Tilted Boys 30 with the Ultra. They are in control. They're in the driver's seat now.
I'm trying my best to keep a straight face as you say.
It doesn't really feel like it, but at least for a while. At least for a while.
Okay. No, I mean that fight was. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to unpack for sure in that one. I think the biggest mistake that happened there was the Tusk using the Walrus kick on that Undying, kicking him away from his team, kicking him out of the smoke screen, kicking him out of Tricks of the Trade, saving his life a little bit, but Pudge coming in clutch with that hook, disjointing the last couple attacks from Dina with that Agdam shard, saving his ally there, buying time, get that Aegis. They ended up just losing the Aegis, they ended up losing the Cheese, and using the Refresher, so every advantage that they did have from getting that Roshan, well, guess what? It's all gone now. However, they did get a couple kills, and their net worth has gone up to 15,000 now. So, still looking good in the golds department, but yet again, story of this game, this gold doesn't mean anything. What matters is the initiations, the kills, what you can do off of winning a fight. And unfortunately for Tilted Boys, they want to fight, but they're back to hiding in their base. And I think a lot of that has to do with how scary the support duo is. They're just always afraid of being swapped. They're always afraid of being Walrus kicked backwards. This Lina starting to look better and better as a pick now that the supports have really lined up. Because, like, you don't have to go in first. You can just sit back so far, 4 or 5 screens away, and all of a sudden, you're in a great situation. Like I said, right down the buyback timers. We got another 4 minutes where you don't have buybacks for Tilted Boys. This could be an opening for Grin to make something happen if you can get a kill on these key targets. But I guess you did expend a couple buybacks yourself there on Grin, so I guess what I'm trying to say is this game is probably going an hour long. With both teams
Very likely, yeah.
going to just wait for their buyback resets and then go again.
Yeah.
And in the meanwhile, we're just gonna have we're gonna chill out a little bit.
Yeah. Tilted Boys, they were in the driver's seat for the time until
I lied. They're going.
Spawns.
This Lina has no buyback. They're running into each other.
Okay.
I don't know about this one.
Look, they were ready for it. Game is already pumping up. Soul trying to send his drop. Does about to drop, and that Pango. No, he doesn't. He's gonna go down. They're trying to initiate on the Soul. Soul needs some help, and no! That's to carry out the game. Right side trying to make a run for it, but they're also fighting on the right side from Monkeys Forever, trying to force them away. The Tusk is falling, and in the river, still chasing Koroa. Fireflow tries to jump away with the Tricks of the Trade. Gets dual stop, and the hook able to pull Monkeys Forever instead of the Ricky. So Ricky lives, but right side will not. He's down 3 for 1 so far. Maybe they can get the punch. They tried this so many times, over and out, over and again. And not successful in doing so. Salivating Salamander, trying to throw all these constant stuns out. Now Muzi gonna get targeted by First hit with a double kill. And Grin Esports looks like they are pretty much at the end of the road here. Gotta have to defend without Lina for 80 seconds.
I mean, not Lina, just like the Venge Illusion and Ricky are the only thing that can defend at this point. We'll see how crazy things can get here.
Time
We got him
is
on
running
enough.
out for
Wave of
Dire's
Terror
middle
does do
tower.
a bit of work here.
Sometimes I find myself saying,
Fenty realizes it, not popping the mental right away, but it is what it is.
There's a good reason to
Not
say
too
it
much.
this time.
The creeps in the base, making sure that's the only wave that's pushing in right now. So they don't want to make the backdoor protection. Mistake happened before. Morphling in trouble. And down! How do they do it? They somehow are able to get it. And now pummeling away onto Door. Ruo with that gem, chasing this and dying and able to get to him, but wake me up, he's gone as well. Holy, this Ricky crits for 1,500 damage. Monkeys forever, Yules to throw Revenge away, and able to get out into the tree line, trying to teleport out, is successful in doing so. Grin's not out. Grin's not out.
They're definitely not after somehow killing Morphling in a 1 versus 4 situation.
Ricky was creating for 1,500 with that Daedalus.
No, this hero was really good in the late game. However, I don't see why Tilted Boys didn't just end the game there, but the game will rage on. All they had to do is group up with the gem, protect the Morphling, and another one's good, but it's okay. He has the
I
vibe.
don't know if I have to say this, but Radiant's middle barracks are under
Down on
attack.
the ground once again, but they already have one. They don't mind about it. Second lane of racks to be secured. They're still at tier 2, but they're going to get the hex. Ally plays down onto the ground. Stays up the time again. Nina. BKB off a Lufka. Aeon Disc will soak up the damage, but the swap coming out, getting a couple extra punches in, forces the angle away. Ends about the ball. Monkey's here. Monkey's away, but Monkey's in trouble. He's going to get finished off. Yes, they will. That's another one. Tilted Boys. They're at the brink of destruction right now. 35 seconds from Morphling. The second tier 4 tower. It's going to be going down, but the glyph is paused. And Grin, they're still chilling. They're still staying in the area. They want to make sure that they get this as 4 versus 4. Plus the Venge illusion. The throne is over. And now they can look for the fight. But Lufka half HP right now. Trying to get the jump on Lufka down. Can they keep them away? Monkeys forever pushed out the hex onto the left. That doesn't mind too much. He's going to for another hook, but it's not doing enough damage. The Ricky's still in action. And that push is gone. And so is the DP. And so is your TI run. Grin Esports. Morphling finally back in, but they didn't know what's happening. They got moved. They carried it. They got thrown. 700 HP. All the ancient. And they still fighting versus Brightside. But then hold. How do they do it? Forte came back in. And they just evaporated, but there's the GG call. It's not the boys, it's Grin. Who calls it unbelievable finish to this game. I mean, this was the best of 1, but what a start for the NA qualies. I know.
Don't make me analyze this game, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
This one walks to ones, now 2. Will there be 3?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Wish fulfilled.
Stay frosty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been slain. Please alert the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Couriers.
Shocking.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Torn from blood and bone.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Don't cover your eyes. Dire's bottom tower is taking a drubbing. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
The Marabone sings its mad song.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Oh, they found the button. Radiant structures have been fortified. Direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Roshan has fallen to the dire. Middle tower, Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining.
We just
5
go into a
seconds
position where you
remaining.
don't get a farm anymore, so we'll have to see how he does with that.
Kind of reminded me of one of the Div 1 mid players put into pause 4.
Dire team ban.
I don't know, Solji was the guy. He's basically still playing like 2 or 3 heroes in the pause 4 role. Basically one which you already had in the mid lane, just kind of rotated back into pause 4. And also Sankin Gomez, Slavi, the ex-Hippomaniacs player, coming in to carry for the team, and Chan coming out as a pause 5. They had Leonidas, they had Neko, and they had Jan Bura, the Brazilian pause 5 player, before in the team. So Lund, Ducho, 9 still continuing in the team. Slawi, a European, reinforced the ex-Mexican roster.
All right, let's see what they can do against Nouns. As I think going into this one,
Radiant
on
team
paper,
ban.
gotta say Nouns is the heavy favorite, right? This
Radiant
is a team
team
that was
pick.
always the 3rd spot, sometimes the
Dire
2nd
team
spot throughout
pick.
the TPC in North America, going against Sankin Gomez, who's been sitting in comfortably in like Division 2, right? So we'll have to see how you against one of the better teams from North America is going to look out. And I think going into this, Nouns is, they have to be the favorite, right? To just win the qualifier.
10 seconds
They are the
remaining.
favorites to win the qualifier on paper.
Radiant
just
team
how the season
ban.
has gone.
Mereska has
We're going to see the
arrived.
Venge get picked up yet again. Countered by the Willow, and then back into the banning phase.
But back into the bans, yeah. Basically, looking at the track record for both of these two teams, Nouns in the 3rd tour were able to get past TSM and get into the major
10
to play a
seconds
Bali.
remaining.
And a Sankin Gomez, the only Series 1 was
5
against Alpha.
seconds
You remember
remaining.
Alpha from
Team
Tour 1,
ban.
and they weren't really that phenomenal, that special, basically. So Sankin Gomez only getting a victory out of that series. But what I wanted to talk to you about now, specifically talking about K1, I had a bit of a chat with Astini yesterday about the roster and the team, because I was curious about how does the team sit
10
in with
seconds remaining.
K1 coming to carry Yamsen going out as a 5. Do they see it as a major improvement,
5
or how do they
seconds
sit in?
remaining.
So Astini, he responded, they definitely have a change of perspective on playstyle. Hector being very experienced and very proactive in communicating. So they play a lot
Dire
around
team
him.
ban.
So maybe that also changes the way that they see like win conditions in the game. And one thing that was very interesting to me with this new system in drafting, they said that they're trying to create their own meta during the qualifiers. Because not only the team is a new formation, but the game changed a lot in the last
10
patch.
seconds
so let's see
remaining.
where that direction goes.
Dire team pick.
I'm okay. We'll have to see. Create their own meta. I don't think anyone even knows what the meta is, so whatever they create will definitely be new. I think that's kind of the advantage you have of being a qualifier team, is you literally are setting the meta. Even the teams that are going to TI, right? They're sitting back,
10
they're watching
seconds
these games.
remaining.
They're watching to see. They're probably on their vacation on some beach right now.
5 seconds
and
remaining.
chilling out, but they got their iPad open and they're watching these games when
Radiant
they go
team
back.
pick.
And you are kind of doing experimentation for everyone right now. And a lot of these games are going to be deciding factor. We saw the Tusk in the last game. We saw the Venge in the last game. It's going to be very popular heroes. Now, Nouns, they got 2 more picks to go.
Start
And it
building
really
that.
feels like you
10
don't see much
seconds
with this new
remaining.
drafting formation. Before, I'd be like, okay, maybe because I'm just like a noob right now,
5
because like
seconds
my eyes
remaining.
don't understand what I'm looking at. And it's just like, okay, there's a bunch of bans
Radiant
here, and
team
you don't
pick.
have any information, so you just kind of gotta pick some heroes now. I think that's like the intent of it, to make it so you can't counter pick as hard. And these flex picks are going to become a lot more they're going to be a lot better, especially I think if you are on second pick, because if you pick 2 heroes that you don't know where they're going,
10
you're on
seconds
Nouns' side,
remaining.
first pick, you got to pick 3 heroes. So at some point when you pick 3 heroes,
5 seconds
you have to
remaining.
show the core. That's just kind of like how it goes, unless you have 3 heroes that can all be flex, but then it's getting a little crazy at that point. But maybe that is the direction where it'll go. We won't really know until later, and we won't know until the patch settles down. There was a B patch very recently, that changed a lot of the numbers. So even if they were scrimming a lot, that B patch drops now all of a sudden. Their ideas, yet I think they should still go for, because I think you should always practice or play what you practice. However, we won't know if that's the best of the best until like a couple months down the line when the dust has settled in the patch.
And obviously, like, one of the basic approaches right now, and has always been in MOBA games, maybe even Dota as well in general, is that physical damage will always scale better than magical damage. There's no item like Rapier in the magic casting pool. You do not get an item that gives you like 50% spell amp, something that makes you the ultimate late game carry. So Venge, damage reduction, Tusk, attack speed, aura reduction. These are like pretty stable answers into like the physical damage pool. But a hero that I saw in the last game's bans, in the first phase bans, the Dawnbreaker, which went through and now decided to pick it up for themselves. What's special about this Dawnbreaker? Did you manage to catch anything about it? Have you seen it in your posts?
I have not seen Dawnbreaker, and I haven't really played her too much. Let's take a look real quick. Armor increased, cast point increased on the Starbreaker. Solar Guardian now pierces debuff immunity. Hammer slow, negligible, Starbreaker swipe. I mean, she just got the buffs all around, mainly around her armor getting increased and the Starbreaker cast point. So, and I guess the debuff immunity piercing with the ultimate's pretty good. So if you add all those things together, it just makes the hero better. And I think whenever this hero is in question, it really comes down to like, is this hero going to be enough to carry the game, or is this hero going to be good as a support? We'll have to see. And Sand King Gomez is they're going to think this is an offlane Dawnbreaker. I know Moo really likes playing it. But whenever you play against the Dawnbreaker in the laning stage, you typically want to be able to get away from the Starbreaker, not get chain stunned, and Void's really good at that.
5 seconds remaining.
Walk away, you won't get that final smash damage off, or if she throws a hammer at you, you can just take it off instantly with the time lock as well. And of course, with the time dilation, you can put yourself in a situation where Dawnbreaker is really slow, and she can't use that mobility to her advantage.
And of course, if you do decide to put this Dawn as a free, you already got the damage amp coming out from this Vengeful Spirit, making Dawn a tiny bit stronger. Back in the past, we've seen like Desolator build-ups, face boots, and stuff like that, being able to move more nimbly from place to place, extra armor, extra physical damage output. So Phoenix doesn't really sit into that picture, but Phoenix doesn't have to synergize directly with the buffs that are given from your teammates. He's kind of like the creator of situations with that egg being placed down, with the attack speed slows that you have that can be very annoying for the Faceless Void to deal with. And Sand King Gomez, this is looking like a pretty interesting draft now, because you have some Wombo combo with Dark Willow and the Darkseer going together with the vacuums, the AoE fears, the AoE damage from Bedlam, even setting up some great chrono plays. And now this is just like, we're just going to bring up Sven right away. What do you like about these last two picks?
What I liked about the picks. Okay, so for Sven, I like it against Darkseer. Pretty easy lane, you get free farm. The illusion doesn't really hurt Sven very much, because most of your damage comes from God Strength, not really
5 seconds remaining.
Unless you don't get cleave from illusions. So Darkseer doesn't like playing against heroes you can't really abuse illusions against. For the Darkseer, I mean, Darkseer's just a strong hero, man. It's a blind pick. You're picking them into heroes like Venge, which don't really pressure you too hard to lane. It's not like a dispel, so you kind of see the supports. Very stable. Not a big fan of Sven versus Faceless Void. However, I think this matchup can be fine as long as you can kill the Void. There's two things you have to do. Either A, don't die in a Chronosphere because you build a lot of HP and you're really tanky, but that's almost never a reality against Void in the late game. So you are typically going to want to be more farmed than the Void and end the game around that 35-minute mark. That's a rough minute mark to end. You don't have to end by then, but you have to have a sizable gold lead.
Yeah, you want to be in a dominating position at least.
Yeah, pretty much. And then for the rest of the heroes for nouns, I kind of am understanding how they're looking at first pick. They're just going to pick their 5 right away. And on second phase, they're going to take their offlaner plus their position 3. Pretty normal stuff. It kind of reminds me of last patch. And then on that next pick there, they're going to counter pick whatever core they see. If they would have picked a mid laner, I'm sure they would have picked a mid. But because they picked the Darkseer offlane, then they picked the Sven to counter it. It's a little refreshing for me to kind of like understand, you know, because the last draft, I'm not gonna lie to you, I wasn't understanding what these teams are doing. They probably didn't understand themselves either. So being able to like see some like sense and being able to understand Dota again is nice for me.
Finding
And we'll have to
sense in
see
a
here.
place of sanity and insanity.
Right, and who has the pick here? Like, I'm still getting used to this out of
10
the phase.
seconds remaining.
Right, it's going to be Radiant pick and then Dire. Or sorry, first pick, then
5
second pick. So
seconds
in this
remaining.
case, Radiant, then Dire. Okay.
So we're looking for
So
Gunnar
now
to
it's
pick
not
his
the-
hero first, and then Lund. I mean, they've already banned out the Puck. He loves his Ember. He loves his Storm. So if those are still in favor, he'd probably be looking into one of those. But he gets to see Gunnar's pick before.
All right, so Gunnar has to blind pick here. So they got the counter pick on pretty much the only thing Noun's counter picked is the Darkseer. They didn't get a counter pick anything else here. So that's normally when we look at a core-to-core matchup on what side's better, who gets more counter picks. And given this situation, second pick is still getting more counter picks.
Radiant team
3
pick.
stuns in your team on Nouns, plus the Phoenix Egg, make that 4.
Dire team
And
pick.
out the Husker, because they might want Ember.
Spirit.
There we go. That's a smart.
I mean, they ban into pick. So normally you ban a Huskar, right? And you're like, oh, I'm banning Ember. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
But now that it's changed a little bit where you can just ban into pick immediately. So you kind of get that surprise ban. And it's going to be more important
10
in
seconds
which
remaining.
position you ban a hero now. Because like ban into instant pick
5
is kind
seconds
of a powerful
remaining.
tool you can use.
Yeah. So now it's down to, do they want to get Storm versus Ember? Do they look for something else for Lund? I'm just so used to seeing him playing Ember Spirit, so he knows this hero really, really well. And Gunnar,
I mean, Invoker's in the pool.
Yeah, actually, Invoker, yeah, that's a good one.
There's a Faceless Void in this game. The lane should be fine. The hero's strong.
Monkey King.
Choose your
wow.
hero.
Okay, they're just going all in for the laning stage. Like, Ember, I mean, I've seen this one before. Like, it takes a lot of confidence, or you're not very confident. Take your pick, but either way, it's like, I've seen Gunnar play versus terrible matchups before, and he normally skill differences it. And if you're a monkey mid, a couple things are going to happen. First of all, you're playing versus a Phoenix, which is a terrible matchup for you throughout the game. Absolutely awful. And Gunnar, he's going to get a couple rotations from Yamsun and Laylis, and then the monkey dies, and now all of a sudden Monkey's not going to have a great game. That's what I'm afraid of. However, the positives are it should win really hard if both players are equally skilled and supports give the same amount of help. It should be a monkey-dominant matchup.
10 seconds
We'll have to see how that one
remaining.
goes. But I think the Sven doesn't need that much help versus Darkseer, which is going to free up Yamsun to make rotations. Same thing for the Faceless Void. You don't really crush by any means Moo in the laning stage. You just kind of survive. So I'm afraid these supports have a lot of freedom to help Gunnar in this game. And I'm looking at the supports of Dark Willow and Tusk. Yeah, they have a lot of scale. They have a lot of utility. But their early game isn't going to be the strongest against heroes like an Ember. Once you get 6, you can no longer gank them, stuff like that. So a lot's going to ride on this mid lane and the supports, I feel, for specifically Sand King Gomez. And it's up to Nouns to just make the plays to happen on the map.
Also, one of the big differences just outside of draft, just wanted to point out the fact that one team is playing in boot camp, the other team is not. So you don't have that instant kind of feeling of guys literally standing by your side. We're going to protect you. We're going to help you out. We're going to buff you up. We're going to give you whatever you need and get yourselves in that right momentum, that right feel to win the game. Just a minor detail, but something that will also help out Nouns if they are in a difficult situation or struggling. They've got the support right there. Sand King Gomez, it's just, so that's all they have basically just to help themselves out. But outside of that, the drafts, it looks like you're more Nouns favored. Sand King Gomez, they got to get this Monkey King to work out early. Fair enough. It's a very fair statement. But they've also got the Faceless Void. Can he be strong enough to win this game for Sand King Gomez? Is it down to him? Is it down to somebody else?
The answer is Faceless Void is always strong enough to win any game. But I give Nouns an advantage in this game for a couple reasons. One, I think Nouns got everything that they wanted. They got good team fight. Gunnar's playing a signature hero. K1 is playing his signature Sven, a fast farming hero. Moo, he likes these kind of like Dawnbreaker. I know he really enjoys playing Dawn offlane, so he's super confident in this one. You got the counter initiation. You got the heals from the Phoenix. And if you look at the chrono damage for Sand King Gomez here, what is it? It doesn't exist. It's an ion shell, right? That's kind of like your chrono damage for the most part here. I mean, I guess Darkwood with the new change is the Bedlam you can throw on the Faceless Void, but that's going to be easily counteracted by the Sunray, the Phoenix, and Moo with a Solar Guardian. So I feel like they're just gonna have like rough lanes and damage issues. But if it gets that ultra late game, technically this Void still is the strongest hero in the game. But we'll have to see how this one plays out. Little micro things can happen in the game, and it goes back down to, I think, the number one thing that needs to happen for Sand King Gomez is this mid lane needs to not only win, but not die to support rotations.
I have to say that new Bedlam on the Dark Willow looks very intriguing with being able to jump onto your ally, buff up that extra
30
damage. If it
seconds
works
to
inside
battle.
Chrono, yep, that's pretty cool because I haven't seen it in action. I don't know if the model disappears and you're just moving around inside next to the Void, or if you're actually throwing your hero in where you just get stuck inside the Chrono. So that should work. It works. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it works. I haven't seen it personally.
Well,
but
I
it should.
tried.
Probably we will be seeing that at some point this game, making that Willow a little bit stronger because the hero has always it's been a range nuisance, and only if it's 100% sure it can hurt an enemy, it will go into melee range to do damage. So now you have an option of buffing your ally or making yourself look strong without putting yourself really in harm's way.
Oh, I think it's a big buff for Dark Willow to be able to do that. It just gives you an extra tool that you just didn't have before. And I think you're right on the money. Like at some point you want to turn into an Ags and be a carry on this hero, and you can no longer use the Bedlam. But now you can still do that and still use the Bedlam. But the same issues still arrive with this hero, where this hero takes a lot of time to come online. A little bit greedy on that regard. And the damage output, even from level 1 Bedlam,
The
isn't that
battle
much.
begins.
So they're really playing for the late game here on Sand King Gomez. If you can get to that Willow with the Aghanims, with like some vacuum into Chrono, some Wukong's command on top of it, like it all sounds great in theory, but like, you've got a lot of Dota play until you can get to that stage of the game.
Also, what I like to see is already looking at the carry itemizations. They've got so many items on their quick buy. Sven has already got like the basic farm build that he needs. But most importantly, K1 is a hell of a farmer. So Faces Void's like, I need Midas this game. I gotta keep up to K1.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the Void build right now. Most everyone goes Midas.
That too as well. It's just kind of the storyline of like how good K1 actually is in terms of farming.
I mean, he's definitely a beast. He was a bit too much of a beast for Beast Coast, so maybe farmed a little too much, and I think that's where he spent a lot of time thinking about, because whenever you get like removed from a roster, you can't just be like, oh, these guys are terrible. You have to find some truth on why they would do what they did, and I think the reason why Beast Coast did remove him is they wanted Parker, who is a player that farms also a lot, but is a bit more active. So we're gonna have to see if K1 is going to implement some being a little more active into his gameplay.
Yeah, that does ring some truth to the words that Astini did talk about him being a bit of a proactive player. So we suspect now he could be playing around him a lot. But Gamson, the ex-carry, will have to give away his life to Ducho, with 9 bullying him around with that Iron Shell, and leads into a first blood for good old Sand King Gomez, aka Sand King Gomez.
Did you get deja vu on that kill? Because I did. Literally last same place. Same place, same Tusk, same death. But either way, it seems to be if you try to chase that around there, it's gonna happen. It's not the biggest deal. K1 is still farming. It's just a little bit of extra gold. I say it's not a big deal, but it's kind of a big deal for the Darkseer to get that early ring of health. It won't stop the Sven from farming, but it'll pretty much make it so they can no longer stop the Darkseer from farming, which was a possibility to that point, as they do, and then, you know, there's support kill here onto the Dark Willow.
Of course, that's Nouns getting on the board as well with their first kill, 1-1. You can't quite kill off Slawi. The carry faces Void, but anything that they can take, they will. And it's also looking at this mid matchup. We haven't really touched upon Lund. Was expected to maybe destroy the matchup. Gunnar not in a really favorable position. Now doubling the CS of this one team.
This is bound to happen. He's doing better than I expected, to be honest with you. However, what I'm really worried about is going to be that 6 to 8 minute mark. Will the supports just collapse on him, make his life a living hell or not? If he can avoid that, then this Monkey King can work. talk here. There's something mesmerizing about watching a Monkey King play Dota.
Yeah. The sliding banana in the river.
Not that part, but each their own. We all look out for different things in the game.
Yeah.
You're just looking for slide and bananas on the
in place.
The moment he said it, I was just looking at Lone sliding on banana. Something mesmerizing about it.
Whatever works for you, man. No judgment here. But either way, like,
No shaming.
where is the action? I mean, I think it's just mid lane where the action's happening. Kind of looking at the other lanes, and not a lot is happening that is super unexpected, I want to say. In fact, nowhere on the map, nothing happening that is unexpected. Even this top lane, I'm a little surprised that Void is doing as well as he is. Because I think Dawnbreaker is a very strong laner, and you, like I mentioned, you pick this Void to survive the lane. You don't really pick it to crush the lane. I don't think there's any Void that truly crushes the lane. He just kind of like chills out.
Yeah, also, most likely, if I haven't heard any updates, Slavi playing from Slovakia or Slovenia, I'm not entirely sure. I remember Hippomaniacs being a Czech organization. Willow's actually in trouble as we talk about this top lane. Moo just needs one connection on a right click, and that should be an... Nope, gonna need another one. Yeah, he's just gonna burn to death from that right click. That's going to be a kill for them, taking off that that Willow. But yeah, Slavi gonna have to play on a bit of a higher ping. That's not going to be an excuse. This is the TI qualies. Doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, now this lane is actually going really bad for the Void on the top lane. The lane's going to push backwards, and we're going to see a ripple effect here. Because if they do this correctly on downs, they're going to be like, okay, 6-minute runes come in a minute here. Moo kind of has lane equilibrium. Actually, they're going on Moo.
Their best to take down this Dawnbreaker, but 5 armor at level 4. Very much HP as well. Gonna be super difficult.
Unfortunately, Bramble Maze is a spell that isn't reliable, so the Brambles didn't connect whatsoever there.
Remember those ancient video games where there's like bullet hell games? You know bullet hells as a category? There's like a million things happening on the screen, and you're trying to dodge every single particle on the screen and try to kill the boss. Yeah. So Bramble Maze is always kind of like where you have to dodge.
Yeah, it is.
Bullet in trouble in the river. Third hero also showing up as Yamson, throwing in that extra wave of terror. Grenade to slow him down. Gunner close to getting the kill, and he's gonna get it.
I mean, who could have predicted this, you know what I mean?
I'm still trying to fight all the way to the end. Already level 6 into the Bramble Maze. Gets him to jump out.
Got the rune.
Help him out, but this... Yep, he's got the haste. He's got the bottle regeneration. He's got to be fine. Even turning around, he's like, guys, you want some dominance? I'll show you some dominance. Gonna dodge the back in with that spear. Has another remnant available. Throwing it already out. He's going to be able to move away from that snowball. Well, he's pulling Nye a bit further away. He was just probably suspecting him to run away. Gets the deny. Mr. Pinecone gets the kill. Yamson in trouble as Lund has already come back, so Lund gets a kill. Make it one apiece, and Slawi also dropping fairly low in the top lane, but he's okay.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. You gotta be careful though. I'm glad the supports are making this rotation. The biggest mistake I've seen from, it's mostly the amateur teams I see pull up this Monkey King mid, because they're using their pubs as an example, right? You're just like, oh, okay, I'm gonna just pick Monkey versus Ember. Nobody's gonna gank me. The Ember's gonna probably destroy his items, but in these top tier games, it's not gonna happen. The supports are gonna rotate on you, and you gotta be able to match that tempo. And to some degree here they are, and they're doing a good job. And Gunner, he's doing, you can tell he knows this matchup. Gunner loves his Monkey King. So he knows how this hero functions, and he's doing everything he can. As you can see, he's just pushing that mid lane in by dragging the wave over there. So now that he will at least have a wave to farm. It's a hard matchup, but he's doing what he can, cutting the wave behind the tower.
He's doing a good job
They
at
must
it.
have seen dark clouds moving.
Stuff you got to do when you're in a hard situation. Meanwhile, the face is Foy getting hammered by Lelis and Moo. Still trying to go for the chase after he uses the time block, but no connection. Johnson is also here. Here comes Chan. Does get a double ramble out there. With the stun onto Moo, and Moo, he's going to get deleted. 4 heroes for a kill.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
And then rotates straight away back to the mid lane. 9, he does find
Radiant's
Yamson.
bottom tower is
Support for all, basically. Iron Shell's also
Dire's
run
middle
out, so
tower
9 doesn't
is
have
under
extra
attack.
damage. Blood Grenade also be pretty early. Sort of slows Lund. He was moving towards mid, but he comes back for the kill. He's got the changer stacks. Trying to save him the kill. They will get it. Tusk is dropping fairly low here. Lund found the strike available. Gunner can also just dodge it with a slate. He's waiting for it, but doesn't actually get the chance to dodge it. While 9 will fall. And Lund looks like his life is coming to an end.
Radiant's
Gunner
middle
with the help of
tower
Lelis
is
and
under
Moo
attack.
secure a second kill off of that Monkey King.
Quite good. And to speak a little bit of outside of what's happening on the top lane, like a lot of good trades. It's just Nouns having the numbers advantage there, and kind of just having the superior just spells at this stage of the game right now. But just to go back to Hector a little bit, who is farming it up, kind of showing a little bit of his mentality, maybe about how he's changing it, is going for the dual scrub. This item is only really good when you're near enemy heroes, because at some point you're going to want to be near as you get the 20 attack speed if the heroes are nearby you. More of like a brawling option instead of just an AT farming.
Maybe it does help to some extent, but you're right, it doesn't really help his farming too much, just a plus 12 damage.
There's generally better items that can help you farm from the neutral spot.
Radiant's middle tower
Maybe he
is
just had a
under
very
attack.
bad list of randoms.
Yeah, I'm trying to give you massive credit here though. Take away his score.
Oh yeah, but yeah, we're definitely not focusing too much on that. K1 already topping the net worth, 10 minutes. His CS is just out of this world. Like, he's already at 100 last hits compared to the next one, which is the Darkseer with 61. Monkey King hasn't been farming a lot, just forced to fight the whole time. Gunner's been farming and fighting. Talking about that, chasing a Dark Lord under the tower to secure another kill. He's 4-0 on this Ember Spirit, so even being half the CS behind the Monkey King has not stopped him an inch.
Yeah. And he has half the CS, but twice the impact almost. Yeah, not twice impact, yeah, but there's a
very spicy fight here. They're going to look to make themselves a Tusk at least. The Stunstone right on the back, but he's got a chrono opportunity. Not going to throw it down yet. 9 will fall first. Moo still tanking damage out of 3 separate heroes. Yamson and Gunner, they're moving out. They're going to sack Moo. Don't want to risk the chance of a chrono there, as they're all spread out by now. That's a 1-for-1. Tusk toward the dawn.
But meanwhile, you brought 5 heroes for that. That's the Silent Beast and Hector. Rotations are on point. Pops the God Strength, farms up bot wave right as the big camp spawns. TPs immediately to go to the double stack of Ancients. Yes, he's on how to farm. In his blood. I must say, his rotation for farming is very good, as he is now going to probably go to the large camp on the left there, clear that out, potentially stack it, maybe farm top lane, have the Phoenix stack it if they're really pro.
Most likely, yeah, that could be the thing.
I mean, Hector's yelling at him, please stack the Ancients there. What are you doing, bro? With my efficiency.
Yeah, you have nothing else to do. Help me out.
So I just felt like I just lived a day in the life of Hector in this game, just like watching the farming patterns, how he thinks.
Ooh, 9 trying to get a catch onto Yamson there with the shard connection. Not that they can do too much damage with the Tusk and the Darkseer versus the 2 heroes are facing off against bottom, but at least a bit of extra poke always helps.
Sorry, I want to go back to Hector again.
Let's go back to Hector.
He digs up the kobolds with the prospecting aura, giving him 20 GPM, puts it on top of Hector. Yeah, it's not following him.
Somebody moved this kobold 4K1. Trying to yell to the NPC, please follow me.
Lelis also gets a bounty rune on top of the kobold for Hector. Yeah, either way, point being is this friend's very farmed, and he's going to continue to be very farmed. Question is, when is he going to join the game? He has BKB queued up. And he's either going to finish the BKB or he's going to go for a blink.
Oh, well, it was very low in the top lane. That could be an easy catch for Gunner. He's going to get Beard Cast done and into another follow-up as well. Good swap. I don't know that the swap is going to save him out. Yamson, he's going to tank the bullet and force everybody else to follow him again. The supports go for the sacrifice so the cores can run away. Still in the chase for Gunner. Lund doesn't quite get the connection on Gunner, but he finds Lelis. Lelis with the slow. Surge being used, but he's got no attack speed whatsoever with the fire spirits connecting. And now you've got 9 snowballing under a tower.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Lund's gonna
attack.
help him escape.
Chains in 2, 1. And out of range.
Yeah, but no.
Somebody's totally this one. Darkseer has a pipe. And meanwhile, during that, Hexer took mid tower. Farmed out the enemy ancients. Farmed enemy triangle.
Remember when I said 100 CS at 10 minutes? He's 184 at 13 minutes and 40 seconds. So this guy is building stonks. If you have any K1 stonks, you gotta watch out for those in a bit.
This guy knows how to farm. No one ever doubted that. And as long as you can utilize his farming speed, you can, by not feeding, right? And I think now he's been doing a good job of just not feeding, taking these fights. I think Gunner's really a great mid laner to have with you. If you're like one of these really hard farming players, because Gunner, he kind of likes just making plays by himself on the map. He likes playing these spirits, these embers, just like having you come gank him. And I think he gets some weird enjoyment out of like you bringing 4 heroes to kill him. He doesn't kill anyone, barely lives, and then like, haha, you just wasted all your time there.
Is under attack.
And that really benefits carry players who know how to farm fast, to have that type of space. Because not only are they drawing his attention away from K1 so he can farm everything, but it's also just like he's playing a hero that can flash farm too. So he's like able to hit everything on the map as fast as he can while knowing he's not getting ganked. Because Gunner's giving space, he's giving information of every hero on the map right now as he's going to claim another tier 1 on the top lane
But
here.
there's also a smoke coming down towards the bottom lane. Senkin Gomez racking up the numbers. Lund's going to be in the lane, but they're all out of there. As Roshan is
The
also going
Dire's
to head over
elements
to
are
the Twin
pelting
Gates.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But this point isn't doing bad,
Lelis is
I will say.
going to walk into a trap, maybe.
Radiant's bottom
No,
tower
they're not
is
actually.
under
The Twin
attack.
Gate?
Yeah, they were not going through. Well, that's your smoke. And we'll trade for a tier 1.
Dire's elements
Hector
are
has already finished off
pelting
ages ago.
Radiant's bottom tower. You don't need to be amazing to point out that
Hector
Radiant's
has a
bottom tower has
BKB if he
fallen,
wants to use
but
it.
it doesn't hurt.
I like how he has not disassembled the Echo just yet, because if he disassembles the Echo, it'll slow down not only his damage, but his farm output. He'll probably do it
The
as
Dire's
needed
poor top
if
tower.
they're about to fight.
Can its end be
Oh
drawing
no, he actually just
nigh?
bought a new one. Okay, so he just didn't even need to disassemble Echo at all. He just... he's
Dire's
just that
top
farmed.
tower is under attack.
That farmed and that
Radiant
confidence.
structures are
5k lead for
fortified.
Nouns. Without any real proper huge fights taking place.
Dire's
Just
top
singular
tower is
skirmishes, a
under
couple
attack.
3-man rotations here and there.
Right,
Oh,
Hector,
they found
he
Hector.
is
They're
playing
going in
a
for it.
little...
Damage onto the top, they got the Dawnbreaker coming in, 2-man stun, 1 kill going their way, can they get another? Pick up the Zardox here in the chains from Gunner. Dutcho dropping low, Moon coming there for the rescue as well to help him out. He might lose his life, but they finished off a kill already. And the rest of them already moving. Oh, but the Chrono misses! It doesn't hit anything! Oh. Schooled again, man, that hurts. That hurts your confidence, if nothing else.
That was probably one of the best fights you could have taken as Sam Gomez. Sure, having a BKB on Sven isn't great, but his God Strength is on cooldown. So they caught him without God Strength, they caught him alone. The Dawn died to save him, without a doubt. Sure, I would have liked that Void to be a little earlier, just so we can get the Chrono off, but it is what it is. But unfortunately, at the end, he thought he could catch Gunner at the edge of that Chronosphere, but Gunner is a little bit too fast. It's kind of what he's known him for these Embers. He's a quick kid. He's quick on his fingers. You can't Chrono him. You gotta think twice before you start using Chrono on a Gunner Ember Spirit. Especially, as you said, Slawi maybe playing on a little bit of ping. You're not Chronoing this Gunner Ember anytime soon.
You're already going to be escaping either because Lelis, Gunner, Nemson all making their way to the Faceless Void, and that's the carry about to drop to use the swap. So prevent the time walk from going on. Making sure that they will actually catch him. But the Dark Roller, all Lund's been taken down by Hector at the same time. That's with the help of Moo. But that fight still in the mid lane with 3. They find the Void, they kill the Monkey King,
Dire's top
and now
tower is
losing
under
no
attack.
one.
Dire's structures are
Rough out
fortified
here.
against all comers.
You are Sand King Gomez. We talked about the basis of their strategy, what they needed to accomplish, and it's just
The Dire's poor
hard
top
at this
tower.
point.
It is
Can
hard.
it
Your
end
Monkey
before
King
you lie?
doesn't, he needs his BKB online. The face is void. He
Dire's
needs level
top
20 at this
tower
point to
has
do damage.
And you talked about it in the draft as well.
my
Like this monkey King needs to get a good start for the game, but
The rule
really,
of
he's feel like he's
regeneration.
just being outscaled at this point. Like already out-farmed, you could say. Not in the
Silver, I
dominating
really
position.
do enjoy what they're putting together here. What I did see from Yamsun when they played with Downs, he tried to be active. In fact, what I noticed from a lot of Yamsun, like he didn't know what he was doing. He had good seasons, he had bad seasons, and Mu will be dying, so that's kind of a bad death. But
Radiant's bottom tower
Yamsun
is
didn't
under
like have an
attack.
identity. That's the best way to put it. But K1, he's always had this identity. And I think that empowers Nouns a little bit to know exactly how they can go. He's gonna
Given his all
Gunner,
for you.
he's gonna make space.
Use it wisely.
Yamsun, he knows both that, so he just has to support that idea. Same with Laylas. And Mu, I don't even know what Mu is supposed to.
Well,
Mu is
he
just
did
Mu.
just make space. He basically found the enemy. They're doing Roshan at the same time. Guys, they're not contesting you. They might kill me here, but you're going to get Roshan free. Hines found some stacks, though. Not a lot of
Dire's middle
stacks.
tower is under attack.
Gunner season.
And yeah, I think he should get this kill. Oh, he has dagger, so we'll see.
Time it.
Yeah, I guess he did. He's dead.
Fear not your death.
If you see what Mu has queued up on this Dawnbreaker, disassemble the Echo, finish the Point Breaker. He's got an Aghanim Scepter almost completed.
A lot
And
of
this is
heal.
going to give more heal, evasion, on top of the Sven, who is
It's your
already
chrono counter, yeah.
6,000 ahead of Void. How do you kill a Sven? I don't think you do.
And that's your chrono counter right there, basically.
Rune
So
of
Void
invisibility.
already needs like an MKB to counter what.
He needs a lot.
It's not even an item that Sven has. It's not like he has a butterfly. It's the Dawnbreaker buffing up the Void, buffing up the Sven, and K1's on the hunt. With that God Strength still up for a little bit, but not able to find a connection with that Silver Edge, and have to reveal himself.
Oh, cover your eyes.
For the tower.
Dire's bottom tower is
Without
taking
God
a
Strength, this
drubbing.
guy is a force to be reckoned with right now. So Sand King Gomez, they understand the situation.
Dire's
The
bottom
Tormentor,
tower has
Sean. Oh, Gunner's coming in. He realized that something's up here. Here it comes connect, actually. There goes your Willow. One finds the easiest kill. His life.
Is
And the
under attack.
Tormentor is yoinked.
Oh, they got it by the monkey.
Monkey steals it. Yoinks it for Chan.
There you go.
He gave his life
Dire's
away,
bottom
and now
tower
he's
is
gifted
under
a shard.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Looks like someone
And onto the high ground they go.
Yeah, it's 21 minutes here, but with the support duo of Phoenix
Dire's structures are just
and
magnificently
having moved the
fortified.
Aghanim
Whether
completed,
accidentally or on purpose, Radiant structures
Trying to get
are
the gas onto the step, but no connection with the Wukongs, and 9 is so deep in. Gonna get picked up the stun, and Mu also there. K1 finishes him down, and he's got enough mana if he pops that one to get that God Strength up, and they can continue sieging, and
Radiant's
then
middle
that tier 3
tower
is
is
history.
under attack.
I mean, that was
You will.
Wukong's, and this Void is just like, hey guys, can you chill out for a second? I'm like 50 gold away from BKB. He just completes it.
At least they're going to finish off the tier 3 tower. They backed away elsewhere. Now okay, they return.
Cover your eyes. Dire's bottom
Now
tower
lucky
is
too, by the way.
Radiant's
Out
top
of the
tower
way.
is under attack. You would have thought
Yeah,
this.
Ignis is still there. Won't be able to clean that one out. They would have wanted it. That's a no.
Actually, I might just take these barracks because he can't walk away.
Dire's bottom barracks have fallen.
So he should back.
Through the wall he goes once again. The regions are instantly cleared out. Train tracks down, tier 3 down. Not too much of a challenge coming out from Sand King Gomez, and Nouns into 15k lead.
And honestly, that shard for the Willow there kind of saved their barracks of how many of those
Well,
rambles
what
were
do you
just
know?
laid on the
Dire's
ground
bottom
to
barracks are
slow
under
that
attack.
spin down. I think the big problem is going to happen very soon here, and I think this Aegis on Ember doesn't really matter that much. I think we get a Satanic on Sven, which is coming soon. He is just going to go high ground. And with this Phoenix, who I think should have a shard coming out to him. Yes, Phoenix has a shard coming. With the Phoenix shard behind you and an Aghanims on this Dawnbreaker, I think Hector can confidently just walk up to the high ground, not use God's Strength, and just hit.
Speedy rune of haste.
He can use God's Strength. I don't think he really needs to. Because then it puts him on a time. Behind him for this Hector. Also, there's not take down the top.
Song.
Slawi able to get back ACD, but really, there's no real safety in this game. Going down inside your face, that's a melee Rex down Gunner. Busting down the Willow, slowly burning it down with the
Just 3 seconds on Vegas.
And he's out.
Full heal for Gunner.
Just killed a Shadow Realm Willow with a Flame Guard. That's all.
That's all, folks.
That's all, folks.
Alright.
Win probability giving a generous 12% for Senkin Gomez right now. We haven't seen them pull up a full-on-5 team fight yet. Are we going to get to see one of those spheres?
Dire's middle tower is under
Probably
attack.
see something of that nature. But the problem is they just don't have damage. They kind of have to do something.
Dire's middle tower is
Summons
under
is a trade, like, no
attack.
matter what they do here, their
Don't
options
shoot
are
the
limited.
messenger.
Succeeding. Monkey King super poor. Faceless Void has pretty good net worth, but its net worth is being dwarfed by how much net worth that K1 has.
Yeah.
And it goes back down to like you hit this Void with no chrono damage, and you have so much save right now on Nouns. They're all on the same page. Like they're gonna play for K1. You got the bench swap, you got the drums on bench, you got the Solar Crest on bench, you got the Aura on bench, you got Moo, who's also sitting there with the Aghanims to help for the Sven. Behind you got as well Laylis helping the Sven. Everyone's building to let K1 in the game.
Yeah.
It's a very methodical style. And it's something that Senkin Gomez lineup is not meant to hit this power spike.
Try their best versus this best, but with 400 HP of pure muscle as they have to fight against him. Jansen almost dropping some lows with his BKB charge, but they need these kills. They're just spreading all over the place. Monkey King finding himself pretty much alone at the Dark Willow, getting clawed by Gunner, getting blown out of the next pop. That's pretty much a saving laser just placed down on the ground. Willow has to fly back. No Wukongs, no BKBs.
Dire's middle barracks.
Slavi has the chrono, but I don't really see too much of that yet. They're trying to go for the Sven. They're trying to get their best up. And here comes Moo. Here comes the saving grace of the Solar Guardian. And K1 finishes off Slavi with his BKB, but still no proper jump. And again, there's just no opening. There's no opening for Senkin Gomez. It's too late.
Well, they have the Solar Guardian now.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
They still have chrono available.
Paving the way for future disaster. Dire's
Gunner
middle
almost
barracks
got
have
him there.
fallen.
Tries that chain didn't connect.
Might try it again. Ah, they're actually backing out. It's just the Phoenix staying around. Well, another lane of rack secured. One more to go. 6 seconds for Roche's minimum spawn. Guesses? I say 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah, it's a 45.
And the 210s.
Okay.
You win.
Thank you. That's easy game.
Oh, looks Jason Gunner has actually scouted him out. Sean's coming in. Docho to help out too. Still, again, just a difficult fight. Gunner, Moo and K1 coming out from the south side. And right, almost finding Lund. From the other side now. Gunner, the initiation of the Docho. Also finding a Willow. And there comes that. Just toying with their prey. That's a dieback. No more Willow. Sanking Gomez got a
Dire's
hold
top
before.
tower is under
It's
attack.
beyond godlike. Hard
Structures are fortified.
by the Monkey King.
The Dire's
That's what I was
floor
worried
top
about.
tower.
That's Gunner.
Can its
He's trying to
end
break
be
the
drawing nigh? Enjoy yourself, my
All the way. But there we go. The entry, but who's in the Wukongs? Well, it's definitely not the hero that they need to be in there. Gunner's out. K1's hammering away. One more hit to finish up the dark seer. He's got on Slawi. I just have to save Chrono. Well, K1. I'm still on cooldown. Gunner now jumping on the other side onto this Monkey King. He's really toying with love.
As used for some of
He
you,
might have gotten away in the
Dire's
laning
top
stage, but
barracks is
didn't
probably
get
going to
away with
spoil
the
your
game.
day, but Dire's top barracks have mega creep.
They try to bring the pressure to Nouns here. Their draft is like, okay, let's win this lane. Let's pick the Darkseer, sure Void. Let's sorry, Void and Darkseer are pretty good together. And they're gonna face Heroes down, but they might
Trying to get this bench for such a long time. Moves providing the heal, and so is that Phoenix Egg. Oh, the heal is higher than the damage being dealt, and GG's call from Sanking Gomez now taking the first game.
I think what you said at the end there was describing the heals or more than the damage. Sanking Gomez. The face is Void pick. It is good versus Dawnbreaker in a lot of ways. I would never say a Void pick is a bad pick. However, I do think the support duo left a lot to be desired here. You have the Tusk. You also have yourself a Dark Willow. These heroes.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Illusion!
Radiant's courier has been slain.
Whatever that was scarcely worth my notice.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Before my time. Like a match already dim and damp, your mind snuffs out.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We always want the dead.
Just as I expected.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. What a debacle! Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Time is running out for Dire's middle tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm through with this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant must summon the spirit to defend the top tower. Radiant's top tower has fallen. More's the pity. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire team ban.
I
Radiant
play
team
monkey
ban.
mid, and I'm going to be
Radiant
the only
team
team in the
ban.
world that's good at this. No, I mean, no team has been picking monkey mid for the longest time now
Dire
because
team
it just
ban.
doesn't win you games. So is your idea, Sankin Gomez, going to be, we're just going to lose the series, but we at least want to get to
10
the mid game,
seconds
and we can't
remaining.
get to the mid game unless we pick these really cheesy laners? If so,
5
they can go
seconds
that route,
remaining.
but they're never going to win the game that way. If they want to win the game, they're going to have to pick a much more stable draft. They're going to have to make sure not only do they do well in the laning stage, but they can fight in the mid game. And what happened in the last game is they just could not fight in the
Radiant
mid game
team
whatsoever.
ban.
And that had just allowed Gunner to run around, do whatever he wanted, K1 to farm. There's only going to be probably, if you're Sankin Gomez, sure, maybe you
10
can win the
seconds
series,
remaining.
but I think the one thing you should focus on more than anything is put together a draft
5
that
seconds
can skip.
remaining.
Maybe you will find K1, maybe you won't stop him from farming, but maybe you'll find some late game pickoffs, so kill him because your draft just actually makes sense. Aim for that.
You can see that the Phoenix is
Radiant
banned out by
team
Sankin
banned.
Gomez. They did have some success on the side of Nouns with Lelis playing the Phoenix, stacking around the map, going all around the place.
10 seconds
Having that egg
remaining.
healing battery, which it did seem to be
5
very
seconds
annoying for
remaining.
Sankin Gomez to face up against when the Dawnbreaker and Moo had already built up the Ags as well.
Dire team ban.
It's like, yeah, we can't even kill a Vengeful Spirit, which feels rough. Like to face these heroes a bit earlier on into the game. Just ban out the
10
Phoenix.
seconds
Take
remaining.
another approach, because Nouns did talk about them wanting
5
to set
seconds remaining.
some type of a meta. We already talked about NA being a copycat region. Now the whole patch being new, people can just make up stuff and it can work, and people will see, oh, it works. Let's see if there's any truth to it. So still feel that feels
Yeah.
like anything can happen. There's a lot of truth to anything you can say.
I feel like with this qualifier just ending as quick as it's going to end, you might not have a lot of time to copy things.
True.
Like your life might just flash before your eyes before you even understand what's going on here. So I think whoever just comes in with the best ideas are just gonna win. And it's not gonna be easy to catch on to it right away. Like, I'm already looking at this, and
Radiant team
Sankin Gomez is banning heroes that Nouns played last game. And I'm looking at Nouns' bans, and I'm just like, they're banning 4 heroes before even seeing a single hero right now. Like, how much information can they have to possibly know that these 4 heroes are going to be good against what they pick?
10 seconds
And it's probably just going
remaining.
to come down to they already preemptively know what they want to pick, and they're going to
5
ban 4
seconds
heroes that are
remaining.
good against it. and
Yeah.
hopes
Dire
of
team
Sanky
ban.
Gomez not banning it in return.
And Astini shouting orders as well.
Yeah, but I'm looking at all the bans that happened right now. Disruptor is good for Darkseer. Nature's Prophet doesn't really do much. I know why they banned it though, because that hero is actually very popular pos 5 right now.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
Earth Spirit's a good hero. Not sure why they banned that. Not really
5
good for
seconds
Darkseer either.
remaining.
They're just banning heroes that they think are good. Just 4 heroes that are good and maybe one
Dire
targeted
team
towards
ban.
what they want to pick. I don't know. I'm a little bit. I think this always happens in Dota. You're just things change so much that you just don't really know what's good and what's not good.
Radiant team ban.
And maybe at some point teams will get to a point where they can fully abuse having 4, 5, 6, 7 bans before even one hero is picked. But for now, I guarantee you no team has figured it out. They can say all they want, they figured out the meta, we're creating the meta. There's no way they have figured out this patch
10
like a couple
seconds
days later of
remaining.
scrimming this.
Yeah,
There's way
absolutely
too
right,
many
yeah.
changes.
One
5
thing is
seconds
funny though,
remaining.
you're looking at the Sand King Gomez bans. I don't remember a lot of times I've
Radiant
seen
team
Clockwork
pick.
and then Spirit Breaker. Exactly these 2 heroes in this order being banned out.
I mean, probably never happened.
It feels that way, right?
I mean, maybe it has actually, because it was 2 bans, 3 bans, 2 bans before.
10
so
seconds
it
remaining.
theoretically could have happened, but them banning these particular
5
heroes
seconds remaining.
should be an indicator of some sort. I mean, they're both similar heroes, right? They're just can get on top of heroes like a Drow Ranger, stuff like that. But you have a Grimstroke. I don't think Grimstroke is a hero you want to pair with like these ranged carries. So kind of a strange bands, but
Yeah, it doesn't
not
feel like
strange in the
Grimstroke
sense-
is
they're
actually
good with
against
Darkseer,
them. In a way.
right?
Yeah, yeah. Like they're good
So
against
they're
the
just-
Darkseer for sure, but like
With Darkseer.
with Darkseer, yeah.
Yeah.
But it feels like Grimstroke is good actually
Dire team
against those
pick.
2 heroes.
I don't know if that's true. Maybe it is, but either way, I think they're banning in a very simple mindset. Oh, they have Darkseer. We ban melee force, and then they just pick
10
Rubik
seconds
instead, because
remaining.
Darkseer doesn't actually have to lane with melee force. That has not been the case
5
for like, the
seconds
entire
remaining.
year. If you can make it work, I think it's a bonus, but it's not a requirement.
Good old classic Rubik. Also feel like a lot of these good heroes that have been improved, Rubik also gets better alongside them. It's always something to keep in mind. I feel like the hero has pretty much, I feel like pretty much always has been a good hero. Has there ever been a time when Rubik's been bad?
Dire team pick.
Trying to
I'm also trying to dig deep, and I just can't come up with a time when Rubik would have actually been a bad pick.
It's never been bad, but it's always been sometimes like, it's just a Rubik, It's not great.
But,
It's never been like,
underwhelming,
oh my gosh, they picked Rubik. What are they doing?
10 seconds remaining.
He's always been at least okay or top tier.
5
I
seconds
think
remaining.
fundamentally, just being able to steal spells is going to make the hero always a good pick, because whatever's meta, you're going to be meta too, because you're taking those spells, right? So I think Rubik in that regard will always be a pretty decent hero,
Yeah, it's true.
conceptually.
Now that I see the Wraith King come out from Sand King Gomez, I like the idea that they have going here with this Grimstroke Wraith King potentially being in the same lane, now that you can pop Inkswell with your sub ability to stun earlier. And then the Wraith King also has a follow-up stun or even initiating stun to get the Inkswell then on top and follow up on targets. But this is a very early Wraith King pick in my opinion. There's still
You see the Darkseer?
You see the Darkseer, but there's still a double pick that's one at least is going to counter the Wraith King. The other can be anything.
I just don't know if Wraith King got enough buffs to justify picking this hero again. Like, the skeletons got buffed.
Radiant
which is
team
fine.
pick.
It's like not the hero. It's like-
Right. I mean, is this hero a carry? Is he an offlaner? Is he a support? I mean, he has to be a core just the way skeletons work. So you need to hit creeps.
I know
Well, I guess
9
we'll find
plays.
out this game.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean, Wraith King got nerfed in the most recent patch.
5 seconds remaining.
Strength gain decreased. Guess he was too OP in some low-level pubs.
Could be.
I mean, the Aghanim Scepter cooldown reduction went from 40 to 30, so play some like off-lane Aghanim style potentially. It's like, why wouldn't you just pick Sven? You just lost to a Sven.
Radiant
Great
team
King is actually a decent illusion target because the illusion does lifesteal, the illusion does crit, whereas none of Sven's abilities are really good. And plus, you can, as Sven, you have AoE clear, right? You can just like cleave the illusions. Great King doesn't have that ability. But I don't hate what they're doing here. They got good stuns, they got a melee. Their supports do a lot of damage. And if you're gonna pick Wraith King against Hector, you better know he knows the counters to Wraith King. This man invented Wraith King himself.
Yep.
He's gonna pay CK against it. And so far, all their heroes suck for CK. So this is a pretty good pick. They're leaving Gunner's pick for last. I'm a little surprised they didn't pick Gunner there. I guess Hector really wanted the CK. CK is a hero that does well in most laning matchups. He's a strong laner. So it's not easy to find an offlaner that'll just crush him. I think potentially in this position, you are searching for stuns. Of course, I would look at like an Underlord or something, that possible option.
Legion Commander.
But they're gonna go for Legion Commander. I think that one's pretty good too. You do have the extra damage for illusions. You have that stun. And this lineup makes sense. I actually like what they're doing here. They're fixing a lot of their issues. They are showing that they want to play super fast.
Remaining.
Grimstroke and Sky, they are not passive supports. They want to go, go, go. They want to fight. They want to make things happen here. And they're going to have to make that happen in this game as well as Sand King Gomez. They're going to get counterpicked here. So they're banning out Gunner's Lone Druid, indicating they probably want a Spirit Hero for the mid laner. And I would 100% agree with that. Getting some Ember, getting some Storm, even a Void Spirit I would be fine with.
5 seconds remaining.
Fine. I don't really enjoy Tiny that much, but they need something melee, runs around, that can play with Sky plus Grim. Because I think they're all in with this strategy. They have no team fight. There's no way they can salvage their team fight issues. Literally impossible. So they need to go and just go all in, play the aggressive game, play fast, and try to win that way.
And also with these bans into ban pick for Sand King Gomez, already getting rid of the Lone Druid. You see the
10
Lesh.
seconds remaining.
And now also Gunner gets to ban out another hero.
5
Still gets
seconds
to see
remaining.
his matchup. So he's probably already thinking ahead, like what he most likely wants to pick. And Steenie and Lilith have their own ideas of what could probably benefit the team the most if they want Gunner again to be that kind of active tempo controller for the game. Everybody else sets the pace for Hector. Now you're playing a CK, which comes up comes online earlier, a lot earlier. That's what I wanted to say. A lot earlier than last game with the Sven. And Sven came on fairly early as well. They were in good commanding position. But CK already in the laning stage, a nuisance. 10 to 15 minutes, capable of farming very fast with Phantasm. Even 15 minutes onwards, you can start looking at Roshan and finding your opponents. And we see Ember ban and a Meepo ban. A Meepo that has actually gone down in win rate a lot, at what I was looking at least on the trends. And Meepo has took a bit of a hit. Very interesting.
Yeah, he got some nerfs, especially the Atos nerf, but I thought they're going to ban Puck here, take Storm. That would have been, it's a really good Storm game.
5 seconds remaining.
There are those confident players who are just like, they'll pick Storm now, and then they get countered by Puck. It's like, saw that one coming.
Radiant team.
Meepo also is like a Puck in a way, right? You have that lockdown, but instead they're going to go for the Queen of Pain, which is...
That's a Lund classic. Did play a decent amount of Quap in Division 1 and Division 2.
Here comes Puck or Kunkka.
10 seconds remaining.
Gunner Kunkka actually intrigued. Or maybe something new.
5 seconds remaining.
Gunner actually, I didn't look at his pro tracker, but if he's played something new in this patch that he's made work, like remember the Ricky mid meta, Gunner was one of them who really like played a lot.
Zeus,
Earth Spirits, pretty hot. Yeah.
Banned.
If I also understood correct, Invoker is not even a playable hero in the tournament. If I understood correctly.
What does that mean?
Some of the changes on the
Choose your
hero did not get through properly, so not sure if Invoker is being played in any regions qualifiers. Some
Like it's bad or it's like banned?
banned, so I think there's some technicalities regarding to the hero. If I
Oh, so
understood
you just-
correctly.
So nobody can pick it.
Yeah, nobody can pick it. Yeah,
I mean, it got banned in the first series,
it was banned in the first series. Yeah, They
even though
forgot to
like
note.
it's already permac banned.
Yeah,
So they just wasted a ban.
could be. Yeah.
Very
But
good, very good.
outside of that, we're looking at these finalized drafts. Gunner with the Tiny, you talked about this Tiny a bit. You're a Tiny enjoyer in this particular draft. It does sit into Gunner's playstyle just as it should. So there's nothing Gunner experimenting with a new hero type of thing.
Yeah, I think Gunner, he looked at the puck and he's like, I'm playing versus 2 silences, no thanks. He looked at the Kunkka and it was like, technically a good Kunkka game, but Kunkka has not been a hero that's been a good hero for a very long time, so he doesn't want to get baited by playing a bait hero. And Tiny, what's his job going to be this game? It's going to just kill these supports, these squishy supports. Tiny loves doing that, and that's pretty much just going to be his purpose in this game. Yeah, it fits what it needs to do. The only thing you have to be worried about is potentially the laning, but it should be fine there too. So, big issue I have with Tiny most of the time is how it scales into the game. But you're playing with K1. He takes care of most healing forks here on your team. So I think this pick does what it needs to do. It's not too flashy, makes plays on the map, kills the supports. It's on last game was Ember. He really focused supports down, and that's going to be his mission in this game as well.
And this is also a do-or-die situation in a way for Sanking Gomez as well. They got to tie this series up to keep their hopes alive in the upper bracket. How do they achieve this? We didn't really get to see them do too many achievements in that first game, but I hope that they've addressed at least some of those issues. Hector was uncontested. Gunner became a problem that they couldn't really deal with. And, well, they might get a casual kill on Moo, maybe even get a... They didn't kill Lelis at all last game, so that's another, like, the Phoenix was untouched. And it was basically just Moo and Yamson.
They should get kills this game. Like, you don't have the save potential that you did in game 1. Sure, you still have the Venge, and Darkseer will buy some support items.
30 seconds to
However,
battle.
last game you had the Venge, you had the Phoenix, and you had the Dawnbreaker with the Ags. A lot less of that. And you have a lot more damage now from Sanking Gomez.
That is
And
too good.
I figured out why they picked Wraith King. This man is Grandmaster Wraith King. Every skin unlocked. We're going to Comfort.
Yeah, I do recall Slawi back in Hippomaniacs would really like to go to this Wraith King pick from time to time. I think the biggest issue with the team was he wasn't really the star player of the team. That was when the types of Supreme and Saberlight were the people everybody were watching like, oh, these guys are pretty good. And Slawi was just kind of living in the shadow, but he would play heroes like Wraith King from time to time and have a good time. Then again, you got another Wraith King. I was about to say CK specialist, but you do have a CK specialist as well in K1 Hector. But he, like you said, he's the king of Wraith King, the KWK.
Hector, KWK. Anyway, we're going to play a lot of pressure to Hector down here. Sure, I'm trying to take a look at the laning matchup and who has advantages here. I think Quap should have an advantage mid, so I'm not like super confident on that one because Tiny with tree grab can get a lot of denies, but he is applying a lot of pressure as of now, but kind of missing some CS unfortunately with this tear, but still doing good damage here. Gunner, he'll get level 2 now. I like watching the first couple lane. Levels on mid lane, they matter so much.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for the Tiny, but we've seen that Gunner can come out thriving from difficult situations. But if Lund can find a kill on Gunner, that would be absolutely huge. Getting the Quap extra experience early on from a kill, opening up the lane, keeping the Tiny behind, who is very rotation heavy, basically. We've always lived in a term of, we see Tiny in the game, we expect
Boo's in trouble.
But let's see what they can do with this. Slawi should get the stun connection. So not too much damage onto Moon. Drops down a half.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, they're all very low movement speed heroes.
I think they kind of did not play that the best they could have. Slawi, he summoned his skeletons but stunned too early because the stun will trigger your skeletons to attack the target, but they have to be summoned first, so it takes a little bit for the animation to go off, so he didn't get all the skeletons to attack Mu. And then he kind of just didn't follow him either, so a little bit of misexecution there, but still doing fine in the lane, still farming. But Mu free farming, CK free farming, and Gunner also free farming. Not particularly good news if you're a Sand King Gomez fan here, as all three lanes are not particularly going great as of now, but it's still early on.
So very early on, but surely the lanes are in a bit of peril. Need to address them pretty early on. Gunner is just having a field day right now, 12-6 in terms of those CS. And also the 8 denies. Ooh. Now he's got high right-click damage for sure. But it is a melee versus range matchup, which looks like a top lane. Chan is actually pretty low. Who does get stunned up by the Inkswell, so a close attempt onto the Grimstroke. Lelis probably just needing a right-click and a Fate Bolt. And shot the job.
Yeah, Darkseer, another... Oh, and he missed the vacuum on top lane, but nobody saw that actually on me.
Nope.
Regardless, I was gonna say Darkseer is a hero that's pretty decent versus Wraith King as well, because you want to use your skeletons, right, to survive, to push out lanes, to farm, do damage. But against the Ion Shell, they kind of just melt.
Osterian, your kingdom was a
The
wonder.
Skyrim engine trouble in the bottom lane. Nine's gonna get pulled in with the blood grenade, and that's gonna be first blood. Yamson to pick it up. K1 Hector to provide the extra battery. First blood for Nouns. Top lane also a bit of damage dealt onto Slawi. Down to 200 HP. Ready with the Fate Bolt is Lelis. They just need a little bit more to snipe this Wraith King. They're keeping him on his toes.
Mu has no mana, ends up using a Lotus. No vacuum either. And he has a Fable. He might just...
Yeah, he's
Sean
toying with
here.
Sean here.
Right. No vision. If he wanted to, he could have dropped a Sentry in there and got the vision and killed him, but...
It was a bit too far away for the Fate Bolt.
Nah, I mean, sometimes getting his
It's better
skeletons
keeping him low, yeah.
Yeah. If
Not
it was
as
first
constant,
blood, I say
right.
go for it. But if it's not first blood, if he's useless and can't do anything, he has a salve now. So maybe it would have been better to kill him. They wouldn't know for sure. And you're going to see Mu on the top lane. Just, he summons the skeletons on the Wraith King. But Mu with the Ion Shell, they don't really care. They're just going to nuke him down. It's not going to get a lot of effects here from
Extra farm.
these Skelly bros.
As they come back up of their graves and give that extra 5 gold per Skelly.
I mean, the gold really doesn't matter. It's more of like, this is a critical part of your hero concept. Like, you do most of your damage through these skeletons. And you also farm. That's your farming tool. Sven has cleave.
K1, oh, he's in trouble. He's got a fairy fire though, but can they extend for the kill? That arcane bolt
Got a range
should
draw.
finish him off.
No,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. I mean, he probably would have got chased down for one more overwhelming odds. But yeah.
Oh well.
Venge went mid to...
The direst
I didn't
elements
see what
are
happened there.
pelting Radiant's bottom tower.
Maybe we'll never know.
Talking about mid, Lund has been catching up in CS. 22 to 23, but Gunner with that ridiculous amount of deny so far. Skyraf Mage not feeling too healthy with Yamson on his tail, but there goes the toss from Gunner. One more hit from Yamson should do. For a moment, it looked like he was at the edge of the stairs. He could have had a high ground.
And Layla to the DD. Just gonna right-click Sean down.
Of my life.
See you later.
Hope you're enjoying. 3-1 for Nouns. Even a rotation towards mid by
Oh,
Lelis.
look, they found the
telekinesis in
button.
3
Radiant
seconds.
structures
Lund
have been
has
fortified.
now leveled up his link. Does the Fate Bolt do enough though? What's the lead for Gunner? Yeah, they're
He
gonna...
didn't blink.
He didn't. He never did.
He never did.
Oh well. Sean, going for the turnaround. trying to catch the Lelis. The stun should... No, the creeps. The creep, they're basically a pixel away. Oh, if the creeps that are blocking, we might have actually gotten the Inkswell stun. But Gunnar! Oh, now Gunnar's in trouble. Yeah, Gunnar's down.
Dire's bottom tower
back
is
to
under
back.
attack.
Wisdom rune battles. Not real battles.
That's a Gunner death.
And Lund
He's
just
like,
beat
yeah,
me.
there's no way these guys can kill me.
Move down to 200 HP. Lund, he did use his blink this time. Very close if he catches an eye on him. Puts down the ward. And very close to getting the kill. Oh, he only just realizes that Dark's just gone away the other direction. So he's going to miss out on the kill. He just respawned TP top, trying to get a kill.
He didn't go Sonic Wave, so he won 3 points in Shadow Strike for the laning stage. Opted out of the Sonic Wave, so doesn't get the kill. I think without Sonic Wave, it's a little difficult to go for those
Dire's
plays
middle
there.
tower is under attack.
At the end, he only lost a little bit for that rotation. Kind of annoyed move. It was fine. It's not going to be game breaking. What could be game breaking is who gets this 8-minute rune and what happens with it. Just with 2 seconds, it's coming out, and the supports are ready for Nouns.
Denying the haste rune.
No rune for anyone.
Could have been a good rune for the Tiny to have. Want to make that quick rotation on Gunnar. Denied this time. Smoke being bought for Yamson, so they're definitely looking to make a play at some stage in the coming minutes. Only not with the CK, but maybe with somebody else. Chan was actually going for Lelis there momentarily, but the Inkswell not close enough. To the Vengeful Spirit, Yamson going to get targeted by 9 and does so. That should be our first duel. Stun thrown in. It's going to be a close one, but they got it. Gunnar also rotating in. Oh, casual chicken walks in.
The Dire just can't resist attacking Radiant's top tower.
Very graphic.
Both chickens actually. They're both chickens technically because Venge has the chicken taunt. Sparrow. Someone's got a stolen duel. Does he get this one? Who's gonna...
He gave it just 20 damage for Legion now. What?
Oh, the stolen duel now. Legion's got more damage than he could have ever hoped to have.
And that's just one of those things when you play Legion, like, you don't want to feed the 0 damage. The way I look at Legion, it's a carry now. And it scales based on how much damage it steals. Giving it bonus damage just literally for free
Dire's middle
is one of the
tower
worst things
is
you can
under
do.
attack.
So, Sand King Gomez off to a much better start this game.
Yeah, happy to take that as
King's
well.
farming. The Legion's having a field day. They're struggling, but
Dire's top tower is under attack.
yeah. Kind of expected that one. Kind
Dire's elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower.
I guess it's
Slowly with the rotation.
I guess it's like for Lelis maybe worth a little bit of a giggle. Like,
Radiant's
okay, I
bottom
screwed up.
tower is under attack.
We do a bit of throwing.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower
This is not
under
Shopify
attack.
type, but we do a bit of throwing. Well, we do know that nouns from time to time they can get into this bit of a goofy mode here and there.
CI qualifier time, it's good to stay loose, but it's never good to lose a game and be like, wow, that was dumb.
Yeah, this is not the tournament for that. Most of these players, this is what they wait for the entire year. They play a DPC and they still get to put in regional qualifiers, but this is the one that really matters to them all. 4-man rotation, 5-man as the TP coming in as well from Sandal. And the double duel. It's one, maybe even two. Sonic Wave coming in, the Tiny still living. Stolen Sonic Wave from Lelis. Turns into Excel. Dutcho down. Another low on HP. Lasalve coming in, respawning for the second time. As Doug goes back to the battle, but won't be able to catch the Tiny. The Sonic Wave not going to be enough. Enough to scream of pain. Not enough damage. And somehow, Nouns will keep Gunnar alive, losing the Darkseer and the Venge, and they get 4 kills for themselves.
Layla's played that one really well. That's how they were able to keep Gunnar alive. Sonic Wave to push them all back. Then on the respawn of the Radiant, blitz them back just in time. So you can't get that additional Wildcard blast off there.
Look at his damage.
Played by Layla
top tower is under attack.
8.4k damage, if I saw correct. Or 2.4k. I'm not sure if it was 8 or 2, but still the highest damage output for now in that last fight.
Can its end be drawing
He did
nigh?
8.48 damage.
Yeah, I would have rolled
Got a
that.
has
rampage.
fallen.
They are right about that. I'm dumb. I'm silly. Well, if he does that again, he might be able to do that.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under
For
attack.
my coffer.
Radiant's
8 to
bottom
7,
tower is
15
under
kills in
attack.
12 minutes. Nice over 1 kill per minute pace. What we like to see from a brawl. And it is Slavi in top of network.
Radiant's bottom tower
Rate
is
is currently
under attack.
6.7 to Hector's 5.8. A huge difference between the two, but the CK only now getting farmed. This race team always has the Mr. Skeletons to help him out.
Yeah.
Radiant's
And
middle
it's a different
tower
game. You
is
see how
under
the
attack.
farming speed of a CK compared to the spin of last game. It's much different. Of course, spin isn't going to be good every single game. Or if you have the type of game you have in one, maybe it will be. Oh, are they going to get him here?
Oh, close to getting it, but no.
Oh, he tumbled toy to the wrong
Boy,
spot.
Avalanche. Oh, he anticipated. He anticipated him.
He
to move
thought he made it
forward.
over the cliff. Never been more happy to have a miscalculation.
Big kill going for Sankin Gomez with K1 and Yamsen finishing off this Queen of Pain. Stun locked on the
Dire's
spot.
middle tower
This is a big
is
kill.
under
I don't
attack.
even know at this point. This co-op is kind of like a creep. And that's a problem, by the way, because, like, your Rubik is almost a
Connor. Still coming out of the Yamsen, but the Legion Commander getting bullied. Still gets the duel victory. And on to the next one they go. It's Gunner this time. It's a very tanky tiny. They've got the wall closed on the ground. Vacuum mode popped as well. And the Grimshaw Cult so mine. Slowing down Gunner and Moo on the escape. Lund throws in the Sonic Wave. They got to get a couple of hits in, but no, he doesn't get it. Doesn't get it. And the surge stolen by Lelis. He's going to be able to get back to safety. And no
Did he
kill.
double click it or something? He used overwhelming odds on himself? It's TI time. You can. That's how you know. These mistakes, you know, these players would never make in a pub. You watch them here, they look silly, but that's just the nature of the game. You got to be able to play under pressure.
Talking about playing under pressure, the last fight in top, Lelis basically salvaged it. He also saved Gunner's life again.
Yes, from the goddess.
Lelis is playing really good this game. It reflects not only in his net worth as he has now surpassed the enemy mid-laner, also has played the support role of buying wards and assisting his teammates as they will kill you. Combination is quite strong. Too much for a Darkseer to deal with.
But it was also Moo who
Dire's
landed a
top
pretty
tower
clutch
is under
surge
attack.
to get the Tiny out of harm's way. I'm sure the Quap's not going to be going for a all-in blink to Scream of Pain to try and get the kill. He did get picked off in the top lane. All right. So every spell that they have in their arsenal to secure that stack. Meanwhile, LC building it with Blink Dagger, still going to take some time. Did build that late mail rush. And there are games where you highly debate, is Blade Mail Rush really that good on LC? But when you look at it, you've got a Quap able to move around, you have a Sky who can quickly blow up stuff, but you're not getting to play your full-out combo. Silence on the Gunner before he's able to get these spells off. They still kill him, jump. But it's another double. They got the bench. There's the big ulti coming out. The Mystic player almost finishing off Gunner, but again he survives somehow. Walks out as that duel expires. And again, a 1-for-1.
Still tools are doing pretty cool. They're not getting like double damage off them. There might be a point in this game where they do. But for now, the duels right now are they're at least locking 2 heroes down, and he's always getting at least one.
Dire's middle
Already up
tower
to 58
is under
damage.
attack.
Has the talent of +8 duel damage. He keeps getting these kills, along with the Blink Dagger also coming. Could be scary. We talked about the game plan post-game of what they need to do. They just got to battle, fight, skirmish. Team fighting's not going to be quite as good. The Queen of Pain is getting a little bit of team fight.
Can its end be drawing nigh?
it's not going to be. I mean, maybe it will be as good as it starts.
Dire's top tower
With the
is
way
under
pushing it
attack.
back and the overwhelming odds, you don't have the best team fight either here for Nouns. So this game is much closer. Let's just put it that way. It's a very close game. Slavi's taking ahead in the net worth for his team with the Legion Commander. The only thing you have to be worried about is this Queen of Pain, and I think what's going to come down for Quap is, can she buy an item that is low net worth that has high impact right away?
Let's see what this smoke leads into. 3 heroes, 4 heroes, heading over to the bottom lane, and with that, Blink reveal, they got the jump onto Tiny, but he survives the duel, and Gunner turning around for it once again, he lives! The surge just in time, but can they turn this around? Dutch shows that 50 is being Hector, he wants blood, he wants to hammer them down. Dutch shows will fall down, Gunner went for the sacrificial play, he tried to get something to open up, and he will give his life away for it, and Hector can find a follow-up. The Sonic Wave will push back CK. And he's going to be a bit too far to catch anybody. The Phantasm Illusions getting him the way, but nobody to be found.
Time is running out.
One
for
trade
Dire's
with the
middle
Raid
tower.
King just popping his reincarnation.
Gotta keep limber.
Might be still some action. They're still hanging around. No LC though. They're waiting for Janssen to walk. Straight for the GTC with the ward, and there goes Janssen. He's deleted. Maybe even more with Lela scouted out, but no mana for Mystic Flare. And no slow. Just pops the silence, prevents him from getting any spells. And Hector puts a bit of vengeance here. Oh, well, nicely timed there from Chan. Throws in the sub ability. Make sure
I
that
didn't think of that.
that was a good play.
I was wondering, like, yeah, with the shard and the sub ability, you can just instantly take stuns off now. That makes sense why this hero has such a good win rate.
Strongest
I
spell.
was like, yeah, and it's like, oh, this is good. This hero, like, you can choose, it'll give you more aggressive options, but the problem before is, like, getting that strong dispel is a little hard because you had to wait perfect timing. Now you have a 5-second window that you can take off any superstone with a reticle or lift.
They want to use some of that advantage for themselves as well. They're suspecting there's a deep ward placed down.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good pick off for them. Yeah, indeed. That's what seems to be working in their favor. Like that strong dispel from the Ink 12. Very handy. And obviously the sub ability, just having that ability to cancel the Ink Swell whenever you want to. Canceling the right click animation from the CK, even if your hero is stunned, you can bring the stun, and you also prevent them from dying from that crucial one right click that would have finished his life. Very, very perfect timing there. Couldn't have been better.
Not really. And Solar Crest on Binge. Starts here. Vanguard.
John wants to build an Axe as well in this Grimstroke. Is it that good when you're controlling a CK illusion? It's not the best, but is it
It's
really
definitely not the best, but it's definitely not bad either.
Okay.
It's a bit greedy for my taste. I'd rather him play support than try to play carry. But if he does get to it, it comes down to the question, is that 4,200 gold going to be the best usage of gold he could possibly use it for? I don't think so. I think having more
Radiant
saves
structures are
would be better.
fortified. They must have seen dark clouds on the horizon.
But they are playing that style. Everyone's kind of playing for themselves here.
Dire's top
Legion
tower
is
is
going
under
carry
attack.
items. Grim's going carry items. Quap is going for the carry items. Trying to a pump, right?
Dire's poor top
Just catch a
tower.
Lund there, but the back
Can
is still
it
not
be
enough. Still
growing
blinks away.
die?
Nice toss save from Gunner. By the time necessary for Janssen to live. And the turnaround. Dutch show to fall. Slowly coming into the blink. Goes for the initiation over Janssen. Still trying to finish him off, and finally gets him out of the way. With the soul bind, and at the same time countered by Moo dropping the wall. Sean in trouble. Silence onto K1, but it doesn't matter. Hector still going to hunt them down to the end of the earth. Finish off one, finish off two. Get a double kill for himself. Sankey Golan paying a heavy price.
Radiant's bottom
Yeah,
tower
these last
is
couple of
under
fights have
attack.
been saved by swaps on the duel, tossing the duel target. It's like he goes on the Venge, right? Because he doesn't want him to
Dire's
swap
middle tower
and
is
save him,
under
but instead
attack.
Tiny saves the Venge with a toss. It's getting a little annoying here for Legion to play, but Balancer playing these fights really well with the
Is
tools that they
running
have
out for
available to
Dire's
them.
middle tower.
Maybe they have to wait for these situations yet again where maybe you can't duel until you see the soul bind.
Dire's
Because it's
top
not going to be so
tower
easy
is
to save
under
two
attack.
targets.
And there's some good prevention
Dire's top
coming out
tower
from now.
is
It's having
under
these
attack.
answers against the duel, against the soulbind answers. That you still have the toss to throw people to safety. You have a lot of stuns to prevent the frontliners from blowing up the targets being dueled. Because Gunner still wants to be that backline sniper, right? He wants to just find a squishy Skywrath, maybe even a Queen of Pain. I would love to just finish up Quap and Grimstroke. These are like Quap and Grimstroke. The Sky and Grimstroke. Sorry. These are the two heroes he really wants to find. But at the moment, it's him saving his allies from the initiation. Senkin Gomez is throwing their way.
And it's going to come down to Hector as well in the CK. Is this hero going to be the end-all carry of this game? Maybe. He is farming heavy, but so is the Wraith King. But I feel like between the two carries right now, the CK is more favorable, but you do have the Grimstroke behind you as the Wraith King, whereas behind the CK, not so much. Like, when you pick Venge, you're thinking about swaps, for example, or shooting aggressive swaps, but CK is generally not a
Radiant's
hero that
bottom
moves
tower
safe,
is under attack.
as he is playing around the illusion.
Dire's poor top
So, it's
tower.
still a good lineup
Can
overall.
its end be drawing
Senkin
nigh?
Gomez
Radiant's
in a
bottom
much better
tower
spot than
is
they were
under
in
attack.
number one, that's for sure. There's definitely lots of things they can do to win this game. Looks like they're going to trade the tier 2s here.
Direst elements are
I don't think
pelting
Nouns
Radiant's
should
bottom
defend it.
tower.
Senkin Gomez
Dire's
try to
top
defend
tower
their tier
is
2
under
here.
the top
They
tower
both
has
die
fallen.
relatively at the same time. But Roshan is now on the Radiant side here, and I think you can just go and collect this right now. And now it comes to the decision. What do you want to do if you're Nouns?
Is
Do you want to
running
push high
out for
ground, or
Dire's
are you going
middle
to defend
tower.
this Roche?
It's like they're
You can
picking
trade
tier
for
2
tier
out.
2 mid, but that's like,
Radiant structures
that's not the trade.
That's not an objective you would want to prioritize, at least when you're trading off against a Roshan. This is a trade that Senkin Gomez is happy to take. Nouns are waiting for somebody to show up, but there's nobody there. By now, they should be getting an indicator that, guys, I think we're late. This could be also troublesome if they don't finish this tower. Well, they do. If they were a bit slower pushing that tower, now they'll at least teleport to that tower and defend it as well after taking the Aegis.
Dire's middle tower
It's
is
just the
under
way the
attack.
map has been changed with the twin gates and Roshan being on the corners of the map. Like, these mid towers no longer have the value that they used to be. Before, I've been like, wow, losing mid towers are really bad because you can no longer defend Roshals in the middle of the pit. But nowadays, there's a couple mid towers here. This doesn't really impact the game very much. It's like an inconvenience at most. Whereas this Aegis could define the game, as they're going to go into the Tormentor here for Senkin Gomez and try to clean that one up with 3 heroes here. And they're currently losing to the Tormentor. That seems to be happening a lot. Tormentor is a very strong creep.
Still a 6k lead for Nouns, but numbers are numbers in the end. Has to go down to the human factor to finish off these games. Skywrath lining up a Boots of Bearing. I was curious about. I guess he's the right hero to build it. Nobody else really wants to get it, especially when Grimstroke's still dreaming about that Aghanim's.
My man has big dreams here.
He does. Reminds me of some of those post 4, post 5 players when you're like, oh, I see a lion. What? He's building a heart? I've seen that.
What lion is made of heart?
In Riyadh Masters, it was a game we were casting, one of the East Europeans.
Oh, really?
I think it was Antares who was building a heart online within a game that we're already winning.
Oh, okay.
So I was like, I mean, you do you at this point.
Yeah, but that's a game that they're winning really hard. It doesn't matter what he buys. This is not the case here in this game. I really think Grimstroke and the supports should be focusing on buying items that will allow them to not get one shot by time. I think that's pretty important. And that would be like Glimmer Caves. That would just be some raw HP items, Aeon Discs, these type of items.
Lund is the one also carrying that Aegis on the Queen of Pain. Don't really want it on a Wraith King. He's not exactly the best carrier of the item. You get a third life, but most of those lives are usually spent on... By the time they've killed you the second time, they've already got all their stuns back up, so... Just gonna spend your time standing still, getting stunned, and getting killed.
Yeah, Queen of Pain has the Aghanim available now. That Shadow Strike upgrade is there.
Oh, cover your eyes! Dire's bottom tower is taking a deniers. Countless attacking.
They're coming to defend this tower. Hector and Gunnar both in the front line. They don't have everybody there. They don't have Jansen. Swaps in for you, but they won't try to do this yet. They got Dutcho. They got Dutcho first, and now Slobby going to be battling it out. They got the Soulbind connecting both the Rubik and the CK. And there goes Lilith. There's going to be a 1-for-1. Can they get more? They're going to Quabbox only do some work. K1 going to a straight for 9. Wants to get that Skyrock, but it's not going to be fast enough to catch him. And now with the look he goes, he can't find any other target. Has to focus it down. They can find out coming out from Dutch. He wants to retake the part into this fight, and he will be. And Slawi gets the stun on Hector just before he gets that teleport through. And he needs some help, but he's not going to be tanky enough. And there, the raid boss, the CK is down. Seth and Gomez finding 3.
I feel really bad for this Legion. He's been so close to this BKB, but he had to buy back that fight. Like, it'll mean the world to him. And what I even feel worse about for him as well, like, that fight, he dueled the timing. We're talking about the swaps and the tosses during the duels. His reality rift was the game changer on that one. He pulled him away. There's so many ways to reposition.
Radiant's middle tower is under
BKB will
attack.
fix a lot of those issues. Maybe not so much against DK when he gets so much money and he gets a talent like reality rift and gives us still immunity.
Radiant's middle
At
tower
least at that point, you're evading a lot of the magic damage that's coming away
beset
from
on
my
all
players.
sides. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
But it's a pretty good fight overall. You did expend a buyback. That could be a factor later on. I really want Dutra to really focus super hard on, first of all, not feeding this gym that he just by-handed, but finishing that BKB.
Radiant's
We
middle
saw how
tower
much damage
is
he
under
got in the
attack.
early game, and it's just like he hasn't gotten useless.
And it was a really good start to the fight too, because Jansen wasn't there. He was still in the next to the portal, basically, the twin gate. By the time the fight broke loose, and he was a bit late, didn't get that extra damage out for his team. Perfect time for Seth and Gomez, but now they've smoked up as 4, placing, or at least living around those wards they've placed down earlier. To establish more control next to the outpost. Slavi shows himself in the lane. They're getting early jump for Raid King, but that's a pretty difficult target to work on at the start of the fight. Jansen going to get hit by a Shadow Strike. That's about it. That's it for that fight. They're pinging the tier 1 and top.
Yep. I was just watching Yamson award that, waiting for a fight there.
Dire's bottom
Remember
tower
the
has
patches where
fallen.
those 2 high grounds? People just sit there and ward and just AFK there forever.
Yeah.
The Dire just
Even if you do that now,
attacking.
you literally just
Radiant's
play on the gates and
top
sides of the
tower
map. You don't
has
care about the
fallen.
middle of the map. It's all about the
Dire's
sides of the
bottom
map.
tower is under attack. Radiant must summon the spirit to defend their top
They're
radiant
on the full
structures
match, I
are
think.
fortified.
I really
Dire's
enjoyed
bottom
this
tower
match.
is under attack.
I think it's
Radiant's
so
top
much
tower
better.
is under attack.
It's at least it's something different compared to what we were
Blow
used to
over.
for so many
Radiant's top
years.
tower has fallen.
It was always about the middle area and the jungles, but now more
Radiant must
increasing the
summon
map
the spirit
size,
to
being able to
defend
play
their
around
top
different
tower.
areas.
Dire's bottom tower is
They can do it. They've got themselves the CK already. Sorry, yeah. The raking up the CK. Got themselves a grab. Think the first time back, wall catching to London trouble. The Queen of Pain. Oh, barely gets himself out. But slowly not going to be as lucky, and that's the raking down. A perfect start for Nouns, and they can clean up to take down more. They've got the Skywrath now following all the way. Still trying to get a catch onto this Legion commander. Maybe even the Queen of Pain. Lundi was so close to dying, barely survives, but Dutcho just gets to blink out Hector. What do they do now? No gem there, so Dutcho, he's gonna be safe in the end.
That's exactly how you want to take those fights if you're announced. You want to just poke at the Wraith King. Don't commit. Burn his first life, and after that, then you can commit. They just throw some like Venge Stun. CK has the shard available. They're just using some lifts, some fade bolts. Just throwing all these
1 meter swap then.
Got the dual damage. 86.
The Dire's poor top tower.
These can add
Can
up.
its
You
end
gotta
be
be a little bit
drawing
careful.
nigh?
I oftentimes like to say I don't mind when you feed offlaners if it's for space, but Legion's the exception. He's like the one hero that's an offlaner that you just cannot feed.
One of those super annoying games again where you're trying to play the sides as a support. If there's any heroes like the IOs, the Spirit Breakers, stuff like that, they just prevent you from doing it. And then LC is one that even gains benefit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just counteracts your entire idea of playing the sides.
Yeah.
Probably also a big reason in the popularity of this hero. Just the way it fits into the meta.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
with all the changes, its laning stage, how the map is played, everything is a factor for sure. And we're seeing a smoke come out now, and Hector's doing a farming ults right now. So if they do take this fight,
Amson's also
it'll
still pretty
be
far.
without the CK
Dire's
ultimate.
bottom tower is under attack.
But they
They
went
want to fight
right
without it.
on.
They know.
Would have been able to catch. Without, but oh, that's a perfect jump from Dutch actually started it, but it's not two two man stuff coming out at the same time. And now K1 forces Nine away. Gotta get some of the heal from Dutcho. Themselves, the Metro Spirit and CK bonding themselves by duo coming out. They're evaporating one by one. Two heroes gone for downs, and that Gunner Tiny could be looking like a third. Trying to finish off the Raging's first life, but that's just the first life, not the second one, the one that really matters. Gunner down. And only
Moo has
two
no mana for
survivors.
QP.
And
He's
Moo.
got no mana.
Oh, mana boots into blue comb.
Okay.
Still
Mana boots just got up.
cost for now, and that's a Roshi. Senki Gomez.
I was a little worried for Sanky Gomez, so I'm not gonna lie. He went in, he saw the Wraith King. Or not the Wraith King, he saw the Chaos Knight, and he just didn't do it, knowing that there was no ultimate. And it goes back to why would they try and keep that fight with no Phantasm? I really think they need that ability to win team fights. If they're just using it to farm, they kind of have to forfeit areas. And sure, Hector did some damage to the tier 3 bottom tower with his ultimate. He pushed hit them as well, and he got gold. But they need to win the team fights. So I think they should chill out on using the CK ultimate for scouting and farming, and try to use it more for the team fights, or at least be on the same page of what they want to do. Just like that, another Aegis onto the Queen of Pain here. With a Shiva's guard completed, this game is getting harder and harder for Hector.
It's already been looking pretty difficult for him and continues to grow even more harder and more
The
difficult.
direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower.
I think he had an idea of building a harpoon at some point, but I believe he's scrapped that idea completely. For the time being, at least. Maybe on the Manta style. Let's have that Mage Slayer.
Mage Slayer will not be for Manta, that'll be for the Blood.
That'll be the Bloodthorn, yeah. But he also has Manta lined up, so he's probably
He does.
contemplating.
Does he get rid of Armlet for Manta? Does he get rid of his boots? He's gonna have to get rid of something.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dark's here for the Crimson Guard, Rubik for the Ags. Actually, pretty damn good game for Rubik to build an Ag. So they do have some scaling on the side of Nouns. It's not just the Rubik, but there's a lot of ways that they can still scale into the game, especially with Tiny and the Aghanims build-ups. Allows them to play the game a little bit differently. But most importantly, Lelis, who has been a highlight character for Nouns in this game. It's not been a Hector show, it's not been a Gunner show. It's really been like Lelis, Moo,
Radiant's
who
middle
have
tower
absolutely
is
been
under
on
attack.
point this game.
Whether
Moo maybe a couple
accidentally or
deaths
on
here and there,
purpose,
but it
Radiant
doesn't take away from the whole
structures
picture.
have
It's
been
enabling his team a lot. So Aghanims Rubik can be huge.
Oh, he's linked in on Sean.
Radiant's
Fine, so
middle
White got
tower
wasted
is
here.
under attack. Radiant's middle
They
tower
got the
has
tower.
fallen.
Maybe that's what they wanted all
Gunner's
along.
ratting top lane too.
Alright, trying to keep the lane forced out of their base, at least. That's the final tier 2 tower gone. Now, next is the ticket to high ground.
I've been trying to justify why Gunnar has a Sange and Yasha this game.
Dire's top
I
tower
can't
is
find
under
it.
attack.
Good justification right now. Like dual duration less, soulbind duration less, silence less.
Dire's top tower
I mean, I guess
is under
those are
attack.
some things. But then he's like skipping
That's
out on BKB, which he's going back for anyway. He's not getting that
Dire's
Daedalus
top tower
online.
is
So
under
the
attack.
damage, sometimes he's like to go for that.
You're kind of pointing it out, Fear. Less effort. Massive percent with Gomez. Catching Hector on the run. Dual victory for Dutcher, 180. No need to run to your base when you can 180 to the enemy base.
Guys,
Yep.
You could. You could. I think it's just kind of feeling like I'm just looking at the items of all these teams, and Santi and Gomez are just, they're stronger in almost every aspect. This CK pick is just not really working out for them. The tiny mid is definitely not working out for them. I think Gunnar on this tiny has way less resources to do things than you would on, say, Embers or stuff like that.
But it doesn't
They're
hurt.
gonna lose this side.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Double damage. Just like Fear said. Now the buyback trying to retaliate.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
Jeez,
under attack.
just in the nick of time. Full heal. Melee racks cleaned out. Bottom racks completely gone. Nouns, you're in trouble now. Continue your work already.
56 damage. Oh, they're in really big trouble because their lineup, I was trying to justify Sanking Gomez's lineup like not being good in late game earlier on in this draft, and I was like, well, everything is relative in Dota, and their late game relative to Nouns' late game is comparable. In fact, it could potentially be even better. Because like if you look at what we have illusions on Darks here, we have illusions on Chaos Knight, and we got a Legion Commander, right? This hero loves playing with illusions. And of course, the Queen of Pain's building into Shivas, you got the Aghanims, Octarine build. They've got a lot of AoE in that regard. Now, Wraith King has a 25% cleave talent, so this illusion strategy they have, it's not that scary anymore.
Okay, they're charging in. He's under a sentry. They're gonna get the door right now. And he's saved nothing. Hector out of play. Now, whoa.
That is worrisome.
That is very
He's on a completely different page. The rest of the team is turtling. He ran out alone. Maybe he gets the call. Let's go fight.
That's just another list of things that now they're struggling with right now. They just lost their carry all by except Gunnar. He just is a pretty poor creep. Don't believe him.
Radiant's medics have fallen.
Prevents Gunnar from going ever any further. Blink plays as they finish all just the mid racks. Attacking one more to go.
Radiant's top tower
Golden three-man vacuum wall from It's just not sufficient. Janssen tries to help him out. That's another one gone. Gunnar into the duel. 300 and not 22. 32 dual damage for Dutcho. And that's GG. We are going to a game number 3 with now Zed and Gomez.
A bit unsurprising here to see
carry word of
already losing in the first round. A team that I don't think anyone would put in their top 3 in North American Division, but having a chance now to knock Nouns down in a game number 3. And I will say, like, this draft was much better than game number 1. Nouns, their draft was good enough, honestly. I can't make too many excuses.
The Dire's poor top tower. Can its end be drawing nigh? Fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The Dire's poor top tower. Enjoy yourself while you can. Its end for Dire's drawing nigh. The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower.
They roasted a stump of a batch of bone.
Haste.
The mad moon sings its mad song. Torn from blood and bone or tree.
Nice. Maravilha.
Radiant team ban.
Commentary. This was a good showing from Senkin Gomez that they're not
10
a team to
seconds
be trifled
remaining.
with. This was not an easy win for Nouns. This was not even a win
5
at all
seconds
for them.
remaining.
So,
Dire team
gotta
ban.
have to take a different look at what Senkin Gomez is going to bring into this final games draft.
Oh, definitely. And so far, first pick has won both.
10
Nouns
seconds
are
remaining.
the
Dire
best
team
picks if you
ban.
believe in superstitions in that regard. First pick team has been doing the best. However, it's hard to really
10
pinpoint
seconds
like all the
remaining.
teams.
Dire
I really
team
think
ban.
just Gunnar and Hector, I was praising them so much after game one, like, oh, Gunnar's space making potential. Oh, we have Hector's farming potential.
10
They
seconds
both kind
remaining.
of went away from that in that second game there. Gunnar, he played a tiny
5
hero
seconds
that has
remaining.
not been performing super well in the mid lane for a while now. Of course, it's a new patch. One game sample size is not going to be the best. But we all
Dire
know
team
that
ban.
CK is not going to out-farm like a Sven, for example. So if they stick to the formula of Hector farming fast and giving Gunnar more of his stable
10
heroes, like there was a
seconds
Puck in the
remaining.
pool, and yeah, Puck isn't great for Sky and these silences, but
5
just like
seconds
Tiny just
remaining.
isn't great no matter what. So I still would take my chances with the Gunnar Puck in
Radiant
that
team
situation
ban.
over that. But it is a new game. I think more than anything, Nouns just played a bit too sloppy, or just not on the
10
same page in
seconds
the
remaining.
mid-late game scenarios. And Sanking Gomez,
5 seconds remaining.
they had that killer instinct. I really like that. Like Sean on his Grim, very aggressive with the soul binds, and then Ducho following in with these duels as well. I liked what they did there. I want to see them replicate that Don't play these like slower lineups with this void
Radiant
trying to
team
farm
pick.
like in game number 1 with no chrono damage. Bring the
Dire
tempo
team
to them.
pick.
Play fast. Go ahead and slay nouns.
I think like the idea with the puck, going back to that as well, like I could have seen a potential for him to be potentially picked in the game, but I also understand that puck right now, he's a hero that doesn't
10
have
seconds remaining.
a go-to /
Radiant team
viable
ban.
itemization build unlike the other heroes that are poorly picked above. Like I could see the place how it counters 1 or 2, but because of the kind of limitedness of how do you itemize on a puck, it just feels to fall behind so many different types of options to go for. So obviously I like seeing puck. I love watching games, love casting games where puck is in, because it
5
always
seconds
feels like
remaining.
something exciting is happening when you hit a multiple hero cream coil, or even like the playmaking capability of just
Radiant
outplaying
team
somebody,
ban.
moving around with your phase shift and stuff. But it just feels like the itemization currently doesn't really like make any favors for puck.
I mean, you go Witchblade, Blink, Kaya Sange, is pretty much every puck is doing.
Yeah.
The Octarine, classic build, but the hero is not sitting
10
on a high win
seconds
rate, so
remaining. Dire team
correct, it
ban.
is not a very strong hero right now.
But we'll
But
see if the matchup
To make
is
the
right.
argument for Tiny, is Saint and Yasha Tiny the meta?
True, that is also a good point.
Like,
Is this the one we're going to go for?
I mean, both these heroes are not doing well in Dota right now.
10
so
seconds remaining.
I mean, pick your poison, I guess. Maybe
Dire
just
team
find a better
pick.
hero, better Dota, or pick his hero earlier.
Talk
Not
about
sure what to say. It really just comes down to this drafting
Yeah.
order, experimenting, finding what works for you.
well, as he said,
Can't
that,
find a.
as he
yeah.
said that, they literally just banned Lone Druid. It's like, well, you're not getting that either. This is a hero they've left for the final banning phase.
10
because I know
seconds
Gunner's been
remaining.
picking his hero last. It's been working for them. It did not
5
work last game. He
seconds
also
remaining.
got to see his matchup, and he even got to ban heroes versus the option they were going for. If they went for the Tiny, if they went for the Conquer, whatever, they could have sat in well, but the execution wasn't on point. So they banned the Lone Druid already because they're suspecting they might have a shift in their draft, as both teams have to pick 3 heroes now.
And I like the nouns adaptation in this game. We talked about what are these 4 bans on first pick really for, and they banned 3 of the 5 heroes that they had in the last game, and Nouns is onto something with this Bat Rider. They decided everything that they banned in the last game could be replaced. But this bat cannot. They banned this bat every single game. So this is a hero that they're clearly afraid of.
Radiant
They
team
banned out
pick.
Legion from the last game, the
Spirit.
British from the last game, and the Raid team from the last game. Banning out for San King Gomez, that is. We're talking about the Lone Druid. This is a hero that he loves playing versus Spirits mid. So San King Gomez is going to go ahead and just take that out and then steal that Ember Spirit away, taking
10
Gunner's
seconds
comfort
remaining.
against the Ember right away from him.
And Lund is happy to get his
5
Ember Spirit as
seconds
well. He's
remaining.
probably been drooling after it for quite some time. Now finally gets to pick it. However, we did see a Husker ban in the first phase, but you cannot really pick Husker now. There's a couple good semi-counters or make his game really difficult if you decided to pick it now. So Senkin Gomez, very comfortable with this Ember pick. And if you bait out the Husker early on, it could be nouns with like the old 18th, you know, the 4th pick when you've already seen your opponent's double in the old patch. Could be something to be considered if the game's still providing in that direction.
Steenie looks a little stumped here. I was kind of like looking at his cam.
Radiant
He
team
doesn't
pick.
seem
Dire
like he
team
has the
pick.
face of someone that knows exactly what they want to do.
They are experimenting for sure, and experimentation does lead into a couple new hero picks. We got the Coddle and the Night Stalker. Night Stalker with his new Crippling Fear. And I don't know what they did to Keeper of the Light, but
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
he's always been around there as a potential.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I need to check. I haven't seen a single Night Stalker. Like, this patch was so massive. And like they did a massive patch into like another massive patch, which is the B patch.
So basically, Night Stalker does damage in the Crippling Fear. It's like a small tick damage dot, preventing targets from blinking out if he's on top of them.
Oh,
so
I
right-clicking,
see.
he can kind of force them to stay.
Yeah, so it actually does it's a pretty good amount of damage. But yeah, you can like instantly cancel a blink dagger or something from the enemy without having to hit them. And then Dark Ascension refreshes the cooldowns of your other spells, so
and you
not
have
that
Caudal
big,
to reduce
it's
even more.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's okay. I think those buffs don't really push the hero over the edge to make him OP, but when you're playing versus an Ember Spirit, having that ground silence is always nice, because he doesn't want to build any items that can get him out of that. So, Caudal Night Stalker used to be a classic when the Aghanim Scepter was really popular. You just like double
Team pick.
really annoying in fights. Not
One
as
thing that I find funny is I'm looking at Slowy's camera right now. It's like, is that his keyboard in front of his webcam, and he's sitting somewhere under the desk? What is that? It kind of looks like he's got like this massive table right now, and he's super
10
far
seconds
away.
remaining.
That is
I see it.
interesting.
It does look like a keyboard, doesn't it?
5 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
it's lighting up, so whatever it is electronic.
Or maybe he stands up while he plays. That could also be a thing, you know? I don't see a lot of
Radiant
pro
team
players
pick.
Stand-up
while they-
gamer? Wow.
Stand-up gamer. That sounds like something different, but yeah.
How would you accommodate for that on LAN? Like, I need my LAN desk to be standing for ergonomics.
Oh, that would be great. You got 4 guys sitting down. You have
seconds
one with an
remaining.
electric table pushed up higher than the others, and he's standing on like a pedestal. or
5
something.
seconds remaining.
He brings
the
it with him,
future
he
of gaming.
travel with it. All right. Anyway, all
Radiant
trolling
team
aside, I really like Sankey
Not
Gomez's
the
picks at the
siren.
current point in time. This they're
Dire
really
team
targeted
ban.
towards this Night Stalker. You are playing this Undying and TB. Also a great hero against both of what they see. It, however, will have the counter pick in the laning stage, but
10
shouldn't have
seconds
a
remaining.
immediate lane whatsoever. And you do have an Ember, so there are ways to
Dire
deal with
team
it.
ban.
It's not as bad as like the PL for the TV matchup, but it's still a really good matchup for him. The one problem I have with Nouns' lineup right now is that they're not very objective base oriented, which I don't know if that
Not
matters
really.
too much, because they do have a lot of like vision with the
10
Naga
seconds
illusions,
remaining.
with the Night Stalker ultimate, and just nighttime in general.
5 seconds
So you
remaining.
can play the rat
Radiant
game,
team
but
ban.
if you do lose a team fight here or there, Sand King Gomez has one of those lineups where just like, okay, we lost the fight. They have Undying, they have TB, they're just going to walk down a lane, and I guess we just lose type of situation. Where Nouns is just going to have to choke out the lanes, choke out the game, and kind of just like play it nice and
10
slow
seconds
and gain a
remaining.
steady gold lead, which is a totally fine way of playing the game. I like both the
5
drops right now.
seconds
They're both
remaining.
very playable, and if you play well, you can win off of them. Little worried about Nouns a little bit, and I'm not sure what it is. I'm sure it'll come to me soon, but something seems off. Maybe I'm just not a huge believer in like the Caudal Night Stalker at the current point in time, but it is a new patch and learning new things every game I watch or play.
But this is also a very massive game because take into account if Nouns were to lose this is the first round of the upper bracket. You got a long way back to the grand
Radiant team
finals
pick.
if you have to grind the lower bracket path, and that's something Nouns, one, they're not prepared for. Two, they're not even thinking about that because they,
How do you
in
know
their
they're not
minds-
prepared for it?
Well, they're going to have to prepare for it if they don't win this one, because they were
not
seeing, we're
prepared.
going to 2-0 this series, we're going to 2-0 the next one. We'll have a battle at
10
the upper
seconds
bracket
remaining.
finals and see if that team is good enough against us, because we've been at the major.
5
We've been
seconds
at the Dream
remaining.
League. We've been playing against international teams, and we deserve to be the top 3 in NA, maybe even better if our standing is higher in TI compared to Shopify and TSM. So lower bracket is just not in the question for this team at all. They have to win this one in their eyes. But Sand King Gomez has already given a very
team
formidable opponent in
Shrek.
this first series of the upper bracket. As things are still new, things are a bit hectic and different. Now's the time to strike, and they're going to bring up Gunner's Leshrac. It could be a Mu Leshrac if Gunner wants to play Caudal, but very likely a Gunner Leshrac.
Yeah, I think Leshrac versus Ember is a matchup
10
which I
seconds
underestimated
remaining.
quite a bit with the not recent changes. When I say recent, I think
5 seconds
the most
remaining.
recent patch, but the 33 patch. The patch before that, They made Lightning Storm do 100 damage. They nerfed Ember's Shield, so you can actually bully him quite hard in the laning stage. But what they need here is they need a hero that can deal with the Naga Siren, and Dawnbreaker is going to be the choice. I must say, I am pretty content, happy even, with Sand King Gomez's draft. I would rather have Sand King Gomez's draft, just looking at these two at face value. You have a lot of heals, you have a lot of ways to protect this TB. If he does get low, then he can Sunder. You can deal with the Naga pretty decently with the Dawnbreaker. I think it was a pretty clever pick. And you have the grab ally save for TB. Whenever you pick TB, it's all about TB, and I think they have the right heroes to protect him. Can they deal with the laning stage, or can they deal with the ratting that's going to happen from Nouns? Because Nouns can shove waves really quickly. The one thing that Nouns doesn't have, though, is instant stuns. They got like these silences, they got slows, they got net, Lech stun, and Yamsun with his magic missile are their only really reliable stuns. So if you buy a BKB on Slawi here, he's going to feel pretty invulnerable during that duration.
So you would also say that Sand King Gomez's lineup is somewhat easier to execute compared to Nouns?
Easier, not necessarily.
Or more enjoyable.
I mean, I guess it's more intuitive. So in that regard, yeah, it's a little easier to execute. It has a pretty clear game plan. Like you can go to objective and take them. Or Nouns, yeah, they have to play the map. Depends on what's easier for you. Are you the type of player that wants to hit an item timing in the game, or are you the type of player that just like wants to see how the game is going, split push forever and try to touch people?
Well,
and I feel like that doesn't favor. Yeah.
Maybe,
so I was gonna say that doesn't favor Nouns.
Maybe it's going to be enough for Sand King Gomez in terms of the draft and execution, already seeing the hunger that they have, and putting it to state what Nouns also need to achieve. Do they live off of Gunnar having a great game on this Leshrac? We've seen those so many times during the course of this year in the North American First Division DPC. And Moo's going to walk into a Rude Awakening, but luckily it's a Terrorblade in the front, so that slow is not going to be enough for them to actually catch and go for a first blood off of the Night Stalker.
Definitely not. And Moo has won Boots of Speed. First item. So essentially forfeiting the lane.
Okay.
So Terrorblade's gonna free farm. I mean, he's laning versus Undying, right? So the rationale is just run away from Undying, which is fine. That's a
30 seconds to battle.
I don't mind that approach, but it is going to give TB free farm, which I don't think you could have stopped anyway. It's a TB Undying lane, and here's just a Night Stalker. What the hell are you gonna do against that? Not much, as he is postured pretty aggressively here, trying to steal the enemy bounty with that night vision and Boots of Speed.
So another potential skirmish in the bottom half of that. K1, Illuminate. Nine's got to be careful here. That's a big nuke. He will be able to dodge it. Does get hit by Gunnar, split or stun. And Dutcho walks away with that bounty rune, and one left. Which bounty is actually? Wait, did they? No, never mind. They were all. I just saw Moo just log, so I was like, why is there a bounty on my mini maps? It's like there. That's the UI bug.
And Moo just walked up and stole the bounty from Slawi, and that is one of the unfortunate things of Dota. When Moo sitting on 10 ping and Slawi at 100 plus, no matter how you do it, whoever has the least amount of ping will always win the rune fights.
Yeah.
The reality of life. Moo's probably gonna try and drag the wave here. Do what he can. I imagine Layla's did a lot of farm in this lane, where Moo is just gonna mainly look for EXP. But Slawi is actually gonna drag this and get at least a range creep deny here. Very good. That's actually a big deal.
Continue.
There's a lot of creeps, and if I've seen this happen before, they might just reunite themselves in the mid lane. But Moo is gonna take a turn towards the old triangle.
Slawi, he's gonna try pulling. Oh, he grabbed the wave back here. I mean, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I do know what's going on top lane, but like, this isn't good for Moo. That's the only thing I do know. But he's getting experience.
Pop the fairy fire as Lund was diving him under the tower. Just get him stunned.
He's in trouble.
Low. He's actually very close to Gunnar. Get more punches in. High ground missed though.
Not trading there.
At least you have Gunner pump faking Split Earth, and Lund has to use a Slate of Fist very carefully. Those are the two things. Like, it's a long cast point, but if you're able to bait out Slate, you have at least a little bit of an advantage on the side of Gunner. Otherwise, Lund can always dictate when to dodge.
Yeah, we see this in mid lane all the time, where they'll just get really low on the first wave, and all of a sudden the bottles come out, and no one gets low of it. Nature of mid lane.
Denied!
Classic. No kills so far. K1 also getting himself a band of Elven Skin. He's only got a full magic wand and a quelling blade on this Naga Siren. Don't get to see a full magic wand right away, but up against a Rubik and a Dawn, they do love to use their abilities a lot.
Yeah, I think whenever you're against a lineup that has, or a lane rather, that has 4 abilities they can cast in a lane, getting a wand is almost a necessity. And the Hector Naga, I mean, it is a hero that can farm fast. It's not a hero that he's particularly known for, from what I've seen.
Yep.
He generally really likes his big strength, tanky, fast farming heroes. That's like when I think of Hector. But I know he's been branching out. I know he's not really limited to those heroes, but I have not personally seen a ton of his Naga, so a little excited to see what it can provide here.
It
is quite a good game.
The fun thing for me, like always seeing Hector in a game, is Hector is a very known artist in Finland.
An artist?
Yeah, like a musician.
Oh, move!
Oh, the true musician. John, with the help of Slowy, gets the first blood move, getting surprised off guard with the tombstone placed down.
Yeah, and guess what? Moo used a TP to try and get out of that, so he's gonna have to walk back. Meanwhile, Chon is gonna pull the big camp and deny the next wave. You talked about how Moo's lane was bad for him. It is now disastrous. He is not having a lane whatsoever here.
Yeah, Brown boosts 8 CS, missing out on the wave. 2 levels behind the Terrorblade, or 1.5 levels behind the Terrorblade. They're not looking too shiny. And we got a replay of that too. So this is how it unfolds. Tombstone down, tries to instant TP out, but just too much damage. He is not exactly the highest HP hero with just boots speed, so even a singular decay hurts a lot.
That should be a strength hero.
Dawnbreaker and get hit by the blood grenade, but Hector, his damage is limited. I also just TP back. Shrapnel, Ember Spirit in mid, but just a couple CS, a couple more denies.
Yamsen ball in.
Did you go too far? Dutcho, which one went too far? It's going to be Yamsen to drop first. Sorry, Dutcho does drop first, but Yamsen also falls as 9. Does get the snipe.
And those are things that Hector is really thankful for, because this lane is going fine for them. However, they didn't need to go for this Venge kill. They really didn't. And he kind of just suicided to kill a Venge. And of course, if you're getting solo EXP as a Naga, being accelerating to the more levels, and more levels on Naga means more farm. This is the type of hero that just needs levels to get farm. And he's playing on Radiant, which is ideal scenario too, because you have these 2 camps here, and more than anything, you get the mana regen from the other camps down there, and that's exactly what Naga needs. So it should be a very farm Naga, and that's what we like to see from Hector.
6-minute rune, gonna go for Gunner. It's gonna be an illusion rune, so no big rotational ability. Ace, no DD, no arcane. Help out pressure off of the sidelines. Side lanes, even. And K1, they want to punish the Dawnbreaker, knowing that this Rubik's been missing for a while, so he does get a couple punches in onto the Dawn. Kilworthy. Meanwhile, Kilworthy in the top lane. We've got Gunner rotating onto Terribly. We actually talked about he doesn't have that action room or the power room to make a good rotation, but it doesn't matter. It is still Pony in, and Moo gets the kill on Slawi. There goes your Terribly.
Gets him with a tip too. Good rotation from Gunner there. Much needed kill. Keep him down. And Gunner's taking off here. Okay. Good laning stage in the mid lane. We'll see who gets the 8-minute rune. But more than anything, it's gonna. What can you do to
Radiant's
Snaga?
middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
Wait
the
to see.
Snaga might be able to kill you.
Ooh, good stun from Yamson. But there we go. 9 counters with another stun.
Yeah, 9 with the Fade Bolt there, clearing those illusions before they could proc just 1 or 2 more times and actually end up getting the kill there. So very nice, very nice. Nice save at least.
Now Yamson rotating to top.
Radiant's middle
to the
tower
border.
is under attack.
Moo,
And is here though.
Ellis. Sean is in the tree. Slawi playing from behind the tower. And that bench has been spotted and scouted out. He's still on a good pace, just getting bullied by Moo a little bit here. 3 points in Void. That 240 damage does hurt. Can only cast it 3 times until his mana
Radiant's
pool is
middle
empty,
tower
though, so you
is
can't just
under
go around
attack.
wasting him.
Well, he's got a coddle.
Storm doors
he's
in
got a
place.
funnel, that's true.
Dire structures are fortified.
That technically isn't a waste. Also like what John is doing with his item skill build on this Undying. He's skipping out on Soul Rip. More worried about the decay. Getting that extra damage. It is very handy in this lane.
He's saving a point. Doesn't know what to do yet.
Maybe the panic heal. Who knows?
I think it's a good idea. Maybe at level 5. Put another point in Tombstone.
Yep.
Or whatever you want, depending. I mean, probably Decay, actually.
Could be just decay Tombstone, yeah. Slawi, I'm starting to wonder
They found the button.
if this
Radiant
keeps up
structures
with
have
Moo
been
constantly
fortified.
harassing him. Does he just need to go for level 7 or level 8 Sunder? But it's not optimal.
I mean, he has a couple choices. Either leave the lane, which would be a totally fine option. He is on dive,
Of regeneration.
so he will get the 7 HP regen by farming those camps on the corner of the map. And Ember's going in. As Naga dies on bot.
Naga dies on bot. That's big, but they might get another one with Moonfall to Lund.
Radiant's
John
top
might be
tower
dropping
is
to Gunner,
under
trying to
attack.
stand his ground, trying to keep the Leshrac busy for as long as possible. But Hector dying, that's the big one.
That is.
9 and Dutch Show just finding a freebie, pretty much.
I mean, everyone getting just kills in general on cores is really
Radiant
big
must
for
summon the
tanking Domus
spirit
here.
to defend the
Their
top
lineup,
tower.
they need to be able to slow down this Naga for sure. And if they can slow down Naga, then they'll slow down the Rat. And the more time they have, and especially if they want to, I should just miss that. The more time they have to like play this map, the better their chances are going to be. And I think to deal with this Naga, Dusho needs to be farmed. That's why they picked this Dawn, right? It's kind of like one of their Naga answers. Because TV's not doing it. Ember's pretty okay, and their supports are terrible.
Yamson scouted out. The lift isn't quite long enough distance to throw Yamson on the lift, but they still got the burst. And Chuck, level 3 decay for the kill.
And he is committed to the Tombstone, so no Soul Rip.
Yep, no Soul Rip at all. Probably not getting too much help out of the Terrorblade illusions just quite yet, so maxing out on the decays.
I mean, it's also a farming tool. You can literally just farm creep waves with 2
Yep.
decays.
That's what I love about it. I remember when I talked about it with Celery, this was probably 1.5 or maybe 2 years ago, times before Gaming Gladiators was actually a thing.
Radiant's bottom
When
tower
the
is
decay buff
under
came
attack.
out with how good it is for clearing waves. Like, this is your +5 that can actually farm.
The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower.
Only 1.5 years ago, something like that, but it was definitely before Gaming Gladiators. I still played with
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's more than
Or that,
1.5
like in
years
TT.
ago, than I think. That's pretty
Was-
crazy, actually.
But it was a long time ago. Nevertheless, the decay buff was huge.
Yeah, I mean, not that he played with a different team, more it's like I feel like this decay buff has been in the game for so long. Or not that long, sorry, pretty recent, but it's actually been so long.
Beset on all sides by miscreants,
This year's just
evildoers, and
fun.
other people that I don't even want to mention. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
As they got rid of this tier 1 tower in mid. I'd love to see a Terrorblade farming this deep with your team behind you, 11 minutes in, and a Midas in your inventory.
Yeah.
This is probably, I have to say, this is the first time I've seen a Midas TB. Not gonna lie. I've played a lot of TB. I've seen a lot of TBs. I've yet to see a Midas TB.
I've made Midas on TB before.
Well, then I haven't captured
not something. I mean, not in competitive, I haven't.
Dire's top tower is
and
under
it's
attack.
only stayed in my pubs. It's the Midas TB comes out when I'm, you know, not doing so well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What I was saying is when I was saying when you were a pro, I was a scrub. Now I'm still a scrub.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Trying to equal that out now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
coming down
attack.
more to your level.
But the thing is, like, seeing a Midas in the TB, maybe it's the thing of this meta. I mean, I've defended this item for right clickers who benefit from the attack speed. Not even about the bonus gold. It's a great attack speed item. That's a huge buff. It's been on it for a while now, but now getting that extra charge while you spend time dead, like if you're a guy who just dies a lot, then get benefit out of it. But that's pretty much the change to it.
I'm pretty sure Ram is under
Got the Naga.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Again. But yeah, back to Midas TV real quick. Ramses is one thing that's
Radiant's top tower.
Well, I haven't seen that one happen then.
Yeah.
Missed out. Still, Hector dropping for a second time with a pretty easy catch. So in his gang, basically, Boo has to pump the Dark Ascension as Dojo was giving him a hard time. It's up by Jansen. Dying's gonna be the one to fall first, and Dawnbreaker goes back in.
Oh, he went in?
He went back in. Yeah, he went in.
I thought it was like, it's out on farm and mid or something, but no, he tried saving us on dying. Never save your pos 5.
Never save your
The
support.
direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top tower is
You're
under
not a
attack.
true core player if you try to save. It could be that he just misclicked into the wrong place.
I don't think so.
But it also was like the Undying just died.
It's like, we can turn, guys.
Yeah. Or an Undying, you can help me out, kill this guy.
He saw like game 1, you know how they're trying to kill the Venge, but the Dawn plus Phoenix kept him alive. Overestimated his heals just a little bit there, but that is an opening. And he's going at BKB first item on Ducho. It's all new to play this hero. Different idea. Echo Saber.
Oh, Naga found once again. Lund is not getting any time for Hector to recover. And Jansen throws out the stun. Here comes Moo to help him out as well. The silence is there, but Lund, he's got that haste room, able to walk away. But Hector, he's being constantly reminded about the threat that lurks in their jungle. That is Lund.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Meta is available here for the Terrorblade.
Why?
And Moo is feeding his courier. Okay.
Let none rejoice.
Are they gonna catch him?
He punched it. They got him. Well,
Nouns are crumbling.
Nouns are really crumbling under pressure here because Senk and
Radiant's top
Gomez,
tower is
I don't know
under
what kind of
attack.
high they got from that game number 2, but it is, you can see it. You can literally see it. They've got this driving force going on right now.
They'll definitely do.
Got to come up with something in quick because I don't think it was really in anybody's predictions for the North American qualifiers to put Nouns into the lower bracket after the first day.
I mean, everyone thought they'd win it all. Like, if you just look at it, they've been second or third seed, and throughout the entire tour, losing to a Division 2 team is definitely not something anyone particularly would expect. As Terrorblade is going in for the Dragon. He's actually going for a lot of small items on this TB. I don't think they particularly matter
Dire's
that
middle
much.
tower
Because he
is
is
under
farming,
attack.
he is not necessarily
The Dire
needed.
just can't resist
These
attacking
couple kills that they have
Radiant's
got on
top
Hector have been
tower.
absolutely massive. As he's a 16-minute Mantha, which is not bad, but it's definitely not good either.
On the TV, but they're going to be taking it back to the mid lane. Warwick going to be caught instantly at the first one. Now look, it's going to be the next target now. They're going to win this fight. Really need to. Dawnbreaker coming in to save the day. Lund getting a bit of extra healing. It's going to be enough. He's going to be able to get the shift enough to jump away. And Gunner going to be targeted. Dutcho with his BKB hammering away. Better to fall. Won't get a kill for themselves. Yeah, they're going to be cleaning up Sean as well. 3 heroes down. And now down to Slawi and Dutcho. But Dutcho's going to be low on HP. Moon going to be going on for another round 2. Got the vessel on top of him. Dutcho still trying to fight for his life, but he's going to drop. Moon's going to take him away. And Slawi forced out on this one. That's 4 kills.
Dire's top tower is under
Gunners
attack.
left. Look at the tower. Oh, here comes Hector. They're not done yet.
Alright, that's exactly what
Dire's
they need.
Tower is under attack.
That's what, 5 kills for them, just like that? Good rotation there. I think Boo
Sometimes I
with
find
that
myself
vessel
saying,
getting out into that
Dire's middle
fight
tower has fallen. Oh,
with
wait.
the Dark
There's a good reason
Ascension.
to say it this
Exactly
time.
what they needed. They locked down that Ember. He even had a shield room, by the way, during that fight. And still, they were able to burn through it and kill him. Really decisive fight there. As you can see, Lund, he now has a BKB realizing this Night Stalker silence. This is why they picked this hero, to lock down Lund.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't have a BKB, that's gonna work.
And as you were talking about how far the Naga Siren was, the 60-minute Manta style, 7.6k net worth, he's now 9k after that fight. Basically got like 1,500 extra gold from a comeback, small comeback, I'll say comeback in a bit, because there was a lot of gold going their way, and Hector being a part of that fight for a very long time. Also a kill for himself out of 9's Rubik.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not that far behind the
Quite
TB
good.
anymore.
And the TB even came to that fight too, right? To join, so he stopped farming just to retreat, essentially.
Death tax.
But at least the fighting spirit from Nouns is not gone. That was a
Definitely not.
great execution, good initiation, fast tempo. Caught SKG off guard as well. Dawnbreaker trying to save Lund with that Solar Guardian. Lund really isn't the tankiest, even with that 1600 HP, 11 armor. A lot of
But
magic
how-
damage.
How often is this gonna work though? Against once the BKBs are online.
I like this idea. Dutcho just reveals himself in the top lane, throwing in the hammer. It's got no way to escape if Yamsen catches him. Do they have the movement speed? Moo on
Who
the
has the
front.
movement speed for sure?
Got the moves for sure. Dutcho caught. No escape for him. BKB used though. TP out. No, can't TP out of Yamsen's hands. Brought back in, stunned under the tower as his BKB runs out, and a kill for him. He would have been maybe safe if he just kept running. The moment he pops his TP is the moment he seals his life.
Yeah, you actually could be right. I'm not entirely sure. But it's definitely oh, they got lungs too. Wow, what you're noticing what Moo is doing at nighttime is he's silencing, right? Using his void. And then as the silence is running out, he's popping his ulti, which refreshes the field. So you have a double silence.
Double silence, yeah.
I mean, I thought about the daytime, right? During daytime, you pop your ulti, right? And underwhelming, but at nighttime when you pop your ulti, you get very long duration spells.
Daywalker, Night Stalker, likes to say. Definitely working out now.
Definitely stalking, but now he's going to be walking. And what can San Gomez do during this time frame?
Well, they better be
Cover
talking.
your eyes. Dire's bottom tower is taking a
I think so.
drubbing.
Talking while he's stalking.
20 minutes.
And,
pretty much the, I'm gonna stop right there. 20 minutes, pretty much the entire game in the books now. And Nouns, they were in a very
Dire's
rough
bottom
situation,
tower
but
is under
now
attack.
it's very different. So it seems that in a time span of 3 to 4 minutes, a game can be completely different. So at least it's entertaining to a sense. The Nouns isn't here
Dire's
just to,
bottom
stick
tower is
around and
under
chill
attack.
and okay guys, I don't know, this game's kind of rough, and you got Moo going all the way like, shut the fuck up, we're playing TI qualies, let's go, and he's just motivating the squad. But I also want to see Senkin Gomez still not feel demoralized after that, because that high they had from game 2, now those couple setbacks might hurt them a bit. I still want to see them make this game 3 really damn good, because if they could beat Nouns, holy damn, it would feel great to be an SKG fan or an SKG player if they're able to do that.
And the game is still very close. Like, Night Stalker can't get to Roach. They're gonna do Roach. He has 3 seconds on that timer if we want. Will Roach survive that? It might. Okay, we got the meta popped here. BKB is online for Lund. And Lund should probably stop tanking Roach if I were him, because he's getting a bit low.
I think they're going to get Roach just in time. 1,000 HP. Who's getting closer and closer with that smoke. Come on, guys. They get it as they can. And now response sloppy in the pit. Oh, the aim is had to jump back in.
Is under attack.
What do you do now?
TV. He's got no TV right now. Terribly. He's in trouble. Gets kicked slow up at the blood grenade. Move going into the back line, finding himself the room. Make it sloppy. He needs some help. Looks to be there to provide it, but this is not enough for him. Sunder. No Sunder for him. 2 heroes down. And do they have the damage to fight back? Doesn't look too healthy for them. 3 heroes gone. And the song. Ember has no TP. Dawnbreaker has no TP. Their fates are sealed. No remnant, no nothing. Seal the deal with the team wipe as Lund will drop and Nouns might have lost to Roche, but they took everything from Sankin Gomez.
I believe that was really well played by Nouns. I think Moo getting that vision, immediately killing the Rubik right away with that vision. He also has the vampire vision, which gives extra night vision, so he sees everything at nighttime and more. But watch him move. He just gets here, assassinates the Rubik almost right away. Well, he baits out the Dawnbreaker, and I think actually that was the biggest issue with this game. The Dawnbreaker didn't save the TB. He tried to save the Rubik instead.
Cover your eyes.
What did we talk about before? Don't save your supports. Let them die. You really need to keep this TB alive. If Dawn would have used that ultimate on the Terrorblade, there is a high probability that TB would have got that Thunder off. Almost a guarantee, I would say. And that could have changed that fire entirely.
He could have given them a fighting chance at least.
Oh, most definitely. And either way, good by Moo to force that decision making, because Dota is oftentimes a game where you force mistakes of your opponents by your own actions. And Moo's actions there to put the Dawnbreaker in that situation is really just really good. He found the Rubik, he knew what he needed to do, got a bonus and getting the Dawnbreaker ulti on top of it. It perfectly chain stunned the Terrorblade, and just like that, 10k advantage and 8 is down.
Now you're playing from a pretty sizable deficit. Oh boy, the probability graphs are not getting a good sign for Sankin Gomez, but this terribly, it's still a big power to be harnessed. There's also a stage of a game where it can feel that it's far too behind. They've caught the Ember already. Hector hitting himself one. He's got 6-second DKB that he has to use right now if he wants to at least try to live. Swap back from Jensen. That is the seal
is under attack.
Of the Dawnbreaker. 2 more kills for
falling apart.
It is.
Now it's playing with confidence now, realizing the last 2 fights they had were not even close. They just destroyed them. And now, full confidence. Nighttime available. Darkest section available.
Is running out for
Blue on his Night Stalker has been very scary.
And it all changed 9 minutes ago when you mentioned Naga and the 16-minute Manta.
Dire's bottom tower is taking a
Since then, it's been one side only.
Heart online.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. If you were Dire's bottom
at this
tower,
point, you don't have enough
would have
farm
fallen just
on
now.
Ducho or Lund to deal with this. And TB is just not a hero that really deals with this.
They spotted them. They saw the sparks coming out from the Barbenton. Something's happening. Duchar's going to be dropping through very low on HP. Don't make a run for it. And the song to set up. Or at least trying to disengage. Lund, can he catch anyone? He's got chains in 1 second. Looks like they're just going to take the tormentor. We're working on at first. They fended away the aggressors. It's going to cost their undying losing his life.
It's something. I think losing that would have been even more insult to entry there for sure. So I'm glad they were able to pick that one up. They did use meta for it though. And with meta being down, that could be quite the opening. But I think if you're Nouns, you don't really need to do much right now. Because you look at the positioning of Sand King Gomez, they're already kind of chilling in their base. You've got a Naga, you could just farm everything, wait for next Roche. We talked about before in the draft, they don't really have the best high ground type of lineup. What they want to do here is they want to just choke them out, keep them inside their base. 9 has Swap stolen, uses it that way. I mean, actually, you might die that Ember. He had no BTB available.
It's definitely been a game now for Nouns where they don't need to do that much heavy lifting compared to where the situation
Radiant's
was.
bottom tower is under attack.
Force unnecessary moves. As you can see, there's still still poking, but they're not just rushing straight under the tier 2 tower. Flying outside of it. Sean. Following, there's Dutcho does get the Starbreaker. Nice 2-man stuck from Gunner. They're coming in from the side. The surprise attack from the Naga Siren. The silences are there, but the BKB jump away from Lund.
Oh, 9. He's in go Tiger
behind. Oh, he's in a world of hurt.
Night Stalker's literally been the nightmare of this Rubik.
Dire's top tower is under
He even
attack.
pings it. Night Stalker's missing, guys. He needs help. He's got a force staff, but it's not going to be enough.
Attack.
There's no item he can really buy to save him from. It's a very scary Night Stalker that's always going to be on top of him here. Well, whether find an opportunity to win a team fight.
Whether it was Moo or somebody else in the team who gave that pep talk that we got to start winning this game, it's definitely worked.
And all started that mid-rotation where they got 5 kills.
Can its end be drawing nigh?
Sometimes it's just that easy. Just get 5 kills.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's exactly what it was.
That's chilling.
Exactly what it was, yeah. Moving get caught here, slowly. Dutcho, Lund. Oh, he's got a lot of movement speed, though. Just forces out his 8-second BKB, comfort zone. No risk.
The Manta style next time.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BKB. I guess Reflection can be removed as well. Seems like an okay choice. Other options maybe like Blink Dagger or something like that, just to get positioning better, but this one's definitely more of the luxury choice. And this poor Ember, man, he does not have the tools to deal with this model.
Really, yeah. This is one of those performances from Lund which I've quite rarely seen, especially like in the Division 2. Obviously, it's a tier Division 1 team versus an ex-Division 2 who played Division 1 last tour, only got like a taste of what that level is. Some of these players have been playing for quite some time, but as a team, I want to note, Lund has had some phenomenal Ember Spirit games. He's had some really good ones where you can actually compare to like some of the top mid players, but it's not like super consistent, obviously. Otherwise, he would stay and be in Division 1 for a much longer time.
Oh,
this is one of those games again where you're like, well, skill gap, it's definitely there. Game 2, he had a good game, but this game 3, it's nowhere close to it.
Oh, man, they're just smoked as 5 in their triangle. They see Hector, this is real. But that sleep is also real. As he's just gonna walk straight to his team without a care in the world, as he has a butterfly and a manta.
It's too far away.
Do what you will, this Naga is...
And they're going to turn around. Janssen is going to be joining in the silence on the Rubik, and he's going to be caught in the river with that stun connected onto 2. But will they be able to get these kills? Janssen isolated, 2 stone placed down, completely surrounding the Vengeful Spirit from every direction, and it's taking such a long time. That's just the support that they finally got. But Dutcho going to be hammered by Gunner, slowly in the middle of the fight. Zerblade needs to reposition, still have the BKB. Gunner going to be on the chase, Hector going to be there as well. Nine going to be fun. Dutcho going to be the next target to get the BKB, at least from that Starbreaker allows him to get some damage out, but it's not going to be enough. And Slavi still being chased by Gunner, but also at the river at the same time. Lund's going to be controlled. The silences are there. It's going to be pushed around and finally taken away. And now against Slavi, battling against Gunner. High ground miss after high ground miss, but finally gets Gunner down. First comes to teleport away as K1 will continue to hammer this TB. He's the only one who makes it out and the only one who gets something out of this fight, but everyone else is dead.
And that's what TB does. He's good against all 4 heroes announced, but there's one hero that he's not good against.
Cover your eyes.
That's the Naga Siren of Hector. He can do nothing to Naga, absolutely nothing. The heroes that need to deal with this Naga are the Ender Spirit. There are Dawnbreaker, but they just don't have enough farm to do it. Look at their necros. They can't deal with this Naga, so therefore his teammates that need to pull the weight to deal with Naga just aren't having a game. And so Hector will continuously be a problem into these fights unless they can somehow isolate the real Naga, chain stun it, and look at your chain stun options. You have what, Starbreaker and Lift, those are the only stuns. Or he gets his BKB off, or not BKB, his song off. It's not easy. It's definitely really hard. So they gotta just turn up a bit and get some items.
You mentioned the net worth of looking at Lun's Ember Spirit, you know, the casual, the BKBs, the Maelstroms. I'm looking at Lelis, who just went past them in net worth, Octarine Core, Ultimate Orb, Force Staff, Deliver Cape, and 2.5k HP on a goddamn Gandalf.
Gandalf is powerful though.
Gandalf is definitely very powerful this game, but this Ember, not quite as much. Sinking Gomez, smoking up behind Slawi, but like they've already seen this move happen. Roshan has also spawned, and just in the nick of time, but there's a Naga illusion for 6 seconds. Okay, Slavi just reveals himself, and they see them. Roshan is also there. He's an agent to be taken, but for which team? Last time they got it, they lost their whole team. Nouns are coming in with speed with that smoke up. And Duncho in front. Slavi also misspotted. Out minimal 10 more seconds is required. Hector diving straight in. Lund trying to buy some time. Gets the root out onto the left track. The BKB box is already moving away. Doing some visual with the assault percentage. Hector coming up the other side. They're all stuck. They're all being sandwiched on the ends of the earth. But can they get these kills on the side on Nouns? They've got a 3. They're taking a 4. And down to the Terrorblade. He's gone as well. Clean white with nobody dying. Flawless victory in that fight for Nouns. Just sandwiched into such a small area. What can you do?
Nothing really. Naga just ran into 5 heroes, right? And they used everything on the Naga. They used everything they could. They used the Starbreaker, they used Sleight of Fist, they used the Tombstone, Fable, and that was pretty much all they have for Naga right now. And Hector, he doesn't care. He just ran into 5 heroes knowing that he is super strong. You're going to see in a replay here. I specifically want to just watch what Hector's doing at some point here. He's in there. They're using everything on Hector. He's not taking any damage. No damage whatsoever because of the illusion, but it's with 90% health. The only damage they do in that fight is the thunder on top of it. That's the best thing to do. This Naga is incredible mass, and maybe they'll have a chance some point later against this Naga, but it's gonna be a while. And I don't know if that's time they have. If they're living on borrowed time right now.
And that certainly is the case. As Gunner finishing them off 1 by 1.
And Hector is allowing them to stay in this game for a few minutes longer until he decides they have to leave.
To the base with his Nihilism. Zero from the fountain. Getting himself an Ultra, looking for the Rampage. He cannot kill with spells. Tries to stake the Terrorblade. Might as well. Let's do it in fashion. 1 Rampage, 2 Rampage. And GG's call. He still wants to find Dutcho. He's like, I want all of you right now. Get over here. They found him. Can they get him before the edge is destroyed? Hector finishes off the godlike spree. It's not a triple Rampage, but it's more than just a statement here. Now let's take the victory.
It looks a little scary, and this Nouns is
structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. More's the pity.
Chaos reign.
Whether accidentally or on purpose, Radiant structures have been fortified. The Dire's poor top tower. Can its end be drawing nigh? Roshan has fallen to the Dire. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let chaos reign.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant must summon the spirit to defend their top tower. Well, blow me over. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Bound.
Invisibility. Where's the party? Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Let chaos reign.
The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Stupendous! The direst elements are pelting Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. The storm has spoken. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let chaos
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. I've been wanting this.
The
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Let chaos reign.
5 seconds remaining. Ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hello, welcome back, all you wonderful people out there. NA qualifiers for TI coming up right now in front of your eyes, and we already have one of the favorites potentially
10 seconds
for
remaining.
the entire thing. Moving on a little bit there. They're still to be contested a
5
little bit.
seconds
But
remaining.
Noun's definitely looking good after that last game. And Trent, we're here. We're ready for the next one. Bait versus Wildcard. It's going to be pretty hype. You ready?
Yeah, a little later than expected there. Nouns, favorites, but I believe many, including myself, saying probably the most definite favorite if you had to go across all the regions. Not to say other teams here can't do it, but I feel like there's just more competition elsewhere. And they're already dropping games to Sand King Gomez.
10 seconds remaining.
And maybe NA is just as lively as the other regions. That's what we're here to find
Radiant
out. And
team
speaking of
ban.
lively matchups, this is, I know there's lots of people who are waiting for this one because
Dire
your
team
guys here,
ban.
Lyrical.
I know.
The unbiased caster's guy is here.
I am a
10
self-confessed
seconds
Taiga
remaining.
fanboy a little bit, but I also like a lot of the other players on both of these teams.
5
I think
seconds
V2
remaining.
has sort of been perennially underrated as such a freaking strong character. Who doesn't love Dendi? You know, Sammy Boy is a character. Apparently RCY is the new hotness. I'm excited to see how he does here, and of course, the thing that we've already seen a little bit of over the past couple of days is this new drafting format with the new captain's
Dire
mode.
team
I gotta
pick.
reorient myself. I don't even know what the hell to
Radiant team
expect.
pick.
It's crazy.
I was like going into captain's mode just with the bots and just like looking at the order of it and just being like, I don't know what to do. It's like, and I was trying to think, like, how would I want to open this? Like, what bands do I want to do? I came to the conclusion actually that my favorite first pick opener right now was Darkseer. So unfortunately he's
Really?
But that's what I think that in this current setup, your guy is looking pretty cool.
10 seconds
Because he's so many
remaining.
bands. Like how, you know, he's gonna have a good time, right?
It's
As
true.
you
You
should.
should be able
5
to
seconds
secure it.
remaining.
Yeah, you can secure him a good time, and Bait having second pick, they're just like, well, we can't let him through.
Dire
Darkseer's
team
banned.
ban.
Yeah, take it out of the pool. Does leave us open with the Ember Spirit and then the Night Stalker getting taken. I think we're just gonna I'm gonna try and just work through this, and all you people out there watching too, you got to work through it with me also. We need to understand what the hell's happening, because pro teams,
10
you know,
seconds remaining.
Night Stalker gets all these changes, and suddenly he just becomes this like
5
monstrosity
seconds remaining.
of a hero. I'm thinking this is mid. What do you think about the mid Night Stalker with the refresh on all of his abilities when you cast ulti?
It's cool. I got kind of hyped, and then the second I got hyped about some point out like, yeah, but are you always in a fight when you hit his ulti? I'm like, oh, that's or like, cause like think about it, like, do you ever start a fight without having hit ulti? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's kind of awkward.
True.
I mean, you can make it happen and stuff, and I do think the hero is still really good, but it wasn't as like awesome as I was kind of hoping. But if you are going to abuse that, I feel like you want to have that
Radiant
like
team
Aghanims aspect to it.
Oh my god, that'd be a throwback. I haven't done that in a while. Yeah, ulting for farming even more so now.
Boom.
Void into double void on an ancient camp.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
While you're munching them up at the same time with your shark.
Dude, look at this though. Two
Radiant
heroes
team
picked, and
pick.
suddenly we are 5 bands deep for both of them. It's crazy.
So strange. This is so strange, actually.
Dire team
It's
pick.
so weird to just look at.
Lion.
Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to mean for the drafting phase. Obviously, there have been some tournaments going on, and we just got through one best of 3. But I don't know where we're going to land with it. Is it going to mean like more openings? Is it like, do you get to hit more of the targeted heroes now, like those really specific ones?
Right.
You would think so.
Well, and also what it might
Radiant
do
team
changes
pick.
over a period of time potentially as well. But already taking a look at
Dire
these
team
two
pick.
teams, we do have a whole heck of a lot. Answer! Oh, the answer for the Night Stalker. Make it daytime,
10
Trent.
seconds remaining.
Look at the
Boom.
answers.
Absolute geniuses. I'm looking. I made a tier list of all heroes in this patch before the qualifier started. I'm just gonna say it. My tier list kind of bomb right now. The only C tier in this entire draft for me is Night Stalker, and I did jokingly put Ember as a C tier as well because Invoker and Naga Siren are both so good. I feel really bad for Ember. I love Ember, but my God, those are two heroes he absolutely hates, and they're both super sick right now. But you know what? Invoker, he got nerfed, so that was good. We're kind of waiting to see exactly how much the nerfs going to impact pro play. He was not mentioned in that last series. I was pretty surprised. And now again, the Naga's banned out. The Invoker, he is still in. The Dawnbreaker is still in. I feel like that hero seems insane right now.
All these heroes. Yeah, no, I agree. I think Dawnbreaker, I mean, I don't know. It's so tough to tell, right? Because so much of the last patch was predicated on like some of these couple of strong meta heroes. And then you have heroes like Dawnbreaker that come out of nowhere that were probably pretty strong last patch. But like, you're not running Dawnbreaker with Medusa. The ult doesn't do anything then, right? You like, you need to get negatives to get evasion for it to matter. And so like, it suddenly maybe this new way of playing Dota, what have you. I would say both teams feel fairly scrappy out of the get-go. Silencer with a Primal Beast, that's just death of whoever gets jumped. And we'll see if these fellas here on the side of Wildcard can be able to take down Bait. They've looked good so far. I think Wildcard is one of my other favorites, at least for the entire qualifiers. I don't know how you feel about it.
100%. I think that they can easily do it. They're just, you know, they get a good day. All these players can perform. It's a very volatile time in Dota right now with this new patch, this new drafting system. It's, you know, you cannot take anything for granted right now as any of these players. I'm scary. I don't know. VTune having 10th pick also sounds pretty scary for me too. The hero that immediately jumps to mind when I think of VTune is Phantom Lancer, but that hero, obviously a lot of illusion counters. I believe Mr. Brian Slamma Jamma in his video on 7.34, which I watched, subscribe on youtube.com. He said PL is completely dead, unplayable garbage. This literally all he read was the changes where they were all like 150% damage to illusions. He's like, unplayable, can't be done. Hero's trash. So combine that with the fact there's a gyro, I don't know, but you know, PL into Phoenix feels pretty good. It's VTune, but Hero's dead according to Brian, so we can't see him.
Dire team pick.
Right. I mean, and that's one of those things where like player hero combo, it sounds good just in any game. But also with like all the changes that they got with Maelstrom doing more damage to illusions, everything feels a little bad. We'll see if they decide to reach into their bag of tricks. Who knows? Maybe they're crazy. And they just want to do it. They just want to run it.
10 seconds remaining.
Wildcard though, looking for their last pick here.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm assuming that Marcy is now seen much more as a support, so we're just going to be looking for that last offlaner out of Wildcard.
Yeah. I do like Dawnbreaker, but then I also really like the Slark for being. Whoa. They're gonna go for the Mart, dude. That's pretty nice. That's a good hero versus Slark. He doesn't like that guy. That's like one of those matchups that statistically is one of his worst, which kind of makes sense because he can target you through all of your evasive ideas and like the things you depend on as a Slark, you can't rely on versus Mars. But other than that, it still looks like a really good Slark
5 seconds
game.
remaining.
Be a nice little pickup for them. It would be a lot of melee cores together into that Mars.
It's true.
And I will say that, you know, while they have lockdown on the side of Bait, it's sort of predicated on this Lion, I feel like, getting in their late game, at least once they start running into like sort of these reaction moves, you know, whether it's a Blink Dagger on Mars or you know, just Ember in general. Well, yeah, Primal Beast can get in there. Actually catching an Ember is really tough unless Lion gets blinked. So I want to see that Lion get off to a hot start here.
Well, they have a lot of time to consider though.
Yeah.
I mean, laning matchups, we would see like the Lifestealer was a bit of a classic as well. Kind of okay versus some of these heroes.
Phantom
yeah,
that's another VTune hero.
Yeah, she's pretty cool right now. I'd say she's probably your like second level of carry, you know, in terms of just like who the absolute best carries are. I put her like a slight tier below into the kind of situational, and this looks pretty good. It's a late pick. I guess, is she more dependable now? Is how we kind of view her at the moment.
Right. Yeah, for those of you that missed it, the change to the ulti where now it sort of gives you a percentage chance to secure a crit on the next hit that you make. Very weird. I think only lasts like 6 seconds or something like that. But as you said, does at least give you that knowledge of like if you're in the middle of a fight, suddenly you have a crit proc coming up and you're keeping track of it. You know, jump to somebody and blow them up maybe at the start. We'll see what ends up happening. But definitely the like explosion factor coming from Bait feels to be their route, right? In the midst of this global, they want to have a hero that can just kill somebody. And that's what PA is. That assassin just running at you. It's gonna be up to Taiga to be able to get off these eggs preemptively because it could be really rough for him otherwise. And it feels like the Phoenix eggs are really important. Have the natural survivability there with Sunlight's Mars as well.
Yeah, and you're gonna be trying to get those eggs off versus Global Silence, Lion, and a Night Stalker.
Yeah.
Those are 3 heroes I would not want to deal with.
See what ends up happening as we get ready to go into this game number 1. Again, best of 3 here in the upper bracket, trying to decide that one team that's coming from North America. Who is it going to be? Maybe one of these two.
This reward transcends
Getting some smoke on the side of Wildcard, ready to find a quick pick for a burst blood.
In my research leading into this event, I have deemed Primal Beast one of the absolute best mid laners right now. I feel like definitely not offlaner. Please do not play him offlane. I think he's a trash offlane right now. But I think his mid looks really solid. I think he was pretty good before. He almost feels like kind of a Snapfire replacement, like the Snap mid getting absolutely gutted. I feel like you can hit some pretty similar timings with this hero now. As they can't hear Night Stalker. Is he silenced? Is that the issue? Doesn't look like it.
Silence, fool.
Silence, fool. Good job, Kadaro. Well played.
A little friendly fire there.
Quick-witted. Sunlight is under a ward right now. They did get a observer ward placed down a little bit early there by the silencer and just within range. So Husky, we'll see if he's able to take that one away in just a moment here. Might be able to get that one denied. But laning setups, silencer PA, it'll be interesting to watch how that goes. All right, now they take it out. You like to see that.
It's just quals. I mean, it's upper bracket, right? It's fine. We're all relaxed. We're chilling.
It's true. You gotta keep the momentum and the good vibes flowing. You know what? I'm gonna say this too.
He's gonna say it, guys. He's gonna say it.
I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it. Don't worry, it's coming soon. I'm gonna say it. So here it is. There's this thing called marginal value, right?
Yeah.
When a resource is low, a little bit of that resource, it goes a long way. It a little bit.
Okay, yeah.
And basically the idea is you just can get that little injection of this key resource that's important. It can change the fate of all. Let me tell you about NA pubs and the negativity that just surrounds this world sometimes. They've got a guy coming in, Taiga. He's going to bring the positivity. It's all going to turn around right here. They're going to win TI. I can see it. Wildcard, the path is simple.
Okay. The sunflower power. That's what you're going with here?
Sure, why not?
All right.
I don't know if I should have said it. It's not worth saying.
Honestly, if there was a support player who I would want to come to my team, I feel like Tiger's pretty high on the list.
Yeah.
Like he slots in pretty nicely. He said to play a couple different roles before. He said to move around a bit. He's got a nice hero pool. He is that generally, happy disposition. So it's pretty sweet. Unfortunately, he is playing one of the more annoying laning matchups in Dota of Phoenix into Silencer. Boo. But everything else about Phoenix feels pretty solid. It's just a good hero. Got some somewhat good targets for the Sunlight this game too, or the Sunray this game and the Gyrocopter, because even though he's a range hero, he's kind of stationary.
Right. Absolutely. Oh man, there's a good amount of damage, but to quick connect there. Sunlight onto Kadaro, and in fact, Taiga gonna have to dive away does manage to live and had the south brought out, so perfectly fine resetting this lane here for the moment. And Silencer, in fact, is going to be the one that has to sort of recover for a bit.
Lightstone PA chucking daggers at you as a Phoenix. That is frightening. Such a low armor hero here.
Well, meanwhile, in the mid lane, you know, something that we've looked at for a while is this Dendi sort of trying to continue to keep his good times rolling. Has been obviously around for a very long time. And then one of the younger mid players coming out of NA that has gotten a lot of acclaim from people, I feel like. RCY, let's see how he manages to handle this. At least at the early going here, seems to be doing quite well. 12, 13, and 6 versus 6 and 3. RCY is killing it.
I mean, versus the Dondo. I mean, isn't that must just be crazy, man. Like, oh, I'm laning versus Dendi. I mean, I know, like, yeah, he's obviously been in the region for a while and stuff, and obviously this has happened before, but like the fact that you are competing for the international right now in a lane versus Dendi, that like he's 17.
Yeah, when Dendi won TI, I think he was how old was he? He was like 5 years old or something. Is that right? is that correct?
The international.
Let's do the math here for a second. We went right into the trap, so we have to talk about this.
That would have been 2011. That would be 12 years ago. Oh my God, he was 5 years old.
He was 5 years old, and now when Dendi won TI, now he's playing against some Sunlight. Meanwhile, down bottom, he's taking a lot of harassment. V2 goes in for the kill. They manage to just barely take him down. But Taiga, it's a huge injection of golden experience, surviving through that. Still has 10 stick charges.
Too bad for you.
So supports are the tanky ones and the cores in this lane now.
I'm still not over that. That's crazy. All right, well, go RCY. Dendi, future is now, old man. Get some last hits, bud. He is really crushing you. He is 10 behind right now.
I mean, normally we talk about people like having some type of, you know, fear or anxiety about it. He doesn't know who the hell Dendi is.
Yeah, on TikTok? I don't know.
Meanwhile, keeping the pressure on down bottom, Kadaro in some trouble. Burning isn't enough, not quite 7 HP.
Dyer's
barely survives through that one and
attack.
has the Sow for round 2.
Dendi is doing the classic Primal Beast, a little early rotation down here. Is it just for the bounty? Yeah, it's just the bounty. They've moved too far back. Okay, just making sure. Sometimes you get a nice little charge in, but they're not going to offer it up to him right now. He's going to work on a stack while he's at it. Does not want to go back mid. Going to use his trample. Level 3. This is a nice way to catch back up on the hero.
That needs to make that happen for sure. I mean, again, this is a hero that I think you care more about levels than getting the farm, but he needs to get to those levels. Level 6, super important to try and make some madness happen on the map. And well, speaking of the map, 5 minutes, things maybe could start to get a little bit dicey. While bottom, there's still a lot of potential action. Night Stalker, level 4, see what he wants to try and do if he wants to get active here or just farm.
And the Marcy lane, Dendi though, getting low. Teammate help.
The turn, RCY hanging around, trying to bring down this Lion. And Sleight of Fist, a couple more hits. All he needs is another touch. And Sleight of Fist back up in 3, 2, 1. Oh, did not go for it. Did not go for it. Wait, Dendi? Oh, Dendi, no! He goes down. RCY finds the kill.
Was he trying to get the shield rune and then to use that way to survive? Because that's a little crazy. I mean, Taiga snagged it, so no such luck, but that was a pretty free gift there to give up.
That's pretty huge for him. And I mean, again, giving these supports levels, it's not 7 minutes yet, and they're both level 4.5. Although Sunlight, he's hurting for it. Gonna get pushed back all the way underneath that tower. Does have a lot of stick charges.
And Mr. Samson as he is now.
Dire's structures
That
are
tower is the force back that
fortified.
Night Stalker, but the teammate, his support has left to go bottom, and oh, unfortunate here. They can't sort themselves out.
They can't connect him to the fountain or to the school, unfortunately. But they do secure their rune at the very least.
Man, Marcy is so low. Boots now, so big improvement there.
Oh yeah. Definitely much needed.
But the build for the these Marcies, he went level 1 on the dispose, and then some people are trying to max the sidekick like instantly, but I've seen a lot of people going for the second point in the rebound as well. So just that extra like 100 range seems to feel a little bit better, a little bit extra stun. I'll be curious to see what Husky goes for. It is a gyro game though, obviously, so they certainly are going to have a strategy here where they're probably going to want to utilize that with the flat cannon. Maybe get some stacks going. Not many so far though. Just 1 H instead.
Right,
and
and that card can't be talked about, but yeah, it's not that like huge amount that we've seen occasionally. And in the meantime, again, it feels like RCY has definitely been given the huge freedom. Support's more focused on ensuring he has a good start to his game and
Radiant's
try and make that
middle
space
tower is
for
under
Samson
attack.
to catch back up later. I mean, he's not catch back up. He's just continued the lead.
Dire's
He's
top
top
tower
network
is
right now.
under
I
attack.
actually think that the Rocket Barrage build, like there used to be this thing in the past where like, if you went Rocket Barrage, you couldn't farm that well, as Taiga's being pressured on the tower again here. But if you get the Occult Bracelet, it does not matter at all, because like Falcon Blade's a new invention, as Taiga again getting pretty low here. What I'm trying to say is Samson's gonna farm like a madman.
Oh, Taiga living? They end up getting the dive away, still ends up going down, but yeah, Kadaro trying to escape as he gets denied out on the creeps. No, not gonna happen.
It's actually so ridiculous though. Because all you can do is tank the creeps to get your Occult Bracelet going, and then you have the sidekick lifesteal as well, so it doesn't even matter that you're tanking creeps. Plus your dire side, so you can just use the Mighty Minds buff anyway every once in a while to get your HP back up. Which means he basically just has infinite mana for Rocket Barrage, which means you're going to farm faster with Rocket Barrage than you're going to farm with Flat Cannon.
It's
That's
pretty
nutty.
awesome. Yeah, and just going straight into the Chrysalis afterwards, trying to get these little items. It feels like there's been a good amount of pressure put down bottom by Bait onto Sunlight, trying to shut him down. They have killed him one time, but he's level 6, and Taiga is very close to level 6 himself. He might even get it off of this wave. If he does, they could put the combo together for V-Tune. See if they decide to do it.
Yeah, a bit tough there, and he is doing pretty well towards his Battle of Fury right now. Does not seem to be any other choices for PA. I do believe we are at a 99% chance of being Battle Fury these days. How they're going.
And really good play. They went through the gate, smoke up Samson Husky, and now Kadaro, he's going to go down afterwards.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Play.
attack.
Just a quick smoke and then into the kill.
It's funny that even before Twin Gates, we consider this tower so dangerous in those situations where when the level 6 offlaners trying to hunt you, it always felt like you're so vulnerable and you don't want to like TP in and fight you there. But now with the gate in behind, it's just even worse than before. Perfect rotation in from Samson. This is what all the best teams are doing right now. Utilizing that gate to knock down this tower and 3-point sidekick on this gyro. And
Oh my god, did he? Does he go for it? He's thinking. He's still got the haste. RCY, he's going for it. Wants
This
to
is
find
like
a kill.
when you party with Slacks. This is how they play. Like when they want to kill Slacks, it's the same. He doesn't die for any other mid laner. He just sees Dendi and he just goes.
Oh my god, man.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Can I just say I have no sympathy for PA these days, and if like she's getting bullied in the lane, that makes me feel so good. I cannot believe this blur still exists.
Oh yeah.
Keep in mind the vanish radius is 400 now, guys. 400
Of them all.
How is that okay? It's so small. It is so hard to find this hero when she utilizes it.
Yeah, no, it's pretty disgusting. I mean, she's always gonna see you coming
Radiant's
before you
middle
get
tower
there.
is under attack.
But nonetheless, still getting bullied in this game for sure after that one kill. Kadaro is gonna show up in the mid lane
Radiant's middle tower is under
RCY.
attack.
But I mean, I think one of the big problems is
Dire's
the
top
Bulls have
tower
just gotten
is
so
under
much in this
attack.
game, it feels like, for Wildcard.
That is true, but if PA has Spark of Courage and like Naked Battle Fury, she hits pretty hard in this jungle. She's just farming. She is kind of slow. I mean, that's true. And she's going to nod these camps pretty quick. Taiga trying to make it a little bit more difficult, though. He actually gets one of the creeps of the fire.
Lion gets hit pretty hard, but they will bring 4. Only gets the kill onto Husky. The big rotation in. It's not what they wanted, and you can see simultaneously was V-Tune able to get away from the Taiga Sunlight combo. Now they are going to move through as, well, Lion ends up dying to RCY, and now they find somebody here trying to hunt through the jungle. They run on in. Oh, not quite going to be on the mark. Stonebank breaks the smoke, gets away.
So he'll be just fine here. That kind of hurts because, you know, they were hunting and trying to find V-Tune there, but he managed to escape his way over to the Ancients with his Battle Fury. We'll get a stack. Yes, he will. Nicely done. Gets it just in time there as Nightstiker's tasked with holding the bottom lane.
Dire's top tower is under. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's courier
Taking the kill. Does lose his courier for the
society for the
unfortunate there for RCY.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Card.
They must have seen
Start
dark
putting some
clouds
damage
on the
into this
horizon.
mid-tier 1 tower after the clip. I don't think there's anything to
Radiant's
keep it
middle
alive.
tower is
I
under
actually
attack.
love this idea. This is such a
Beset on
cool
all
idea.
sides by miscreants,
In the way that
evildoers,
Mercy
and
has been
other
utilized in the
people that I don't
past,
even
she's
want to
never been able
mention.
to actually hit
Radiant's middle
buildings.
tower
But because
has
you're maxing
fallen.
Sidekick for the benefit of your allies, it's a pretty cool use of your ulti to just knock down a tower. It is something that has been severely lacking in the meta pretty much for the entirety of the last patch, was just having heroes that actually dealt with structures. You know, we had all these spirits mid and everything, and harder carries in the safe lane. Didn't really have these offlaners that pressured towers either. Most of the supports that dealt with towers were really bad, hence why Shadow, Shaman, and Shakiro just got like pretty big buffs. And,
Yeah.
you know, it's nice to have just that little bit of extra map control coming in from taking down that tower. So, especially when you have a hero who's relying on a Battle Fury to try and catch back up right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, that's the thing that's going to be interesting to watch is PA going to continue to have this freedom to keep this farm going? Because while Gyro is ahead, I mean, later on, PA can definitely blow that hero up if he's not careful. He's trying to get into the Aghanim Scepter at the moment, but they're rotating top now to see if they can find Dendy. Move forward, have him call after the roof, pull back from the dispose, and Dendy. That's going to be an easy one.
Dude, that onslaught is just useless. Couldn't do anything there. Just give him the little chuck.
Ow. 14 minutes in with Sunlight having the Blink Dagger done. And we're seeing Samson go on over and take the Wisdom Rune for himself. It's definitely feeling like a nice lead to hold on to for the moment for Wildcard. We're just gonna have to see what they want to do with it.
Radiant's top
For bait,
tower
they're gonna have
is
to try and
under
get
attack.
Dendy into this BKB. He needs his BKB, and then he needs Stonebank to blink in and just start wailing on this back line, create a little bit of chaos, and then allow the BKB to get Dendy impacting some damage into these fights. Of course, by the time he's BKB, he's going to be contending with the Aghanim's Chrysalis from the Gyrocopter, which is just about to be finished up here. And that is a significant amount of damage, as that obviously got buffed as you get the additional attack when you have Flat Cannon going.
They realize what's going on. The Night Stalker did take that bounty rune. Taiga is the one that they might run into here in just a moment. Ward down.
Pretty dead.
Yeah, jump forward, silence on. Don't have the Blink Dagger down the line, but Stonebank having it sets up for some good movement around the map.
Yeah, of course, that's going to give him the goal, too.
Dire's top
to
tower
grab it,
is
so.
under attack.
Assuming he doesn't die right now. Yeah. He wants this wave so bad. This is a classic support issue. Oh, so close.
Can its end be
Please don't kill me.
drawing nigh?
Nice. All right, blink done.
And then on the other side, you know, this DD bottled up for Ember along with the BKBs. They do have some answers, but of course Lion, that great equalizer with 2 points in Hex, 4 in Earth Spike. They can definitely blow up the Ember if they manage to get the Primal Beast there with Pulverize after. We'll just see if they can make it work together perfectly in Symphony. Top though. God. He just got his BK. Oh, wait, no, he doesn't have it yet. He's really close. Instead, Kadaro, they see him. They have vision of RCY right now. Instead, they're going to decide to go onto the Phoenix. Dispose, maybe. Can they get it off in time? Trying to pull him out of it, but the silence, it's too big of an AoE, and the silence coming from the global as well. They find Silencer now with RCY trying to run him down. Should be more than enough for the kill. So it ends up just being a 1-for-1 trade.
It's going to be a tough game for a couple of these backline supports.
Wait, jump.
Someone blinks in. That's Sam.
Fighting him. No finger. Not enough damage. Samson trying to lift through this. Does he have enough to kill Stonebait? Not right. Stonebait gets a free one.
Actually insane that he catches that back up there. Kind of crazy positioning, considering they knew there was like wards in the area and everything. I mean, I didn't really know. Did he come through the gate and try and like catch them up or something? I don't even know. I guess he must have come through the gate, right?
Yeah, maybe.
I guess. I don't know. I was looking there. That's a bit crazy.
Oh, a big kill. And I mean, the top network going down. Night Stalker is incredibly farmed in this game, starting to scale quite hard. And I mean, he's going to have a BKB timing now too when he disassembles this Echo Saber. This is going to hit incredibly hard from Bait, and PA's untouched.
And then the next thing coming up really for Wildcard will be the Deso here for RCY. So he goes for this BKB first. He didn't have to use it. That is good news. And that fight up top kills the Silencer without having to waste an early charge or something like that. But he just recognizes, you know, I'm going to be being gone on by the Lion's going to be hunting for me. There's global silence. He's going to have to obviously be extremely careful to make sure he doesn't pop his BKB too early. Which is a whole little mind game of its own for the Silencer. He's going to get a freebie here on the Stoma.
Oh yeah.
The help of his Mercy. There is nobody coming to save you right now, but
Husky will take the gold for that kill.
But it is cool to go all this minus armor because they're going Solar Crest on the Mercy, they're going Deso on the Ember versus double strength cores of the Primal Beast and the Night Stalker. But his armor's not too bad on Night Stalker right now. But Primal Beast, he's very punch-like, you know. It's not that high.
Nice Remnant away there. Doesn't have to worry about anything as Bendy not able to connect onto him. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I think that this is going to be an interesting dynamic to watch for sure. And you can see that also on the side of Bait, they're kind of going all in on this minus armor as well. Night Stalker picking up that orb of destruction. I mean, they're going to try and go in and just beat people to death. It is a smoke up now coming from the side of Bait. And VTune gets in this one, so he'll have Blur if they manage to find a kill for right afterwards.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Hacks to jump, dispose. Oh, it went crazy. But now the pullback, the Lotus did everything, keeping him alive there. I don't know if that was broken or what happened, but the fight went terribly for Bait. Absolute destruction. Dendy now in further trouble. What a freaking pickup that one was. As the Lotus coming in from Taiga completely salvaged that fight.
Middle tower.
Oh, doesn't get him though.
Okay.
You're a little late.
Manages to escape there. I don't know about for you, but the fight recap is definitely bugged for me.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I just get 0. Oh, nice. Yeah, not surprising. Perhaps a bit of a toughie there when the tower's still sitting there as well. 20 minutes, again, kind of an issue in terms of, you know, still not being able to knock down that very important mid tower and taking a big fight there. And with all that minus armor that's being stacked up, head right into the Roche with the early Solar Crest.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What a freaking... I mean, we've talked about, a couple of big things, right? How important to control supports for Wildcard, and then on top of that,
just caught him sleeping there with the BKB CD.
Storm doors in
nice
place.
pickup.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That was a good read. That was they're definitely rushing. Go kill that guy. Like he's just playing cocky, and they're gonna lose their tower because of that.
Tower has fallen.
Wow.
Not my
What a change up.
fault.
These builds.
Radiant's bottom tower
Silver
is
Edge
under
on
attack.
Gyrocopter now after the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, these couple of
The
big
direst elements
kickoffs
are pelting Radiant's
by
bottom
bait onto
tower.
Wildcard are going to be an issue for sure. Because
Dire's top
they
tower
are
is
still
under
staying
attack.
really farmed in this game on bait, despite the fact that they're losing towers now.
And that was a really good utilization and like sort of
Radiant's
display
bottom
of
tower
why
is
the
under attack.
refresh
The
can be
Dire's
pretty strong in this hero.
top tower
Because you can
its
use your
end
crippling
be
fear to blink in for
drawing
free,
nigh.
and then you get that 3
Structures
seconds in the
fortified.
daytime, and then he ults, it
Radiant's
becomes nighttime, and then you
tower is
get
under
6
attack.
additional seconds to walk down there, and then you know
Tower
there's
is
a
under
back.
attack.
Right?
Pretty
Just moving in and taking the building down. The TP coming from the PA. Very short onslaught. Samson. Husky goes in sunlight. Catches them all. Every single one. Is it enough to take him down, though? Yes, it will be. Samson's still moving through this as the Supernova gets focused. RCY shows up a little late to the party, but still doing great damage. And they're just focusing buildings. They get the kill on the stone. They find themselves another, maybe no, just done in the midst of the charge through, and they don't get anything. Samson now turns, wants to do what he can, but it's not really anything. They're gonna just flip and keep it alive. Oh my God! Decision making.
Why are you on my high ground?
Oh man.
You thought to tame
Listen, I love to go crazy. I love the slightly psycho plays, but that was a little bit too much.
I mean, I was kind of shocked when they when he went for that flat cannon at like 400 HP because you know if he had died there and then had to refresh with 0 flat cannon, it would have been so bad.
Right here.
But I mean, it starts out looking kind of okay, right? They don't get the second burst. They get a great catch there, but the damage doesn't come out quite fast enough there. That pulverize was huge, actually. Because like, while they're all stuck inside, Dendy does delay what Sam's trying to do.
Right. Well, and I think too, if that egg is on the outside of the arena, that fight goes so much better for them. At the very least, it's like not the catastrophe it ended up being, but
yes,
I mean, as soon as they all focused it was over.
Yeah. And you know, the Fan of Knives was kind of nutty.
Oh yeah.
they sort of clumped in. It's like, we got them all, and then the knives just fly out. It's like, oh my God.
Absolutely. The epitome of, look, I got a 5-hero arena, and then oh no. So Shard.
Mercy Shard though. Yeah, it's go time.
Get out of dodge, I guess. Rebounding off of enemies, pretty nice. Another smoke up. Oh, this is scary. This is scary. They're all getting together. Do we have any abilities off cooldown soon? Dark Ascension is back up. They see VTune. Do they want to go for him right away? They're thinking about it. Jump to the teammates and they get away. Oh, trying to go closer. Ward down. They see this one. They walk up. Night Stalker. Oh, they jump forward though. Blink away by 1, and then the arena down. Daro V2 pops that BKB. They still have everything ready to go if they need to. RCY. Silence is on. Still living. This Gyrocopter doing a ton of damage. Samson tearing people apart. And now with the Supernova going, I don't know if it's going to be enough. So Stonebank dies. They're all gone. Triple kill for Samson. Holy moly.
Oh, it's okay. It's a wildcard pause. We're chill. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
That's good news. I was a little concerned because I think the focus onto the Marcy makes sense, right? Because both the Ember and the Mars are going to, sorry, the Ember and the Gyro are going to get a crazy amount of damage from the sidekick. You know, while we're at it, actually, so does Mars. Kind of. Sorry, cat sitting in front of monitor.
Okay. All right.
You don't have to tell us that, man. Just say it was the mouse. All right, cat got your mouse. You know, just you can, yeah, it's just lie. I mean, I guess we got cameras, so when the cat is up there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe put the cat outside the room. I'm gonna be a little bit crazy here, but this is kind of important.
True.
Might be a good idea. I'm gonna get one of my kids and just bring them in for the cat. Actually, that's good. Yeah. I think that would even things out. I'm sorry, guys.
You can't talk right now. This is in the midst of kitty duties.
Yeah, a little bit busy here.
So here's the
replay. Does it show the cat on the monitor? Is that what we're checking? There's sunlight.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Camera
attack.
went off. Oh, cat hit the camera. Maybe that's what it was.
That's the problem. I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he's back. All right. I mean, for having a cat in front of him, he did pretty freaking well.
He did play very well. Inserting the feline shenanigans. Very impressive stuff here. And they have retaken the lead. It is definitely still a pretty back and forth game. They didn't get what they wanted out of their Aegis when they got wiped on the high ground. That was not the plan, it turns out. But they take that fight in the mid, and they start looking to the future. And what is the future of this game? It's an MKB for a gyro. Shocking versus a Phantom Assassin. Who could have thought? What is the plan for Sunlight? He's got a lot of gold. He's currently eyeing up the Lotus to give him some protection. You know what else protects you from global? Just get the refresher, right?
True.
I mean, 2 BKBs.
Why not?
Obviously a very popular item with Mars, but hard to make work with the poor dumb guy. That mana pool pretty small. He got Soul Ring. He'd be fine.
I will say I like the idea of the Lotus. We saw its effectiveness already, like against Primal, you know, against Lion stuff, obviously. It all seems pretty freaking nice, and we'll see what he ends up going for in the end here. A 4K gold lead at this point, though. I don't know if I'm like kicking back, relaxing. If I'm Wildcard, it's still a scary game, and that PA can just ruin dreams.
Well, she has a Defiant Shell now.
Oh wow,
that doesn't sound very fun.
That's a scary one.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Radiant's middle tower is
And a
under
basher.
attack.
Oh my god, she's so
Dire's top
frustrating.
tower
Please
is
buy
under
eggs
attack.
next. Can I just see the eggs queued up? I hate that egg so much. 10-second blur, refresh on kills.
We'll see what they end up going for. It ends up being a Paladin sword for RCY. He had the Orb Obstruction in his inventory before. Still a lot of minus armor on his team. I was waiting for somebody to get something like an AC, but I don't know if anybody can comfortably buy it on Wildcard.
No, that is one of the issues with Mars for sure. He likes the more initiating. He doesn't tend to go for those bigger aura items. And there's not many offlaners, obviously, that even enjoy it. It's like it, you know.
That's going to be a catch. Does he have enough to get away? Doesn't look like it. No BKB means he's gone, but the buyback is there. Now trying to run away. The jump forward. Look at him get destroyed. B2 so low on HP, and now the chase down coming. They got him in their sights. Manages to get the blink away, but Husky running forward, finding a B2, pulling it back in, and getting the kill.
Back in my day, not a great place to take a fight as the Dire, but these days, great spot. Now the immediate buyback there from Taiga, the full forces return. It just turns into a chase.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
With this D on Ember wearing out soon, this is going to be a ton.
Radiant structures have been fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Hitting away right now.
Radiant's middle
I
tower
don't think they can end it. They should be able to
Dire's bottom
keep
tower
them, you know,
is under
it would be
attack.
a little bit too risky to do anything too crazy, but 2 lanes is certainly on the table
Storming
here.
of
But that's
Radiant's continues as their middle ranks supervised.
no feeds,
Dire's
no
bottom
feeds.
tower
If they start feeding kills, then it is definitely on the table.
heard it here first.
Yeah, 24
Radiant's bottom
seconds, no
Dire's
shade,
bottom
2
tower
lanes of
is
racks
under
down.
attack.
A devastating blow for Bait as Wildcard pulled together a solid fight, come away with the win.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's so scary versus Phantom Assassin how quickly she can create that immediate spike and just you know, oh, we're gonna win now. Like it all takes that like one fight on their high ground, feels really bad, and then you just come back right away from Wildcard there, clutch it up with the buyback from Taiga. And now we're gonna be looking towards that Aegis. It's a very late one though. One of the later spawns you're gonna find here, nearly at the 3-minute mark. So it's gonna give a lot of time for Bait to get back out on the map. It's gonna be a bit hard for them to hold this position now for Wildcard. Good news though, it will be daytime, so that means that they will have to rely on the ultimate of the Night Stalker.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be the thing to watch for there. And the other danger now is that they actually are getting to that next tier of items like you were talking about, Gyrocopter with the MKB, Aghanims, and Satanic. They're all getting where they need to be. And Taiga almost has a freaking hex stun. Now, Roche is that capable of respawning, and they think that they're over there. No more scans available for another couple of minutes. Looks like the wraparounds come in. Toon looking for a target. They pop the ulti. Oh, this is really bad unless they can get it right. Jump forward, mine him. The gyrocopter right, the sword's in up, yes! And no buyback. Oh, the jump through sunlight takes down one. That's Lion for Gyro. The buyback comes out immediately. They gotta win this fight and win it hard. But Stonebake goes down to take down another to boot. And then the TP in from the Lion, he's just gonna end up falling. Nowhere left to go. They lose 4.
Yeah, some communication issue there of just PA is like, nah, I can't. There's no way. BKB's done. I can't fight right now. And Lion kind of YOLOs in. Likely not realizing that Gyro doesn't have buyback, you know? But, I mean, obviously Wildcard recognizing that fact, and they immediately just went all in and said that we need to win the rest of this fight right now. We're still pretty strong. They commit super hard to get that Gyro kill. They recognize immediately he's up on top of that. Oh, they got him. Nice
oh my God. Another one. He thought they were taking Roche and he could just get a little farming in. I mean, there aren't that many more dangerous places on the map to be farming, you know, realistically speaking, but ends up getting brought down. And now, with no silencer, Gyro's going to be back up. I think they can just go take Roche.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's looking like it.
Wow. Pretty huge.
The Dire just
still pretty far away. Here's the replay there. There's a super heavy commit. As you see, they kind of chuck everything. All their VKBs are used, and RCY just starts going to town here. They just don't have that secondary control. They really did drop everything on this Gyro. And then it's just Husky buffing and helping them blow people up there. Edge, so maybe if you just get one more lucky crit after for V-Tune, that could do it. And well, he's gonna find himself a path to some more lucky crits, a path to a little bit more damage. It's a dangerous path. Some might call it reckless, but I think it might be their only way.
Well, you got to do what you got to do, man. You can get into that rapier. Maybe there's a chance. Oh, where there's a will, there's a way. But I don't even know. Like, based upon how the first stage just went, I feel like we're going to see Wildcard up this hill in about, like, less than 30 seconds.
Radiant's top tower is
you
under
cannot farm
attack.
that much gold that quickly as the PA. Does have the relic being brought out.
Radiant's top tower
Just
has
wants that
fallen.
one bit of damage, figures that. YOLO.
They catch him. And from V2 trying to find a couple. The stun, it's turned back against him, and V2 can't do anything else. Stonebake is just dying. Samson, too much damage from the gyrocopter. Lion going to be dead again. The finger does not even tickle RCY. And Wildcard looking to end this game in style. Game number 1 of their upper bracket run. They do not have an answer at this point. In spite of the Phoenix going down, has been calm and collected. And very easily done over the last couple minutes for Wildcard.
Yeah, I really like this Marcy combo. The Marcy plus Ember and Gyro. It just made it to wherever Husky went, something good was happening. Either buffing up RCY for the ganks, flying around, and onto the raiding side of the map, or he followed Samson for a little bit in the jungle and just a bit of a pop up. And then when the big team bites down, of course, he just pop that on Samson.
Control, get one kill. RCY is back into the fight. Dendy doesn't have anything left in the tank. No Polarized available. They get the shot. Push back. Stoneman is just going to have to manage rainfall. But he too eventually will fall as they set their sights onto the Ancient. And it is going to be Wildcard winning this game number 1 as Samson, eyes on the prize, taking down the Ancient. GG.
Radiant's Ancient is under attack. Victory.
They're going to let them have it. You know, call it GG early. I wouldn't want to kill that Aegis at this point here. So, Wildcard, how they look? They look like, yeah, we felt good about this.